Hello? Anyone there? Jack? That's your name, yeah. Yeah, I've been here, I know that. Sir?
Armando? 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 My lord? Armando? Sister? Yes, sister, that's me. That's me. uh, Armando? Bucky! Yeah, that's true. That's true, Ray. That's me. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm gonna be making a song for Frankie. Do you remember me? You remember me? Armando. Oh, Sam, the Irani guy.
Yeah,
Uh,
man, how are you doing?
perv alert, perv alert. Hassam is a pervert Irani. Hashtag perv Irani.
Fuck you, man. What pervert, right? When
Hide your
have when have I
hide
been
your
pervert?
daughter's pictures somewhere. Perv Irani is here. I repeat, pervert
Yeah,
Irani is here.
wear an underwear of iron, iron. So
Uh,
I don't see you. Yeah.
waiting for my lord.
What?
My lord, just please say that. Hey, Paki, I'm listening to you. Armando? Armando? I have to go to the airport. A happy Thursday, baby, no mind. My kiddo from Newsmax. Happy Thursday. Oh my God.
What's going on your side? What's going on your side, huh?
What's going on?
Yeah, what's going on?
There's nothing here. What's going on? Uh, I don't know. I don't know, Sam. No idea.
You don't know?
No idea. My life is miserable.
You broke up. I didn't hear you.
Oh, I said my life is miserable. 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 If I sure.
Yeah, go for like a spelling game. You may win.
No, no, no.
Okay, man. I'm just gonna light up a cigarette.
Don't smoke that much.
Uh,
Armando, you're not saying anything, so I'm gonna leave Armando. Just 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 say hey Puggy, I can hear you. Just bless us with your voice, because that's the best thing I can have from my day.
Segarato.
Dad. Oh my mic was on. Hello,
Is this
gentlemen.
Ronin?
Oh yes, hello Hassam. No,
Hello, Ronin.
I was typing something in chat about
Hello, hello, my creator. Hello.
hello, honest Pakistani.
sir.
How are you doing, Ronin?
What's that, please?
How are you doing, Ronin?
Oh, I'm having fun. I have the television on here to my right, and they're running these like statements. Yes, and I type them up, and I call them rice tweets, right? And it's like really embarrassing for the president. So I'm just having fun making that statement. Uh,
Let him go, my creator. Just let him go. Let him be the president now. Just
why?
let him be
No,
the
no, no.
president.
I have a right to do this. You know,
Oh my God,
to hold my government accountable under law. I have the
Ronin.
right. And these other people who disagree, they just don't want to look at it for what it is because the evidence is there. It's just the
But
investigative process, and then the prosecutorial process needs to
but
go through.
creator. My once a wise man said that if you make enemies on both sides, you're gonna end up dead. His name was Robert de Bruce. So
Oh, what was that? If you make enemies on both sides,
on
you
both
might.
sides, you're gonna end up dead.
Oh, no, they're already whipping me. You know,
Uh,
Armando Vargas already like took my wrench, so everybody here who's a moderator can time me out. It's just nothing new. You know.
creator, creator. Are
Oh,
you
I forget
are you
who.
suicidal? Are you suicidal?
I'm what?
Man,
Suicidal?
that's not Pakistan or Iran. They can talk.
Sorry.
Well, I don't know if who you're talking to. My apologies.
I was talking to honest Pakistani.
Oh, okay. Go
Fuck,
ahead.
fuck,
So,
fuck. Oh,
so
I
I just
burnt my hand. Sorry, it wasn't anything.
be
Going to
careful,
chat.
be careful, be careful. I was just asking my creator Ronin that do you have suicidal tendencies? Because the way you're always asking to be lynched and to be whipped and to
Oh
be
yes.
crucified.
Yeah, no, not crucified. I asked to be lynched, pay-per-view lynchings via old corn silk, and I'm telling people here, you know, hey man, if you want to treat me like a whipping boy, I'm gonna just, you know, say it. That's what you're treating me like, you know, and but I want you to be proud of it. Like you know people. I'm white man. I'm white. Well, Italian descent. I guess it's still white. But anyway, the point being is these people, you know, are denying like the racism here in America, the misogyny, and all these other things, right? So if it comes down to it, they want to lynch me first. Fine, I'm going to invite them to sit in the front row.
Everybody's racist, my lord. Everybody's racist.
I forget who I was talking to. I think it was, I forget if precisely, but I was chatting along with them, and I explained to them, look, you know, I base everything I do on honor, respect, and courtesy. That's the way I perceive things, right? And then that person, I forget his name. My apologies. He said, "Death before dishonor," and I said, "Hey, that's right. That's right. I would rather die. I'd rather die an honorable man than be a hypocrite like everyone else, right?" So I was
Aren't
what?
your survival instincts working?
Well, yes, because I will survive, but I will not change who I am, and I would rather die honorably, right, than be a
Yeah.
hypocrite. And they're gonna tell me, well, we're gonna kill you if you don't. Well, go ahead, kill me, man. Go ahead. You know, I'd rather, you know, what it's an old saying. I forgot who said it. Right, I would rather die on my feet than live on my knees. A man said that. I forget exactly who that was. I can look it up, but I'm chatting right now. But that's who I
Armando
am.
Vargas? Are you quoting Armando Vargas?
No, that was Armando Vargas would never say a thing like that. It's impossible for him to do that. He already like right now, like I said, he took my wrench, so these other people can whip on me. That's the word, whip, verbally.
Shame on you, my lord. Shame on you for doing such
Oh no,
pathetic tactics
no, that's okay.
against my creator. Shame on you, my lord. Shame on you.
Like I said, that I forget who it is, but he said death before dishonor, and that's an old saying. I never thought of it, but that's right. It applies. And like I said, I would rather die on my feet than live on my knees. So it's cool. I mean, I'm not afraid. So long as they're proud of it
I'm
and
not
admit to it.
afraid. I'm not afraid.
So I mean, what is your really honest Pakistani? What's your point of trying to deter me from stating exactly what's going on in our country?
I just want to learn because everything is new for me.
What?
I would just want to learn because everything is new for me.
Well, no. See, the idea is that you learn as we go. Everybody learns as we go. It's not like a, a bad thing or a good thing. Have you ever heard that poem by a man named Martin? Oh, he was a pastor. I think he was Catholic. Martin Niemöller. Have you ever heard that?
Uh, no.
Okay, it was World War II, and he got put into a concentration camp, and the messages, what he had written down, was found after they freed the concentration camp. Okay, right. First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I am not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionist.
I've heard that. Go on.
The whipping has begun. I got muted. Would you like me to continue, Hassan? Would you? Oh, you don't want me to continue, Hassan? Hello, Hassan? No.
Oh, sorry. Uh, what? I just heard his song. Hello.
Oh, did you want me to continue?
Yes,
I mean,
yes. Yeah, that's the nice thing.
somebody kicked out honest Pakistani. Okay, I want to continue. I'll start over. All right, it's like I said, the man's a pastor. He was, I think, he was
Yeah.
Catholic. Right,
What
Martin,
was I? Martin.
Niemöller.
Not Niemöller or yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah. First, they came for the socialists. I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist.
Yes. Then they came for the Jews, and I
I'm
didn't
being
speak out
muted again.
because
I'm being muted again. You know.
yeah, I will go on because I
Well,
was
yeah,
not a trade unionist.
yeah. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because
Yeah,
I was not a
because
Jew.
yes,
Then they came for me, and then there was no one left to speak for me.
yeah.
Right. So I realized. Well, I read that decades ago, and then I realized it, and like I had this. I brought this up because and the point is, I'm talking about it. I'm speaking up now because the problem is going on now, right? And these other people, like honest Pakistani, is saying, "Well, why don't you just drop it? Why don't you just let that go?" And then, like I say, not him, but before a week or two ago, yes, that's when I was reminded of that poem, right? So it's like, well, I'm speaking out now, because they'll come after me eventually, you know. So I don't see a problem in me enjoying, expressing my
Yeah.
ideas, but like,
Got a question.
yes.
Why don't you join them?
What do you mean, join who? Oh, uh, uh, why don't I join them?
Yes.
Uh, what are you saying? Are you saying I should join them and be like them?
No, I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that. No. You mentioned that, you know, they went for this. They went for trade unionists. They went for Jews.
Yes, the
And
socialist.
the socialists.
Yes.
And you meant that there was no one to speak out for him, right?
Yeah, he said for me, right.
Right. I just had this idea. Okay, if you're going to that point that you will lose yourself, okay, lose your life, okay, and if you're that sure about it, okay, um, why wouldn't you join them? Just a question. I'm not saying it must be. I apologize. It's the wrong question. I take my question back because it's kind of offending.
Oh no, I think that's a very good question, and it sets up a situation here, because if okay, like they at the time would have been the Nazi Party, right? That's understood because he was in a concentration camp, in Nazi Germany. Okay, so
Yes.
he was speaking about the other peoples that the Nazi Party came after, and he didn't speak up, right? And eventually they came for him, and no one could speak for him because there was no one left,
There's
right?
no one left. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying, I guess it's a hypothetical here.
Yes.
Why don't I join them, and they won't come after me, right? If I don't remember that history, right, and just go ahead and join them, I would be no better than they are, as I understand it.
Yes, you were the same.
Right, right. So these people here, I can
But do
pick
you
out.
know what is wrong being with the same with them?
I don't understand that what you just said. You know what's wrong? What'd you say?
Uh, do you know why becoming the same with them is bad?
Oh,
Do you understand?
okay. I guess we're gonna have to clear this up. Why do I know
No.
why becoming the same like them?
Why becoming the same like them? Okay. Whether you can. No. Let's put it this way. Why I told you that? Why don't you become them? Okay. And now I'm asking, what will happen if you convert to them?
What will
Okay.
happen? What will
Yeah.
happen? Okay. Let's use that example. Here we go, Hesam.
I
You ask.
simply know the answer. Because you will already find yourself dead.
Well,
You will
yes,
be a walking dead.
but there.
I know that.
Okay, you want to put it into reality? Here we go. If I become
No reality.
please. Oh yes, you asked for it. I'm going to tell you exactly what it is. If I become them, I'm still myself, right? Ronin Kannushi, I'm still myself, right? And then I change my position, right? And I
Right.
can change that poem. First, we're going to go for the illegals, right? We're going to go for the illegals. Next, we're going to go for the Jews because we have problem with the Jews. Next, we're going to go for all the Muslims. If I become one of them, that's what I would be
Yes.
saying. Like some of these people in chat right now, that's what I would become. I would become them, and I'm not them. I don't want the illegals to get hurt. I don't want the Jews to get hurt. I don't want the Muslims to get hurt. So if I don't speak up,
I think Jews are being appreciated these days,
what's that?
aren't they?
Well, no, right now here in America, there's a lot of hate crimes going on against the Jews. As a matter of fact, the day after the president was elected November 2nd, right? The
Mhm.
the amount of hate crimes against Jews jumped up between the day was elected and inauguration day, which is January 20th. There was a total of 600 and I think it's 71, 671 and 691, anti-Semitic crimes committed, right? And you can get that to the ADL, the
But
anti-defamation league.
isn't your government good with Jews? I mean, with Israel, aren't they good with aren't they good together?
Well, yes, but here in America, there's a lot of people, the alt right, the white supremacists here. They commit a lot of crimes against the Jews. They commit a lot of crimes against Muslims. And like I said, it goes back to that poem. There was no one left to speak for me, so I'm speaking up now. I understand that history lesson. So I'm just saying something now, and these people don't like it, but hey, that's what it is. They want to deny
That's
it.
the reality, yeah.
That's reality, because I like reality, and I'm saying it now. In other words, well, yeah, I'm speaking up now. I'm speaking up now. That's. I mean, I think that's my right because under law, and because I care for humanity. I'm not going to forget that lesson. Well, that poem. Like I read that decades ago. But if it came down to it, and I was one of them, as soon as I found out that you were Persian, I would be them and hate you, and I don't hate you. I don't want you hurt, and I think you're a very very nice person. Why would I want to do that? And I don't see.
I don't fit to any kind of those categories. That.
Oh no, they don't care. And here in America,
Why? If they hate Muslims, I'm not a Muslim. If they hate Jews,
no,
I'm not a Jew
you're from,
either.
as soon as they find out that you're from where,
Uh-huh.
where are you from? They're gonna say,
Uh-huh.
where are you from originally? That's what they're gonna say. Where are you from? They don't care if you're a Muslim or not. You're from that country. They hate you because you're from that country. That's what these hypocrites do. They hate you because you're from that country. They don't care about your religion just because you're from that country.
If this chat wasn't live, I would say something, but this chat is live. I cannot say that.
Oh no, you can say. Well, put it this way: I'm going to say it. I know they're gonna eject me or something like that, but they know it's reality. They know it's the truth, but they'll deny it. They'll deny it.
My government is different. Okay, your government has some laws and things. Okay, if I speak out, I'm gonna be dead tomorrow. So.
Well, no, that's just it. That's just it. I'm speaking up. I'm speaking up. Right? I don't want you to get hurt. That's why I'm speaking up. You and other people. A Jewish person might come in here, a Muslim person, a Persian person. It doesn't matter. Here they have the mentality of white supremacists, but they deny it. They did. I had to work with these people. I'm a retired businessman. I had to work with these people. I'm speaking from experience. I'm not just angry because these problems here and I read it in a book. No, I had to work with these people. I did that professionally. I mean, I wasn't them. They always made those rude jokes, horrible statements, but they're amongst themselves, and I'm one of them. Color, right? But I never said anything. So, like I said, I'm speaking up now. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm speaking up. I call my government area code 202-224-3121. I have that number memorized. I call them, and they're smart enough to figure out exactly where I am at. But they know, hey man, this guy's just speaking up. He's not threatening us. He's not threatening us at all. I'm calling the government. They record me. They know who I am. They know exactly where I am, but they can't come get me because I have freedom of expression. Because when I go to court, I'm going to talk like I'm talking now. Please, let me see your evidence. Let me hear that tape, Now, what did I say? What did I say? Play it louder. Play it again. They can't do it, right? Because I never threatened them. I don't mean, what my line is, I mean you no harm and not for no reason, right? So I know I'm well within my rights to say these things. I'm not making things up. I'm not threatening any one of them. That's who they are. That's what they do. And I just express it, accordingly. No problem, you know?
Sorry, do you hear a noise?
Do I hear a noise?
Yeah.
Like, what noise do you hear?
Well, I'm I'm making omelets.
Like what?
Omelets.
You're making an omelet?
Yeah,
You're cooking. Oh, okay.
yeah.
Do you, is it just eggs or do you mix, mushrooms or anything?
No, I don't have anything today. I will just mix tomatoes and eggs.
Oh,
Here's the first one.
uh,
Did you hear that?
it's the Hasam cooking show. Go ahead.
Yes, okay. So first we slice tomatoes and we put them on a pan, and then we put oil in. No. First we have to make. Oh shit! I did a mistake. I made a mistake. But yeah, well after that, you know how to make an omelet. Just it's useless to just say it again. So please make omelet the way you like. Enjoy.
I can make omelets.
Yeah, but I think everyone can. Okay, so just let it be cooked and I'll get back to it. Oh, man, I gotta call this guy. I will get back to you later.
Okay.
world are poor. This ship will make an extraordinary addition to the fleet, like no other, Anywhere in the world, there's nothing like this. It represents of naval aviation. I have no greater privilege than to serve and women of the United States military. I salute you, and I salute our sailors. I will always support you and your mission. I will never, ever let you down. And I also
Mike, that's copyrighted. That's copyrighted. You're gonna shut down the stream by playing that, Mike. You're gonna shut down the stream by playing that. That's copyrighted, Mike. You're gonna shut down the stream. Excuse me, Mike. Mike, you're gonna shut down the stream. I'm not the one muting you, man. And everybody's gonna take a chance, you know. And guess what? You're gonna shut down the stream. That is copyrighted. Mike, you understand? You're playing copyrighted material. You're gonna shut down the stream.
Kannushi! Kannushi!
Yes, Mike.
Kannushi, this is Ronin!
Who?
What do you want? What are you talking about?
Well, I'm kind of listening to the TV right now, so I can, quote the president in the chat stream. But you want to chat about something? What do you want to chat about?
Kannushi, this is Ronin!
Mike?
Mike is Ronin!
Oh, you're New York, Ronin?
Yeah, Brooklyn! Come on, what do you want to talk about? You want to talk about Trump?
Well, I was wanting to listen to it, but yeah, let's talk about it.
Go ahead, what do you got to say?
Well, you can read. You've seen what I've been writing. I've been quoting the news and then offering my comment. What's wrong with that?
You're saying he's doing a horrible job?
What, please?
You're saying he's doing a horrible job?
A horrible. I don't understand what you're saying. Something horrible, Trump? Is that what I'm saying? Hearing?
Why are you playing around the echo?
I don't understand what you're saying. You're like you're.
You're full of shit. Stop playing with the sound.
I'm not playing with the sound.
Well, stop playing with the sound. Number one.
I'm not playing with the sound.
You're pulling this echo shit all the time. You think everybody's stupid?
Well, if you got an echo, it's probably your YouTube page that needs to be muted. I'm checking mine now. Mine is on mute. You need to mute your YouTube page if you hear an echo, Mike. That's why you're hearing
that's better.
echo. You need to mute your YouTube page.
I muted it.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
For starters, number one, you didn't vote for Trump. Why are you telling everybody? You insult everybody's intelligence when you tell everybody you voted for Trump. That never happened.
Well, I've explained it before, and I'd be happy to explain it to you, but you don't seem to want to
No,
listen.
no need to explain it.
You don't want to listen. That's the problem, because I can explain it to you clearly.
There's nothing to explain. I'm just calling you out. You didn't vote for Trump. That's number one. Number two, you stated that Trump violated the emolument clause.
You're assuming.
Tell me how he violated the emolument clause. It never happened.
I want to know why you're assuming the conclusion before you even found out why I voted for Trump. That's not being civil, much less fair.
Well, he's doing everything he promised in the primaries.
If you just want to be
So
angry,
if you voted for him,
well, yes, it's my
well,
right.
I'm not angry. I'm just calling you out for you just lying to everybody.
Well, no, you're not asking for an
Okay.
explanation. You're assuming something, and then you're calling me out, and that's a contradiction right there. That's
That's neither here nor there.
that's a blatant contradiction.
Because Trump never violated the emolument clause. That's number two.
Do you want to find
Number
out?
three,
So, do you want to find out why I voted for Trump? Is obviously it's quite available.
that's just bullshit. You have no common sense what you're saying. Nobody buys that nonsense.
Well, no,
You voted for him, so this way you can have some sort of warranty.
That's not true.
That's nonsense.
That's not true at all. You're not even willing to listen to my side or point.
I heard your explanation. I heard it a couple times.
Oh, so you just wanted to yell?
Bullshit.
I'll tell you what.
It's pure bullshit.
I'll tell you what. I'll lower my volume and put myself on mute so I can listen to President Trump, and then I'm going to go back to the chat stream. If you just want to scream and yell at me without asking me why, then, like I said, I'm not going to mute you. You can yell all you want.
I heard your explanation.
No, you didn't. What was it then? Fine. Tell me what it was.
You made that comparison to buying a car, so you could have some sort of warranty, a guarantee that you could complain, you could gripe, and you could protest.
No, that wasn't the point. So you're making it up based on what you thought you heard.
I know what I heard.
Not the real reason, because that was after the fact. It's called ex post facto, after the fact. And you don't want to hear the original point that I made and voted for Trump. That's what you don't want to
complain about Trump 24 hours, 7 days a week, and you tell me you voted for him. That's nonsense. It's ludicrous.
Well, see, like I said, you don't even want to listen to my explanation. So, like I said, I'll mute myself and lower my volume because I want to listen to what President Trump has to say. If you're just going to yell, then fine. Feel free to yell. I'm not, you know.
You want to explain how Trump violated the emolument clause?
I support your freedom of expression. They deny mine. They deny my freedom of expression here. But you're most.
Nobody denies you anything. You're up there posting in the chat for 24 hours, 7 days a week.
Well, yeah, that's my.
Not a day goes by where you don't post about Trump.
That's my current focus nowadays. I have a right to do that.
Exactly. Nobody's denying you your freedom of speech.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You just yelling.
I am not.
You just
I'm
yelling
just
at me.
refuting you.
You're calling me out without asking me why or how I came to this point. That's where you're being like one-sided about things. It's obvious.
Nobody's buying what you're selling, Kannushi.
In other words, you don't want to hear it from me, and you're trying to represent everybody out
No,
there.
I just don't
that
believe you.
disagrees.
I just don't believe you.
Well, then why don't you ask me how I came to the point of voting for Trump?
I just want to call you out on
Well, it's not
three
it's
different
not-
things.
in
Number
other
one, you
words- in other
voted
words,
for
you-
Trump. Number two, you stated that
in other
Trump
words,
violated the emolument clause. I'd like to hear you explain
Well, no,
that.
You're really upset over no valid reason because you never even asked me why I voted or how I came to the point of voting for President Trump.
Move on to the emolument clause. You can explain all you want. I just don't believe you.
You're jumping topics.
Simple.
You're jumping topics. I can't go, trying to so-called chase you around when you came up to me and not ask
Stop
me a question.
bullshitting.
Well, no.
Stop the bullshit.
Trying to do that, you're just basically entertaining me. That's what it comes down to. That's what it really comes down to.
Emolument clause. How did he violate the emolument clause?
Your intentions are not sincere. Obviously, you've assumed a conclusion, and that doesn't look good on you. But guess what? You're the majority, so that makes you right. I'm happy because
You want to explain the emolument clause? How Trump violated the emolument clause?
Well, no, I want to get to the first point because you're gonna, as soon as I start addressing emolument clause, you're gonna change it to something else. You're gonna, like you were initially, you're being evasive, and I understand
I'm
that.
not being evasive. It's
Yes,
my
you are.
opinion. My opinion states
Obviously
you
you
did
are.
not vote
Tell
for
you what,
Trump. It's
why don't
simple.
you ask me? Why don't you ask me on how I decided to vote for Trump? Why don't you ask me that?
Why? Because I don't care. I don't believe you. You don't get that through your head.
Being evasive. That's it. That's all you're really doing.
No, I'm not being evasive. I'm
Yes,
entitled
you
to
are.
my opinion.
you
I'm
are.
calling you a liar. That's
That's
it.
what makes it so much fun for me.
It
It's
can't be proven. I'm
giving you
my opinion.
right
I'm
here,
calling you.
Mike.
I'm calling you a liar. You're full of shit.
No, actually, I'm
Nobody believes you.
quite sincere and aware of what I'm saying and doing. You're just coming in here to so-called, call me out.
Well,
And I
you
just
got
missed
three things.
a speech
The
here.
emolument clause, you lied to everybody that Trump violated the emolument clause. It never happened. And number three, you're telling me that everybody that's in the Fortune 500 company has to read The Art of War by Sun Tzu. You're ridiculous.
Ronin, can I ask you a question? Did you have this choice?
Well, sure.
Did you have this choice? Did you have the choice between not voting for Trump and voting for Trump? Did you have that choice without voting for Hillary?
Well, yeah. Would you like to?
It's clear
Well, put
right
it this
now.
way: it doesn't matter. No one's going to listen, but I'm going to tell you why or how I came to the conclusion that I would vote for President Trump.
No, can you directly answer that question? Could you not vote for either of them?
Could I not vote for what?
Could you not vote, okay, for Hillary nor for Trump? Could you do that?
No. Okay. I voted since I was 18 years of age. Okay.
No. Is that? I mean, I'm referring to your rule. I don't know your rules there. Okay, I'm asking about the rule there.
Oh, okay. Here, basically, there's two major parties. Okay, the Democrats and the Republicans. Donald Trump ran on the Republican platform. Okay. Before the two finalists, the two nominees from both parties, right? Before Donald Trump and before Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump had like 16 opponents, right? That wanted to get the nomination, right? As a candidate from the Republican Party to the office of the presidency of the United States. On the Hillary side, there was Hillary Clinton, there was Bernie Sanders, and a couple of other people that aren't really big names, okay? So they had like very small percentages, right? Jill Stein and right now I forget the other gentleman's name, is a libertarian. But anyway, I was supporting a man named Bernie Sanders, okay? I didn't want Hillary Clinton to win the nomination, okay? So what happened was the Democratic Party worked it out, tricked everything. It's called a scam here in America. It's a trick, right? Where I'm being muted, so my apologies, Hesam. I'm going to start over. Are you there, Hesam?
No, my question was, is that possible in America not to vote? Because I think that's possible.
Oh, to not vote at all? Yeah, I had the choice.
Yeah.
I didn't have to vote. No.
Okay, and you voted for Trump, and you're now against Trump. That's kind of, doesn't make sense that much to me.
Oh, that doesn't make sense to you?
Of course it doesn't make sense. Hassan knows you're full of shit.
Why?
Everybody knows.
Maybe it has some personal reasons. I'm not the one to judge. Maybe I don't understand his logic. I'm not the one to judge.
There is no logic. He bashes Trump 24/7. But that's neither here nor there. Tell me about the embodiment clause, Kannushi. How did he violate the embodiment clause? You have nothing. I'm calling you on your bullshit.
I was talking to Hassam, and you're being rude to him. If that's the way you want to be, feel free. I'm not trying to interrupt you or tell you what you're thinking when you didn't even ask me in the first place.
I asked you several times. Explain how Trump violated the embodiment clause.
Hassam, are you there? No?
Yes, yes, I'm here, man. I'm here.
Okay. Here in America, under our law, I have the right to hold my elected official accountable. You know, I have that right. I can expect whoever gets elected, even if I didn't vote for that person, even if I didn't vote for him, but I did, even if I didn't vote for that person, I have the right to hold him accountable. Or him or her, but it's a him. I have that right. So
it can make sense some way that you didn't want Hillary to win, so you voted
I didn't
for
want
Trump.
Hillary to win. I didn't want it. No, I knew what was going to happen if Hillary went. So no. So okay, so I voted for Trump. Trump won. Now I can hold him accountable. I can say, what are you going to do? Are you doing?
Yeah.
I have that right. I have
yes,
that
you have,
right here.
You have that right. You have it right. But the thing is that I would be. I'm talking about myself, okay? I'm you know that I'm just a kiddo, right? I'm just 18. I don't understand a lot of things, right? So I mean that if I would like vote for Trump so Hillary cannot win, I would kind of, you know, be a little bit responsible about my vote, and it's I don't have any problem that you're just, you know, you're against Trump. I think I don't care. It's none of my business, you know. I'm not even that guy. I'm not even in that country. I'm sorry.
Well, I still like I said, if a person, it's like saying, I decided to hire somebody to do a job, and I paid. In other words, I voted for that person to do the job. And after he got the contract, got elected to office, he's not doing the job. So I have a right.
Kannushi, he's only been in office for 40 days. What are you talking about? You never gave him a chance.
I have a right.
He's been in office for 40 days. You've been complaining about him for 50.
I have a right.
100, 300 days.
Well, the difference is when President Obama was elected, no one gave him a chance. No one gave him support. But he did.
Of course they gave him a chance. You saw how many people he got elected into the cabinet in his first week? You see the obstruction the Democrats are doing to Trump right now?
Apparently,
Trump is done in 40 days?
You're jumping
to
conclusions.
With the mic again, aren't you?
You're jumping to conclusions, and you're doing it again. You're being evasive. That's exactly what
I'm not being evasive.
Yes, you are. It's clear.
I don't know. He's been in office 40 days.
You're not allowing.
Talk as though he's been there for 3 years.
You're now allowing me the opportunity to explain it to Hassam, and he's being quite civil. He's trying.
Go right ahead. Try and explain your way out of it.
You keep interrupting, proving my point again. That you're not willing to be civil about this, and that just shows your intentions, which are not honorable. And you could, if you could respect that, if you could respect that, I would understand you as a civil person. But I obviously wouldn't agree that you're being civil. You've proven it enough to me, and anybody who really is reasonable out there in so-called, computer land. So, like I was saying, Hassam, I agreed to this person doing this job and they're not doing it. The previous president, right, did not have any support, right, from the brothel of fools that's our Congress. The first day after he was elected.
Okay. Let's put it this way: you vote for pizza delivery, okay, for pizza delivery boy to deliver 60 pizzas, okay, and it's his first day, and he has delivered one pizza, okay, and you're pushing him that you have not delivered 60 pizzas. Is the thing that you're doing?
No, I'm saying, okay, you're using pizza delivery. Okay, I ordered a pizza, right, and I only got the box. I didn't get the pizza. That's what's happening right now.
Okay, so maybe you rushed a little bit, so they couldn't give you the pizza. Pizza wasn't ready.
Okay, the previous president delivered the pizza with a smile. He was ready to deliver the pizza. And
Well,
everybody expected
40 days, Kannushi. It's only been 40
You're
days.
being rude again.
Wake up and smell
I wasn't chatting with you, Mike. I was chatting with Hassam. You're interrupting again, and you said you weren't going to be, and you're
because you
proving
don't
my
have
point
anything to
again.
stand
Thank you.
on.
You're proving
full
my
of
point
shit.
again. You're proving
You're
my
full
point
of
again.
shit.
That's all you're really doing. You're just taking up time because you want to disrupt this conversation, and I'm trying to explain it to Hassam. And you're not even
Some
trying
even
to
knows you're
contribute
full of
and
shit.
making
No,
me
40
no,
days he's been in office.
my goal
sir,
here.
please. I'm not there, so I'm not even eligible, and my opinion is not even valid. Okay, please don't take it like I'm like against Ronin, against Trump, against you,
Oh,
or
I
against
know you're
anyone.
not having an authority on it, but this idiot knows what's going on. It's only been 40 days. What can he accomplish? You want to hear what he's done in 40 days?
Yeah, I'm not eligible for this chat, so I will just listen. Okay, you go on. You two go on. I will just listen because I know nothing about literally the politics in America and Donald Trump, how President Obama was. I don't know, so I'm not eligible to have this chat with you. But you can explain to me your point of
You gonna
views.
explain?
But
Are you there? Did you walk away?
No, I'm here, but you were going to, go ahead and, ramble on. I mean, I'm
Cutting
just,
him down. He's only been in office for 40 days. I want to tell you what he's accomplished in 40 days. He's created thousands of jobs.
no.
He opened up the XL pipeline and the Dakota pipeline.
Okay,
He's in the
stop right
process of
there.
rescinding
Okay,
Obamacare.
let's talk about the Dakota pipeline. Can you focus on
Go right
just
ahead.
one point? Let's talk about one point right now. Can you do that? The
Go right
Dakota, the Dakota pipeline. Can you focus on that right now?
I'm waiting.
Okay. Now, when the Dakota pipeline was going on, okay, they were building. President Obama said, "You can't do this. Under law, we need a survey done, right? An environmental impact survey. That's what it's called. Okay? And it needed to be done, right? Because there's a lot of problems, and that very same company, the reports are out there, that has a lot of problems with leaks. Okay? So the environmental impact statement by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers was required under law before they could drill under the river. Now that river is very important for those people that live there, the Sioux Indian tribe, right? And that the environmental impact statement is required. Right, and that's why they stopped the production of that pipeline, and they needed those reports. Find out how many leaks that company has over a period of time. Try to figure out a way to get it done safely. But when President Trump came in, he just said, forget it, go ahead and do it. Now, those people live off of that water. So what is going to happen, because it will happen, when that pipeline leaks into the water and all those people get poisoned, are you in support of those people dying? It's a yes or no answer, Mike. It's a yes or no answer.
That's a hypothetical situation.
Are you in
Environmental
support?
impact study
It's
was
a
done.
yes or no answer.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to start it. What are you talking about?
So this is where you're being evasive again. See, you're
give me
proving
a
my point. That's
hypothetical.
all you're really doing.
It's a hypothetical.
No, it's not.
People are going to die because
real.
the water might be poisoned.
They have the data. Well, why can't they wait and do the survey?
The study was done. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to start on the project.
Why will they not do the environmental impact statement according to law? It's a law.
It was
already.
done.
It's a law already.
It's been established already, Kannushi. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to start the project.
It's been established for decades that an environmental impact statement is required and basically produced by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Why are they circumventing that law if it's required under federal?
Otherwise, they couldn't break ground.
Federal law, Mike.
Yes,
why is the Trump administration putting that aside? Just breaking the law. The Trump administration is breaking the law.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Now you don't know what I'm talking about. Is that what
right, the pipeline said? The pipeline started a year ago.
Right, and it was illegal then. It was
not illegal. Otherwise, Obama wouldn't have started.
They were. That's why
you
those
cannot
people.
break ground unless you have that environmental impact.
That is why those people were protesting for so long, because it was against the law to begin with. That's what you fail to realize.
No,
that's why those people are protesting, because the environmental impact statement had not been produced, and it takes time to do that. But the builders paid off the state bureaucracy to go ahead.
You're lying. You're making it up.
Because it's only just a bunch of filthy Indians out there. Okay?
No, you're lying. You're making it up.
I'm not lying. I did the homework, Mike. Not like you.
If the study was not completed, then they wouldn't have been able to break ground.
Not like you and the people you represent.
Can't seem to comprehend that.
Just assuming something because you just want to forget the law. That's why I'm pointing.
You just make things up, and I'm calling you out on it again,
Mike.
Every time you get on the air, you make shit up. I'm calling you out on it,
Mike. That's why I'm pointing out the law, Mike. I studied the law about that.
The law my ass. I just stated to you, they could not break ground unless the environmental impact study was completed.
All you're doing is trying to yell over me, and you're wrong.
Hold water.
I can prove you wrong. You want me to post links? You know what? It's no point in me posting a link, because all you're gonna do is change the topic. I can guarantee already that you'll change the topic like you've been doing. That's all you've been doing.
I'm not changing the topic.
Yes, you are. Yes,
I'm refuting your bullshit.
Yes, you are. See, that's it.
I'm refuting your bullshit.
All you've got. That's all you've got. I'll tell you what. Why don't you do the homework right now?
Bullshit.
You got a computer. Look up environmental impact statement, Dakota Access Pipeline.
I don't have to.
You don't
I
have
just told you.
No.
If the environmental impact study wasn't completed, they wouldn't have been able to break ground.
Without evidence, you are wrong. Ronin Kannushi said that, by the way.
You brought it up. Provide me the facts.
I said that. I think
Give me the link.
It's very succinct, accurate statement. No, you can do it. You're smart. You say you're smart.
I don't have to. Well, you made that statement. Provide the facts.
You wanted to call me out. Look it up. I just gave you what to look up.
You made that statement.
What to look up.
Provide the facts.
Why don't you just take a breath, relax, and type it into your search. Environmental impact.
I don't have
to. Yes, you do have to. Because if you're going to call me out, that means you have some evidence, and you don't. I know you don't. And if you look it up, guess what? It's going to agree with me. And I know that already. That's why you keep talking. That's why you don't just type it in while you're chatting with me and look at it. Because you know what's going to happen when you look at it?
Don't need to.
You're going to realize that you're going to have to admit that I'm right. That's the difference. You will have to admit, no, you're smart, man. You look it up. Environmental impact statement, Dakota Access Pipeline. Go ahead. You can look it up right now. You're smart, man. I know that.
I
You
already
calling me
said
out.
it to you.
If you're calling me out, that means
5
you have
times
the
over.
evidence.
You just
You
can't
have the
seem to get
evidence.
it
If
through
you're
your head.
calling me out, and you don't have evidence, you've got nothing. Without evidence, you are wrong, and I know you're wrong. I know that right now. Why don't you go look it up? You can look
You've
at.
been wrong time and time again.
That's all you have to do. Look it up.
gotta
It's
shut
a
you
key
up.
point. You're calling me out. That means you're obligated to supply the evidence, not
No,
me.
you make the statement.
I have to explain it to you, and
You
that's
made the statement. I'm calling you out on it.
sad part that proves I know what I'm talking about, and all you want to do is interrupt me. That's all.
You made the
That's all you're
statement
doing,
that
Mike.
it wasn't completed,
All
that it
you-
was illegal,
that's all
it's
you
against
want.
the law.
You and everybody
Your
else
statements, your
is
words.
with you.
Don't hit the
But you're just
tape.
trying to deny the facts. I did the homework. You haven't. You're calling me out. You got no evidence. In other words, you should be the
You're
one
full of
just
shit.
typing it in.
I'm just wasting
And
my
all you want to
time.
do is just
Go ahead,
vent
screw
right
your
now.
bullshit.
You know what?
I've had enough of your nonsense.
You out. I'm not calling you names. I'm asking you.
No need to.
You're the one that's
You're the one that's full of shit.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Look it up. Prove me wrong.
I don't have to. It's your
Why should I
statement.
have to hold you? You want me to hold your hand, Mike? I don't have to hold your hand. You can find out for
It's
yourself. You
your
got fingers.
statement.
You can
Kannushi.
type. That's the whole
Thanks.
situation. That's all you got to do. Look it up. And you're smart. You're going to
No
call me
need
out.
to. Your
What's your
statement.
evidence?
You provide
What
the facts.
is your evidence, Mike? That's it. You got none. You have no
No
evidence
need
whatsoever.
to. You
That's
made
the
the
fun
statement.
part.
You prove
That's
it.
the fun part for me.
Those are
You
your
have
words.
no evidence. I know you don't. I know
Those are
you
your
don't.
words.
And you're skipping over the whole point. The whole point of an environmental impact statement. Look it up. You're the one. You said you're
No
calling.
need to.
Where's your evidence? Where's your evidence? You're calling me out. I made a statement. Okay, question it. Prove it to me. You don't have any evidence. I know that. I know that.
Your statement. You have to provide the evidence.
You see, that's all you can do. It's oh, you're just wrong. Well, provide the evidence then. Prove me wrong. Shut me up. Go ahead. Go ahead. Shut me up. Give me the evidence. Post the links. Oh, let me see. Open it. I'm going to open my little side chat here. Right there you go.
It's on the side chat right now. Read it.
I'm waiting.
Read it.
Waiting for the link.
Read it.
You're the one that's saying you're calling me out. That means you're required to provide the evidence.
Posted it. Read it.
None. You have no evidence.
Look on the side chat. Somebody posted it.
Your mic's breaking up, Mike.
You're wrong again.
You got no evidence
Read it.
in the side chat here in the hand. What's that?
Did it again.
Who is that typing so passionately?
Kannushi.
Let's speak music, man. Nothing comes out of politics.
Unbelievable.
Ronin, let's speak music, man.
What's that, please?
What? Buddy, get in here if you're listening to me.
I'm here, Seven. Good to see you, man.
Hey, how are you doing? You okay?
Buddy, what's going on?
Hey, man. Good to have you up here, man. I'm just sitting here chilling. I may have to run out to the garage in a minute. My son's working on my zero-turn mower out there. But I'm right here, man. I'll be back. I'll be back in just a bit. Okay. How's school going, Seven?
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's going well.
That's real good, man. Okay. Mike out.
Yeah, see you.
Isn't Ronin Case supposed to be replying to something? I hadn't heard anything yet.
I don't know.
I
no
think
idea.
he's researching it.
No idea.
Hey, Dave. Good to see you, man.
Hey, buddy.
Hey,
Oh,
Dave.
finally got to hear
Dave.
your voice, Ronin. How you doing, my man? Hello, Hassam.
Hello.
Oh, just enjoying the debate the two Ronins are having.
You having fun?
It's great hearing your voice, man. That's the first time I've ever heard you.
Yeah, I don't bother. I really don't want to bother getting on here and refuting it, but it's just too much. He goes on daily about that nonsense.
You can come on and talk about anything, man. I know you're a music lover like me, so we could discuss that if you like. But I was just really coming on to just say hi to you, because I've got stuff to do, so I'll probably be away for about half an hour. It was just great hearing your voice, man.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah, man, it has.
How long have we
Nearly
chatted?
a year, isn't it?
About over a year.
Yeah, about a year, I think.
Oh man, time flies. Time flies when you're having a good time.
It certainly does. See, you keep
Yeah.
yourself healthy, Ronin, yeah?
What's that?
Are you keeping yourself healthy?
Yeah, 6 years. Last month.
Oh, that's brilliant. That's brilliant, pal.
Another year under the belt.
We're really, really glad to hear that.
Me, yelling and screaming. It's bad for my high blood pressure.
That's
had
that
enough.
New Yorker in you, though. That's that New Yorker in you.
Yeah, New Yorkers, we don't like to be bullshitted. I'll call you out for it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, definitely. As I say, I just wanted to say hi to you, pal. I'm just going to jump back out, okay?
All right,
you
Dave.
have a good one, Ronin.
Good chatting with you.
Maybe jump back on.
Bye.
Bye. Bye, Sam.
Bye, Dave. Bye.
Kannushi, you looking it up?
No, it was your job. Remember, you're calling me out, which means you need to provide the evidence.
No. I guess you didn't go to college.
No.
You have to post a link.
You're the one calling me
You
out.
made the
I made the
statement.
point. I made the point. You're supposed to provide the counter argument. That's your job. It's
I
preponderant.
gave you the
on
counter argument. You
It's
made the
it's
statement. You need to
preponderant
provide
on
the
you.
proof.
If we're gonna go cackling back and forth, guess what? I'm not cackling. I'm stating facts. You're the one calling me out. That means you provide the evidence. I'll wait.
I have.
Darth. Oh, I think I've talked to you in another hangout, but I was actually listening that time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have the time to chat. But you seem so intellectual to me.
So what's this hangout about?
I don't know what to say about it. It's just a hangout. Just a hangout. That is actually. I don't know what to say about it. I enjoy it. Sometimes when people are not like fighting is okay, but fighting. Any topic, people?
Well, I like talking with atheists.
I am atheist.
How do you define atheism?
Oh, well, my atheism is kind of different. I will call myself a Spinozist. I believe in Spinoza's gods somehow. If you know what that is.
Yeah, I know what it is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. About the existence of God, well, the way that like Abrahamic religions they define it.
Well, not believing in an Abrahamic God is not atheism.
Yeah.
Disbelieving in all gods is atheism.
Disbelieving in God as a supreme being, I think, is atheism, isn't it?
Yeah, any gods.
I mean, any god. It literally makes sense. It literally makes sense.
What's your rational basis that there are no gods?
I didn't say that there is no God. You know, I'm agnostic about it.
Excuse me, Darth. You're an atheist? Yes.
Me? No, I'm a Christian.
Oh, okay. I'm an atheist. So.
Well, why are you an atheist?
What's that?
Why?
Oh, why am I an atheist?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I read the Bible at 13 with a dictionary, and the concepts in there I disagreed with, so I just abandoned the idea.
Do you ever hear the name of Kai Nielsen?
No.
Okay, Kai Nielsen wrote the atheist article in the Encyclopedia Britannica. Right? He was a very prominent atheist. He stated all of the reasons for God may fail, but it still may be the case that God exists. So, concluding that you've somehow eliminated the God of the Bible will not give you atheism.
Well, I don't believe in any God.
Yeah, so disbelieving in the God of the Bible doesn't provide you with a rationale that justifies that there are no gods.
No, okay. I think I better kind of establish parameters here. If a person, you, for example, comes up to me and says, I believe in God, I can say, oh, okay, that's your right. That's your belief. It's a faith is an emotion. But if someone, you, comes up and says, God exists, then it's my asking you for evidence. And since, you cannot hand me an actual test, a test tube, something I can observe physically in the real world and measure.
Actually, there's no proof that God exists, and there's no proof that God doesn't.
All right. So Ronin, what you're advocating is a form of empiricism, which is the only beliefs that are rational to hold are those that can be demonstrated through empiricism. Now, Ronin.
David
Yeah,
Hume.
outside
Now,
of science.
right. Okay, so let me restate what your position is. That the only rational beliefs to hold are those that can be demonstrated via sense perception.
Yeah, with one of the five senses, yes.
Right. How do you establish that that statement is rational with your sense perception?
Well, because I have five senses, and that's how I perceive
No,
reality.
you didn't understand my question.
No, you didn't let me finish my statement. You're trying to
No,
dominate.
the reason why I interjected is because when you went answer, you didn't understand. Well, you can go ahead and finish it, but I'll explain why you didn't understand it. Go ahead.
Yes, I perceive reality with my five senses. If I can, if I can't observe it, then it doesn't exist.
All right, that's a fatal flaw. That was a big mistake for you to say that.
Okay.
Ronin, can you sense X-rays? Can you see X-rays?
Now, Ronin, your position is that if you cannot verify something with your sense perception, then it doesn't exist. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, that's a fatal position to take, and here's why. I mean, philosophically, not biologically.
Now we're going to the mind. No, we're not. Right. You're not going to play this trick on
Ronin. Let me finish. I didn't explain.
You're playing the same trick.
You can continue to interrupting. I'll wait till you're done.
Wait a minute. No, you're trying to basically confuse things by saying, "Well, this is philosophical." Oh, that's in the mind, not in reality. Biological, you said. Fine, I'll use your word. Biological.
Ronin, he didn't interrupt you.
Ronin,
let him finish.
You got it, Ronin. Seriously, in my experience on Google Plus, I'm running into increasingly belligerent people who don't really want to have a conversation or even a friendly debate. All right, and my patience is growing thin for people who behave that way. So let me explain to you why what you said is fallacious. You stated that you don't believe in anything unless you can verify it through your sense perception, right? Now, that's fallacious for a number of reasons, and here's why. Number one, you have to employ what are known as the laws of logic in order to reason about existence, correct?
Oh, yes. No, you paused and said,
Ronin,
is that correct?
all I need is an affirmative or a negative.
On and on.
Ronin, I asked you a question.
No, before you asked me a question, you didn't pause.
Okay, Ronin, listen. Ronin,
if you're inconsistent,
dude, you're not listening to me. Dude,
well, no, of course not, because like I said before, when you asked the question while you were talking,
do you want to continue? Do you want to continue to conversing with me?
Did pause? So
okay, Ronin, you got 10 seconds.
Understand where you're going with this. If you're going to pause,
okay, Ronin, I'm done.
I'll be more than happy to answer you.
No, Ronin, I'm done.
Pause and not pause.
No, Ronin, don't bother yapping. I'm done talking with you.
And that's very uncomfortable for me because you're inconsistent.
Ronin,
okay.
Your mind is moving a mile a minute. Ronin, I'll give you one more chance. If you're going to continue in the same behavior that you have been since I started conversing with you, the conversation's done and over with. As far as I'm concerned.
You're great because you're inconsistent. You're inconsistent. You're talking.
And he's exactly what I'm talking about. I run into people who they think being belligerent is a form of being debated.
Oh, no, I'm having fun with you because you're inconsistent.
Okay, now Ronin, I'll give you one more chance, and then I have better things to do.
Well, great. Have a great day.
Now, Ronin, when you employ the laws of logic, when you assert that the only things that exist are those things that you verify, you're employing the fundamental laws of logic, such as the law of non-contradiction, right?
I employ the laws of logic. Yes.
All right. Can you verify the laws of logic with your sense perception?
Yes.
You know, it never ceases to amaze me when people answer that way. Do you understand that the term laws of logic, do you know what that refers to?
Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't you give me your definition?
No, you told me that you can verify the laws of logic with your sense perception. Could you tell me how you do that?
Well, yes. I fill a glass with water and I drink it and I can taste, I feel, water doesn't actually have a taste to it. but I can feel the water, going into my mouth, down my throat, to
No,
my tummy.
that's
Logically,
that's incorrect. That's not what the laws of logic are.
well, like I said, that's why I asked you to explain.
Could you tell me what the 3 fundamental laws of logic are?
I don't care.
Well, you told me you could verify them, so you must know what they
Well, I
are.
verified it, right. In other words, I can put it into practice. I don't have to figure out how to
Ronin,
build a car after I'm driving
all right,
it.
Since you don't know what the fundamental laws of logic are, I'll help you out. The laws of logic are the law of identity, that something is what it is. A equals A, right? A dog is a dog, a cat is a cat, right? The second law of logic is that A cannot equal not A at the same time and in the same sense. A cat cannot equal not a cat at the same time and in the same sense. And then there's the law of excluded middle, which is the third law of logic, which is something is either true or it's not true. Something is either A or it is not A, right? Those are the 3 fundamental laws of logic that we use when we speak about the nature of reality, right? So in order for you to speak and reason about anything, including sense perception or science, you have to be employing the law of identity, law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle, right? So for example, if you did not affirm the law of non-contradiction, that A cannot equal not A at the same time and in the same sense, then it would be utterly meaningless for you to make any positive statements about the nature of existence, such as the ball is in the street. Because if you didn't affirm the law of non-contradiction, then to assert that the ball is in the street would be meaningless, because it could also equal the ball is not in the street at the same time and in the same sense. So in order for you to make any positive statement about the nature of existence, in order for it to be meaningful and intelligible, then you would have to be standing on the law of non-contradiction. Otherwise, that statement doesn't mean anything. All right?
Okay, sorry, can I interrupt?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
If you're implying like this, would your theory fit all forms of logic, as informal logic, formal logic, symbolic logic, mathematical logic, all logic, all logical forms that there are
different logical systems.
So,
but the laws of logic,
the fundamentals are the same.
Are the most rudimentary form of reasoning that any other logical systems would be built or derived from.
Exactly. So let's go.
So the problem here for Ronin, is Ronin is advocating something called verificationism. Have you ever heard of verificationism, Ronin?
I can kind of figure out the term.
Okay,
but
verificationism.
Verificationism
was very popular.
I didn't finish my statement.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Like I said, I can understand what the term is. I don't know the definition, but
okay, that's all right.
It comes down, if it's going to be like this, and you're going to play I'm going to give you another chance. You're being, quite the contradictory person here, because I'm hearing you out. And if you're going to start that little game, guess what? I'm going to have fun japing you after you say.
Okay, so the verificationism was very popular in the first part of the 20th century.
I don't need a history lesson. I want you to get to the point.
It's important to understand this question so you understand why verificationism is
explanation so you can hear your own voice. Get to the point. I don't believe in God. Get to the point.
You're interrupting me.
No, you're just trying to take up a bunch of time.
No, actually,
Ronin.
What you're being,
just let him finish.
You're being belligerent. Now, the reason why I'm explaining very briefly the history behind it is because verificationism, even though it was destroyed in the first half of the 20th century, it still lives on. People still advocate it, even though they don't realize that verificationism was destroyed. Now, people who are I won't go down that trail. Verificationism is just simply this: unless something can be verified with our sense perception, therefore it's meaningless. It doesn't mean that it's true or false. It just means it's not meaningless. So unless something can be verified with our sense perception. But you see, when we apply that standard to verificationism itself, it makes verificationism meaningless. Because the statement, in order for something to be meaningful, it must be detectable through our sense perception. That statement itself cannot be verified by your sense perception. All right? Now, this is the same problem that verification
That's a question, and you didn't let me answer it. Are you going to be consistent or inconsistent?
What was the question?
You said right, and that means that was a question. That was a question. You're not allowing me to address the question. So, like I said, if you're going to stop, start, stop, start, stop, stop, start, start, you know, so you can hear your own voice, that's fine. But like I said, if you're going to say you said right, and that was a question, well, and then you didn't let me answer. So go ahead. Like I said, if you're going to ask a question, and when you ask it, just pause so I can answer it, or I'm just going to assume that you're just going to go on and on asking me questions and never allowing me to answer. Make it one or the other, please, sir. Because what is it? You're just going to so-called lecture us and you know, ask questions and not let me answer when you're talking to me? That's not a full conversation. So make up your mind, please. Which is it?
All right. So the question is, how do you verify the fundamental laws of logic that I have given you through your sense perception?
Because if I drink the water, I know I drank water. That's reality.
That's not that's not the laws of logic.
I don't care about the laws of logic. We were talking about verifying. You said verification, right?
Right. We're talking about verifying the laws of
You're
logic.
interrupting me. You said verification. You went on to something else. What do you call it? Moving the goalpost. It's okay. I'm trying to follow you. You know, here.
Wow.
That's right. That's right. I'm quick. And if you're going to ask a question, please pause. But if you're going to decide to just keep talking and asking questions and not allowing me to answer, I'll just sit here and listen. I don't mind. After you, sir.
How do you verify the law of non-contradiction? And when I ask that question,
like I said, let's get back to the point.
You can't utter a statement that is meaningful unless.
That was a question.
All right, Ronin.
I am allowed to answer the question.
Okay, I'm done.
You just asked the question, and you didn't allow me to answer the question. Back to the point. Are you going to keep?
This is exactly what I'm talking about. Seven.
Is that what it's going to be here? If that's what's going to be here, talking over me and thinking your voice is the only one, guess what? If you ask a question and this is a conversation, that means you pause so I can answer you. So again, you tell me one or the other. If you're just going to talk and lecture, I'll sit here and listen. I don't mind.
Okay, so Seven, if you want to continue the conversation, that's fine. Talking with Ronin is a waste of time.
Yeah, right. Because you can't get to the point. You cannot get to the point. That is your problem, sir. And I know this. I've talked to other people exactly like you. Not your voice, not your persona, but the same mentality.
Now you're doing what you
do not pause for me to answer the question.
Okay,
well, is that right? And then wait a minute, you keep talking. But if you want to give a lecture, like I said, I'll listen. I have
now you're giving a lecture.
That's the whole problem, right there. One or the other, sir.
I'm gonna drink my water.
It doesn't matter to me. Just tell me which it's going to be.
Yeah, okay, I run into these kind of idiots all the time. It's a waste of time trying to talk with them.
Oh man, this is easy.
Yeah, you think being belligerent and
here we go with belligerent
obnoxious.
No, you're being
actually dialogue. See, now you're talking over. I waited till you were done.
That's the difference. Yeah. You are condescending.
Well, I'll speak to Seven. So Seven, the problem with what Ronin is saying is he's advocating what would be called empiricism or philosophically verificationism. In other words, the only rational beliefs to hold are those that we can verify or detect through our sense perception. But that statement that was just made cannot be verified through empiricism.
Listen,
through verification.
I myself, I'm over that stuff. Okay, so that was Ronin talking to you. That wasn't me. So if you're going to have a conversation with me,
I'm just pointing out that he doesn't have the foggiest idea what he's talking about.
Yeah. Okay. So what are you implying here about God, rationalism, and these things? Go on.
No, well, the question was about atheism. Why why is somebody an atheist? And Ronin said, because in order for something to be real, it has to be verifiable.
Oh, okay.
But there are a number of core beliefs about the nature of reality from which he and other atheists believe intently, but they cannot verify, such as the fact that the physical world around us is actually real versus an illusion. That's one belief
Yes,
that is
yes.
that's unverifiable.
Yes, yes. You know, the thing that you're talking about is verificationism. You know, let's put it this way: empiricism and thinking that are we real or we're living in an illusion or what is happening. I understand what you're saying,
Okay.
but about God, okay. How to say it, like cognitively we should come to this idea, okay, that God does exist or doesn't, right?
Let me ask you,
This is the rule, isn't it?
what is your original language?
My original language is Persian.
Oh, okay. All right. I just wonder, because your English is very good. Did you grow up in the West?
No.
Okay. When did you start to learn English?
What?
When did you learn English?
It was a long time ago.
Okay. Well, your English is very good. Yeah. So when an atheist say, well, I don't believe in God because in order for me, meaning the atheist, to believe in something, I require evidence. The problem with that statement is they're presupposing that actual evidence is apprehendable without there being a God. Now, let's take for example the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible is omniscient, omnipotent, and always truth revealing, and he has constructed a world in such a way that we can know some things in such a way that we cannot be wrong. Even if somebody does not believe in the God who created them, the God of the Bible, God has made it so that they can know some things, and therefore there can be evidence due to the fact that the God of the Bible actually exists. But when somebody does not start from the position that it is the case that the God of the Bible exists, but then they say that evidence is obtainable and apprehendable without the God of the Bible, then they're just begging the question. It's circular reasoning, because they don't actually have a means by which they can verify anything in order to actually acquire or apprehend evidence. So in order to have evidence, you would have to have what are called preconditions of intelligibility, right? So in other words, there would have to be certain things that would have to be true in order that you could have evidence. One of those would be that the physical world was real, right? That what your world around you is not an illusion. That would be the first one. The next one would be that your basic cognitive mental processes basically operate reliably. Now, that doesn't mean that all of your cognitive conclusions are correct, but that they have a basic reliability. So that's the second thing that would have to be true in order for there to be evidence. The third thing would be that your basic sense perceptions operate reliably, basically reliably. Doesn't mean that they're perfect, but that you have some basic functionality to them. The next one would be that your memory aptitude operates basically reliably. Not perfectly, but basically reliably. And the final fifth one is that there are fundamental laws of logic by which we can reason about the nature of reality, both in our sense experience and outside of our sense experience. So these are 5 necessary preconditions in order for there to be evidence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, the problem,
I mentioned,
let me just say one more thing. I'll be quiet 10 seconds.
My turn.
Yes.
My turn.
The problem
Ronin,
is,
I'm now talking with him.
Wait a
yeah,
minute.
just hold on a second, Ronin. I'll be done in 10 seconds, Ronin. The problem from the atheist worldview, because the atheist is not omniscient, the atheist cannot establish that any of these 5 conditions are the case.
And can can the Christians or the Muslims, the people who have a religion, can they do that? The theists, can they do that?
Well, the Christians can, the Muslims can't, because Allah is internally contradictory.
No, let's not expand the thing. Let's just keep our focus on the important things. Well, then go on. Tell me how Christianity defines it.
Well, God has revealed himself in time and space to not only to individuals, but through humanity in general, through the incarnation and death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ, and ultimately through his revelation of the Bible. That, well, do you have a Bible?
No.
Okay, have you ever seen a Bible?
Yeah, I have seen a Bible.
Okay, well, you have access to that Bible, whether or not you choose to read it. So God has given that revelation that is available to all mankind, right? Now, without that revelation, if you don't start from the position that it is the case that the Christian God exists, then you can't even have an intelligible conversation about anything that exists. Now, having said that, that doesn't mean that if you don't believe in God that you can't. It has to be the case that the Christian God exists in order to intelligibly speak about things in existence. But if one rejects that it is the case that the Christian God exists, then they're going to be able to.
This is not the thing that I asked for. The thing that I asked for is that, like, some people, they refer to the first cause. Okay, they refer to the design. Okay.
Well, those would be evidential arguments.
What are you? Yeah. Well,
I'm not giving an evidential argument.
Oh,
I'm giving a transcendental argument. The transcendental argument is that the evidence of the God of the Bible is that to deny him is you can have evidence for nothing.
So this form of mentality that you're coming from, okay, does it work with science? Is it compatible with scientific method? Do you understand my question clearly?
No, I don't. What do you mean? Is it compatible? You see, the scientific method. You see, when you ask for evidence in order to believe in God, and that you don't believe in God because there's no evidence, well, then you're going to have to reject science. And here's why: is because you can't do any empirical endeavor without assuming and presupposing that the physical world exists. Science cannot verify that the physical world exists. It has to be presupposed. Number two, you have to presuppose that the physical world operates in some law-like way, because you can't use empiricism to verify that their nature operates in a law-like way. It's impossible to do so, because science deals with induction. And since we don't have the capacity to observe all times and all places, therefore one has to presuppose without evidence that nature operates in a regular way. All right? So science itself, if one says, I only believe in things that I have evidence for, then you're going to have to throw away science, because you have to believe certain things first without evidence in order to believe what you acquire through your sense perception. Right?
So is it possible to put it this way? You're approaching God mathematically.
No.
Is it right? No.
Mathematics are definitional truths, but then people then assume, based upon experience and sense perception, that the physical world around them not only operates in a law-like way, that it operates in a mathematical way. Now, in each and every one of their sense experiences, it may operate in a mathematical way, but that does not logically necessitate that the whole of physical reality operates that way. That would be inductive reasoning. Since science is largely inductive conclusions are formally known as begging the question.
Do I get to speak now? It's been 4 minutes, and you said you were going to take 10 seconds.
No, Ronin, take a break. Shut the fuck up. Hey, Darth, welcome. I've been looking for a person like you for a very long time. I'm going to continue to invite you, okay?
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
All right.
So,
Well, you know, Armando, you know, I meet all different kinds of people, and you know, there are some people who, because they can't reason or debate on the issues, what they do is they just come onto Google Plus and they just act belligerent, and they engage in what I call obstructionism, and to them that's a victory.
Some of us have an ear, and I'm listening to everything you're saying, and I understand you.
So the point I'm trying
just
to
don't
make
get
in a
aggravated.
nutshell, yeah, I'll just say 10 more seconds and then Ronin can talk. The point I'm trying to make is the very line of reasoning that people like Ronin are offering, when we examine it, his belief system itself, his own criterion for belief destroys his own belief system.
That was 17 seconds. I have a stopwatch. Now, the point being, I'm saying I'm atheist. I don't believe I'm a non-theist. That's basically the statement. And you go off into this logic and all these things to hear whatever you want to say said. The point being, I've read the Bible at 13 years of age with a dictionary, and what it said in there I disagreed with. And I can point a few things out if you wish. I got some notes on the other stuff that I can find real quick. And that, in my mind, at the time, was a horrific idea. So I abandoned it. I just, no, not for me. Anybody can have it. And over time, up till about, I think, maybe a few years ago or something like that, I never knew the word atheist. And then okay, I guess that's what I am. I don't believe in a God. And I accept that for me. But other people saying, well, you have to believe in God. Well, no, it's Jesus said, I never knew you, for example. And Jesus also said, Luke 19:27, bring them hither and slay them before me. And somewhere else, I forget exactly where it is. I don't like remembering that stuff. It says, I think not that I have come to bring peace. I have not come to bring peace, but a sword, where a son would turn against father, and then it continues. And then at the end.
By the way, all these quotes he's reading while he was reading the Bible.
At 1 minute and 40 seconds.
I don't give a fuck if you're interrupted, nigga. I'll mute your stupid ass, nigga. Mind you, every single time he reads the Bible and he reads these quotes, he starts stuttering.
He hasn't offered one argument for atheism.
I wasn't finished. I was muted.
So,
like I said, if that's the way you all are going to be, what's the use of me joining with you if you're going to be hypocrites and not hear me out?
Because you do exactly what you claim to
impose your ideas and
all right, no one's imposing. Can you shut the fuck up, old man?
I have no opportunity to explain my point, and you show a complete lack of respect.
Shut the fuck up, man.
Persona. And here I have it again. I'm being told to shut up.
Shut the fuck up, man.
Okay, Ronin, do you have a position on the existence of God?
I haven't finished.
Well, all you told us was that you
Nobody gives a fuck if you haven't
don't like the Bible.
Nigga, you're never finished. You're never finished, Ronin.
Yes, but see, I time you all, and you talk a lot longer than I do.
I don't give a fuck about no damn time, nigga. Shut the fuck up.
Here, and I was not finished.
Shut the fuck up. All these quotes.
Like I said, what's the use of me joining with you?
So let's say
other people like that.
Let's say we agree.
Can I
that question, please?
Let me just say this. Let's say we agree with you that the Bible.
If I'm going to act like you people, condescending.
Let's say you're right.
Imposing your will on me. You're not even wanting to hear me out. Where's the love? Where's the love of Jesus? Where's the love? Where's the love? I can call you hypocrites now.
Ronin is just argumentative.
Why don't you hear me out? Why don't you hear me out? What's your problem that you?
If I
bigoted and condescending that you won't listen to me? You don't.
He's being intimidated.
Why should I believe in a God?
Intimidated with He's being intimidated with your choices of words, Darth.
Why?
Right.
You have no evidence.
Here's what I would tell him. Just if he doesn't
Why don't
start
you let me finish?
like an
Instead of
adult,
keeping
then just
word,
boot him.
you keep talking. You're not letting me finish.
I would boot him. So
Now,
Ronan, let's say we agree with you. The
here we
Bible
go
is
again.
false.
You're not letting me finish. What's the use of me trying to turn to God if I'm going to act like you and the other people
See,
like
this
you?
is what he's doing. This is called saving face.
Well, no, it's called calling you out
playing the
for
victim
being
card.
hypocrite. I'm calling you out for being hypocrite. You're supposed to show
why
love. You're
is
supposed to show
being
love,
hypocrite?
understanding, and patience.
Why
I
is
don't
being
hear that from you.
If
All you
there's
want to do is
there's
just
no
drone
God,
on, you know.
if there's no God, why
that's
is
all you want to do is drone on, you know,
if
and
there's
that's all
no
you're doing.
God, if
That's
there's no
all you're
God,
doing.
why is hypocrisy a problem?
You're being a hypocrite because you don't hear me out. You're supposed to be the one that's patient.
Should I not be a
over me
hypocrite?
now? And I
Hey,
just
that
want
was
to
a good
finish my
question.
statement.
I like that question.
Why I do
If there
not
is no
believe
God,
in
why is
God.
Armando,
hypocrisy
why
a
don't you
problem?
lay down the law? Tell him to stop the bull crap, start talking
You
like
see?
an
There you
adult,
go.
or remove him from
There
the
you
room.
go. There you go. Proving my
The
point.
entire conversation
You're
he's
proving
been
my
this way.
point. Thank you.
I'd remove him from the room.
I'd like to finish my point, please. Like I said, I read that book. I disagree with the concepts. So
You read the book at 13 years old. You didn't even pop your cherry yet. What are you doing reading such a complicated book as a
to the
child?
point. But let's hear a justification that there is no
Fucking
God.
clown read the Bible one time and he thinks he fully understands it at 13. Get the fuck out of here. You're 62 years old.
Ronan, there is no God because
you're 62 years old, you old ass nigga.
Armando, hold on a second. Ronan, there is no God because
you do not practice what Jesus spake.
Okay, Ronan, there is no God because
you do not practice what Jesus
Okay, you know
spake.
what? Vote him from the room. Get rid of him. I run into these clowns all the time.
We can't get rid of him for words. We're not gonna persecute him for words.
No, what he's doing is he's committing what is called obstructionism.
Ronan.
Yeah, I know. Let's just bear with him.
May I go on?
Don't let him get inside you personally. Just bear with him.
So Armando, this is very common among people who are atheists. They'll say, "Well, I'm an atheist because I read the Bible and the Bible is false, or the Bible is wrong, or this." That doesn't justify atheism, not at all.
You didn't even listen to what I said.
Okay.
Is that what you're doing? I told you I disagreed with the concept, so I abandoned it. That's all I said.
God does not
You're trying to reword it so you can hear yourself talk your fancy words that really get nowhere. Because all you're
Ronan, stop running around the same circle.
He's a Johnny One. He's a Johnny One
to other people.
What are you doing categorizing people? I can sit here and say, I can sit here and talk about the fact that you raised up two sons and one became a
I have to listen to everything you say,
about the dead
and when I want to say
stop categorizing people.
You tell me to shut up, one of you, and the other one just starts with a bunch of fancy language. Where's the patience? Where's the love?
Shut the fuck up, man.
I've shut the fuck up myself and I said nothing, Ronan.
Or consideration as another human being because you want your idea to be imposed. Well, you're being hypocrites according to what your Jesus spake.
Ronan, the thing is that I considered you as this. I gave you that right, and I didn't say anything. Okay.
I didn't talk about you. I wasn't.
I know. So.
Where'd you go?
You're driving people up out of here with your stupid ass fucking repeating and regurgitation of
everything.
Okay, Armando, the reason why is because he doesn't actually have a case.
I know.
He's back now. Are you going to unmask him or should I?
Please respect when I'm having this conversation. Could you please?
You guys do your thing. I'm gonna prep up something to eat. But Ronan, stop scaring people off the panel with your bickering, man. Nobody wants to hear that nagging and that repeating, that regurgitation over and over.
Well, the reason why he's Armando, he's going to continue to do it until he's going to continue to do it
Yeah, I
because
know
he
he's sick.
doesn't know how to
I know he's
debate.
sick.
You see, you're
And
judging.
he's going to
you're
continue
judging
to
I
do
know
it
he's sick.
until he's threatened by the room owner with
You're
removal.
judging now. You're being hypocrites again. Judge not, said Jesus.
You see, Ronin,
Lest ye
that's
be
rude
judged.
what you're doing.
You're
That is
judging
super
me.
rude.
You're judging
Ronin,
me.
you're doing
Your
exactly
book.
what you despise from everyone else, Ronin.
Me.
Ronin has a lack of hearing. So this may, you know, prohibit him from understanding. So he has a lack of hearing. He has a deaf problem.
See, Ronin is a very typical atheist. They don't actually have an argument for atheism. And so when they're confronted with his own poor reasoning, then what he does is he starts to filibuster and to be belligerent and to be obstructionist in the conversation, and then to make you the issue. Right?
Okay.
Right.
So
don't worry about it. Just continue. He would join back. He wasn't removed or anything.
So, Darth,
I'm not trying to be mean. He's a moron.
Darth, so do you have any proof that, like you said the reasoning perspective that I'm using, okay, it doesn't work, right?
The proof of God's existence.
I didn't want to experience God with my common senses. I didn't say that. Okay.
There can't be any proof unless God exists.
Sorry?
Yeah, there can't be proof for things unless God exists. Now, many people confuse, hold on a second.
Sorry.
Hold on.
Yes,
many people confuse proof with persuasion. Right? Now, I could let's say I tried to persuade you about something, but I didn't give you complete proof. But I could give you a certain amount of information where you could go, okay, stop. You've convinced me. I don't need to hear anymore. How many times in our life has somebody persuaded us, but has come short of giving us complete proof? So proof and persuasion are not the same thing, right? So sometimes when people say the word proof, what they really mean is persuade. Now, sometimes one could give, let's say hypothetically, proof for something, but a person still remains unpersuaded. I'm sure we've all experienced this, and we know of cases like this, right?
Yeah, well, yeah.
So when somebody says,
I know what you're talking about.
So when somebody says to me, "Prove God exists," I'm going to go with the word proof, not to mean persuade.
Okay.
But to mean be able to show that something is the case where you can't be wrong, right? I'm going to use the word proof, meaning that you demonstrate that something is the case, that you cannot be wrong. Now, in a reality where there is no God who is omniscient, omnipotent, and always truth revealing, such as the God of the Bible, then proof.
I didn't say that there is no God.
I'm not accusing you of that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm just responding to the atheistic position. I'm not suggesting that that's your position.
Well, I'm not an atheist, and we're having this conversation.
All
Okay,
right,
then go on, sir.
Right.
Go on, please, go on.
All right. So the proof of God's existence, and when I say God, I'm talking about the God of the Bible. The proof of his existence is that he must exist. Otherwise, not only is nothing provable, then nothing is intelligible. Now, when I say that, people go, "What are you talking about?" I know plenty of atheists who have conversations.
Let me interfere real quick. I'm gonna re-invite Ronin. Don't eject him. Don't snipe him out. Right. Just bear with him.
All right. So in order to have meaningfulness and intelligibility, you have to have a foundation for that. Now, I certainly believe that atheists, agnostics, and theists can be intelligible, but that is only in virtue of the fact that the Christian God exists. If somebody denies that and say, no, I'm going to operate under the premise that something does not exist until and if it's demonstrated to exist. But you see, if one takes that position, then they undermine anything that they state about reality. Because in order to make any assertion about the nature of reality, it doesn't matter what it is, like the moon is round, there are rocks on the moon, right? There are fish in the sea. Then they have to start from some basic operating assumptions that they cannot verify. Now, in philosophy, these are called properly basic beliefs. These are beliefs that are so basic that they have no justification for. Because if they had a justification for it, they wouldn't be referred to as properly basic, right? Now, this is uncontroversial in the world of philosophy, right? So when somebody maintains that they want justification for a core belief about the nature of reality, such as God, and then they turn right around and they have basic beliefs about the nature of reality from which they reason about the nature of evidence, but they have no evidence for these basic beliefs, they're being arbitrary and inconsistent in their reasoning, right? So the problem with people who adopt atheism is that they're being arbitrary and inconsistent in terms of their rationale to believe in things. Like yesterday, I was talking with a guy, and he said, I don't believe in God because in order for me to believe in something, I require justification for it. And then I began to question him, and it turns out that he has certain core beliefs about the nature of reality for which he has no justification from, such as that there are, as I mentioned before, basic fundamental laws of logic from which we reason from.
Yeah,
right?
is there any justification for that?
Well, it depends on which worldview you're referring to. In the Christian worldview, the only ultimate means of justification that something is the case is the existence of the Christian God, because the Christian God has constructed the world in such a way that we can know some things that we can't be wrong about. Right? Now, that would be called revelation. And when I say revelation, it's much broader than
Dude,
just
that was
the
so well put. That was well put.
Okay. I accept till
now,
here. Okay.
Right now, but when
let's
one rejects that, when somebody rejects that position, they're not starting from the position that it is the case that the God of the Bible exists, and they're maintaining a skeptical worldview, saying, I'm not going to believe in deities or gods until it has been justified. If they start from that position, then nothing can be justified. You see,
so what's the problem with agnostics?
Well, the agnostics are in the same position as the atheist, because they're not starting that it is the case that the God of the Bible exists and has constructed the world in such a way. Then they're going to have, if they're going to be consistent, they're going to have to reject making any conclusions about the nature of reality, because in order to make any conclusion about the nature of reality, you're going to have to start with foundational basic beliefs about the nature of reality that cannot be justified. Right? Here's the first one. You would have to start from the assumption that the physical world around us is actually real and not an illusion. Right? Now, can that be justified through sense perception or reason? No, it can't. Right?
So can you clearly define the Christian God?
Yeah, it's the God of the Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the God of the Old Testament and the New Testament.
Well, what do you believe in? Just clearly define. You know what I mean? Just
because
describe
the God of the Bible has revealed himself through human history, and ultimately in the form of the revelation that has been handed down to us through history in the Bible. Now,
human history?
Yes. God has used the testimony of other people to bring his revelation ultimately of who and what he is. Now, revelation is much broader than just the Bible. It includes natural revelation as well. Natural revelation would include what everything that exists is indicative of the existence of God, and God has also put it innately within us to know that there is one true God and that he exists. Now, one either from a biblical point of view, one either accepts that innate and natural revelation, or one suppresses it and says, "Oh no, I don't accept that." Now that would be the biblical view on that. From a skeptical point of view, they do not accept that there is natural or innate revelation or special revelation, right? But the fundamental problem, if you can take anything away from this conversation, the fundamental problem of skepticism is that skepticism, both atheism and agnosticism, is entirely inconsistent because it wants to lay down the principle, I'm sorry, I won't believe in your God or the God of the Bible until you provide me evidence. But once they say that, they undermine the actual existence of evidence, because in order to have evidence, you have to start with basic fundamental beliefs for which you have no evidence for.
Okay, so you mean that rationally, okay? Not like, I don't know if this word is right or not, empirically, okay? Without empiricism. Can you rationally prove that God exists? I mean, you said before that
No, you
where
can't
this comes, where it comes from. Yeah, I know
There's
that.
no basis for rationality if one doesn't start from the position that the Christian God exists and has constructed the world so that the necessary preconditions for rationality exist. If somebody says, well, that's not true,
not
then
agreed.
I say, good.
Not
then,
agreed.
okay, well, that's fine. Then I just simply say to somebody who takes that position, show me what the necessary preconditions of rationality are, and how do you know they exist?
Darth, can
I will.
Helsam, hold on a second. Darth, quick question.
Yeah, could you hold on? Give me 10 seconds. I have to shut a door.
Okay. Shit, baby. So, Darth,
all right, go ahead.
My question is to you: is that can you find that same rationalism without believing in a religion? Say, for example, if you believe in a Buddhist, if you're a Buddhist and you don't, there is no God, but there is a practice.
No, in Buddhism, you don't have the capacity to know some things that you can't be wrong about.
Explain further, please.
In order to know some things that you can't be wrong about, you would have to be either omniscient or receive some type of revelation from somebody who is omniscient, omnipotent, and always truth revealing. Right? Now, in Buddhism, there is no omniscient, omnipotent, always truth revealing God.
There is within yourself.
Is that?
You could be omniscient.
Hold on a second. Am I getting that phone call or somebody else?
No, somebody else is. Don't worry about it. You could be omniscient within yourself.
No, that's fallacious.
Really? Fallacious?
Do you know what omniscience means?
Yes, awareness.
No. In omniscience means all, and in the niscience refers to knowing. So omniscience is, I didn't even say the second word correctly.
How are you disproving what I just said? Awareness. Knowing what you
so,
do.
You're not aware. You do not have knowledge of all things.
And how can how can you disprove that the fact that we don't have awareness about ourselves is not knowing about all things?
You're confusing. You're confusing sense perception and.
No, I'm not.
Can I finish? Well, you didn't let me finish my statement.
Go ahead.
You're confusing sentience and awareness with knowing the truth value of all states of affairs, which would be omniscience.
Well, then I beg to ask you, what does omniscience mean then? If not awareness about what your own life is all about.
No, omniscience means all knowing. It does not mean aware of everything you can of your sense perception.
But that's my question. What does all knowing mean?
I just explained it to you. It means knowing the truth value of all propositions.
Who makes that judgment?
That's not a judgment, it's a definition.
I think that's semantics, actually, to tell you the
All
truth.
right, okay, Shotgun. I'm not trying to be rude.
No,
I'm
of
not
course
trying to
not. I'm not
criticize
trying to
you,
be
but
rude.
you don't know what you're not understanding what I'm saying.
Okay.
Omniscience is a definition, right? It doesn't mean awareness of your sense perception. Omniscience means that you have the knowledge of all states of affairs. For example, if you were omniscient right now, you could tell me how many coins were in my pocket. But you see, you're not in my presence right now. So you couldn't have an awareness through your sense perception because there's a distance between time and space. But if you were omniscient and all-knowing, then you could know how many coins were in my pocket.
So you think there is a God that knows how many coins are in your pocket?
Yes. I don't think it. I know it.
Can I put it another way? I would say that. So you mean that if the Christian God doesn't exist, so truth won't make sense, and we won't be able to define anything, right? Rationally and empirically, right? I don't know if that word is right.
Well, with the consequence of denying, the consequence of not starting that it is the case that the Christian God exists has the same nasty effect if somebody were to deny that there are fundamental laws of logic by which we.
Darth, therein lies the rub. Because
I would go with geometry, and that would.
Seven, give me half a second here. Darth, therein lies the rub. Because you're saying that there is a God that believes that he knows how many coins in your pocket. It's irrelevant. I know how many coins are in my pocket, and that makes me omniscient and aware.
No, he didn't mean
shotgun,
that.
Shotgun, man.
That,
don't know what you're talking
the level
about.
of your consciousness. He meant the level of your consciousness about your surroundings. Okay. Didn't you, Darth?
Shotgun. The word omniscience.
I know what it means.
It means omni. It means
I
all.
know it means everything. It means everything. I understand that point of view. But I'm saying the perspective is that you think there's something out there that knows everything about everything, and all I'm telling you is that individuals know only about themselves, and that's omniscient in itself.
No, then what you're doing is you're committing the fallacy of what is called equivocation. You're now changing the meaning and definition of omniscience. You're using it in two different definitions.
Of course I am.
That's the fallacy of equivocation.
But
that's not right.
Who are you to judge that? Is my point. You're just a mortal human being like me.
Okay, hold on a second.
Defining that concept.
Hold on a second. Let me answer Shotgun. Shotgun, the mistake that you're making when you say, who are you to judge that, is you're making an evaluation that I'm doing something inappropriate.
Well, you are when you judge me for not thinking that.
Okay, you just contradicted yourself.
No, I'm not. No,
when you state, who are you to judge, you're making an evaluation that I have done something inappropriate. You're now judging that I've done something incorrect.
Well, I do it in the fact because you're saying that I am not the.
Are you making a judgment?
I'm not the God of my own self.
Are you making a judgment?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not as intelligent as you are, but all I can tell you.
You're not making a judgment if you're not making a judgment, and I don't mean that in a bad way.
Yeah.
If you're not making a judgment as to
Armando, this guy's good.
If you're not
he knows how to play.
Yeah, if you're not making a judgment about my conduct, and that includes what I'm saying, then there's no point in me listening to your evaluation.
All right, you're gonna dismiss me now, I guess. So okay.
No, I'm not dismissing you. I'm not dismissing you as a person. I'm saying is that when you say, who are you to judge, what you don't realize is you're committing the fallacy of doing the very thing that you're condemning.
You might have a point there.
Right?
You might have a point, and I'll grant you that.
The point I'm trying to make to you is when you use the word omniscience, you're using it. Go ahead. Hold on. I'll be brief, okay? Because I know you want to talk. If you're going to use a word, you have to use it in the same sense and in the same way in a given context. If you change the meaning of a word within the same context, that's called equivocation.
All right, then I'm equivocating because I don't necessarily have to agree to Webster's dictionaries.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem: that equivocation is a fallacy.
Why?
Because if I told you, how can I express this to you? In philosophy and logic,
right?
When you use a term in a line of reasoning, let's say you have an argument. You have a first premise, a second premise, and then a conclusion. And let's say you use the word omniscience in the first premise, and it's defined as A. But in the second premise, you use the word omniscience, and it's defined as B. Right?
Right.
Well, that's a classic example of the fallacy of equivocation. In order for the argument to have validity, the same word that is used in the first premise has to have the same definition in the second premise. Because
Okay.
if you use two different definitions for the same word in the first and second premise, that's a fallacy.
Let me interrupt for a quick second here.
No, go ahead.
So Thomas Aquinas was equivocating when he said that it's better to believe in God, because if you didn't believe in God, you were wrong.
That's not an equivocation.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Okay. So the problem then for skeptics is that their rationale for not believing in God undermines their own position to reason about anything, because they're laying down the criterion that in order to believe in something, evidence or justification has to be presented.
No, and here I disagree with you. I think you could believe in yourself as a spiritual being.
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
All right, then explain further.
Okay. When somebody is an atheist, and you say, okay, why are you an atheist? You say, well, because there's no justification or evidence for God. What the atheist doesn't realize is they have a set of core beliefs about the nature of reality and of existence that they start with and they reason to. And they have no justification for these core beliefs about the nature of reality. One of them being that there are fundamental laws of logic by which we can reason correctly about things in and outside of our sense experience. So you see, when they demand evidence in order to believe in God, they undermine their own skepticism. It's like it's like somebody cutting their own throat philosophically. See, in order to be rational, you have to be consistent and non-arbitrary.
I agree with that.
Right. So
Okay.
Go ahead, Seven.
The thing that I want to say is that so you said.
By the way, I have to go in 5 minutes, but I'll be back in 15.
Well,
okay.
Darth, it was a great talk. Okay. Welcome to the chat, and I hope you come back again.
Oh, I will. I'll be back in 15 minutes. I just have to pick up somebody.
All right, then.
But I can stay for 5 more minutes.
Go ahead.
Okay. So fast. You said that to have a rationalism and to have a rationalistic view, we need God as a necessity, so we can have that, right? So what's wrong with this spontaneous creation? And not creation. Creation is a bad word, but I cannot say it. This spontaneous happening, okay, and then universe, okay, and then the physical laws, the physics, okay,
right,
and here is my God. You see?
Okay, so what you're saying is, you're saying hypothetically that the God of the Bible doesn't exist, but the necessary precondition for rationality would exist as brute facts, right?
Yes.
Well, there are no brute facts. How would you?
No, I don't know.
How could you establish a brute fact? A brute fact would be something that just is.
No.
Right?
Something that just. Something that just if you're gonna
a brute fact is something that exists
sorry.
and it exists non-contingently.
Well, that's
Yeah,
subjective.
this is the thing. Yeah, this is the thing that goes to the first cause argument, and that's proven to be wrong.
No. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about.
This is the same mentality.
No,
isn't
I'm
it?
not. No, trust me, I'm not. I'm not talking right now about the first cause argument at all. What you're referring to, what you're saying is, this is what you're saying. And you correct me if I'm wrong. What you're saying is, okay, so Darth Dawkins, you're saying that the Christian God is the necessary precondition for rationality. And then you say, well, what if the Christian God doesn't exist, but the necessary preconditions for rationality, such as the laws of logic, that nature operates in a law-like way, suppose that just exists as a brute fact without the Christian God. It just exists.
How do you explain that then?
Right?
Yes.
Well, the issue is not that we explain it. We're just saying it could be the case. Now,
It is what it
there
is.
is the problem with saying that the necessary preconditions for rationality exist as a brute fact, apart from being the product of the God of the Bible, is that there's no way to establish that there is a brute fact.
True, very true.
No, we can see that. We can see that.
No, you can't. You can't establish. If you can't establish that there are brute facts without the Christian, you can't establish that any brute facts exist at all, because you're going to have to start. Let me finish. Give me 10 more seconds. You're going to have to start from basic assumptions at your core beliefs.
Well, then what is the start of that start, you know?
Exactly right, Helsam. So what you're saying is brute facts are brute facts, no matter how.
That's what I meant by the first cause argument, because this is the same mentality that you're pursuing here, sir.
There would be no way for human beings to ascertain that something is a brute fact.
Then how do we know they are?
No.
Well, unless you start from the Christian God.
Well, I'm not.
Well, then how are you going to be able to justify that anything is the case?
For my own inner being.
By scientific method.
Are you assuming that your basic cognitive and mental processes, are basically reliable?
I can't say for sure.
I said scientific methods. How do you decline?
If you're assuming it, then it's not. Then you can't justify it.
I accept what is and isn't.
Well, how do you know what is? You have to use your reasoning process.
That's what we call meditation.
Meditation?
That's right.
Yeah. I'm not on this.
No, don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me, Darth.
I'm not on this. I'm not on this with him. But sir, answer me, please. How do you like?
Meditation is looking within and find the spirituality within and dealing with the suffering from within.
All right. I'll be back in about 15 minutes. I have to.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to get my answer.
I'll be back.
Think about science.
I don't mind having a civil discussion, but I don't like people laughing at what I believe. I don't laugh at what other people believe.
You know why he laughed?
Why?
Because you're getting to him.
Well, I don't. I'm not.
No, I'm not saying if he's back or not.
You're getting to him.
Ronin, don't prejudge.
Oh no,
that's not my objective.
No, excuse me. I judge. I know.
Yes, I know that you judge.
Exactly
I said don't prejudge.
I no. Put it this way. I know where he's gonna go because I know where he started. And if it was going to be a civil conversation, he would have listened to me when he asked the question. He would have stopped.
No, Ronin, I'm not trying to get to anybody. I'm
not saying you're trying. I'm not saying you're trying to do anything. You're expressing your ideas, the both of you. And when he starts laughing like that, it only tells me, oh, okay, you're getting to him.
No, I didn't agree on what Shotgun said.
I'm not
I didn't laugh.
Doing it on purpose.
Yeah, I know. But I didn't laugh because I said I'm not with Shotgun on it. But
I said Darth Dawkins laughed.
Yeah, I know, but it was his reaction. It could be my reaction, but I said I thought that laughing is not right. You know, it didn't make me laugh that much, so I didn't laugh. You see, I didn't agree on that, and it was. you know.
But I got to tell you, I had some fun today because this is the first. I mean, between you, Ronin, Darth, and Helsum, I mean, at least we're having a fucking good conversation instead of talking about people's shit and whatnot.
Well, yeah.
I agree with that, Shotgun. And Ronin needs to quit taking stabs at why somebody is doing what they're doing. Let them explain. He probably did not mean that as a discredit to Shotgun. He just found it amusing, his view, maybe, but I don't think he meant that direct.
Well, you know, buddy, come on. I'm a fucking jarhead. Water rolls right off my back. That's not my point. I just like,
right, exactly.
I just like people respecting other people's values.
Right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Well, my question is, why wasn't I respected when I wanted to speak?
Because you weren't
speaking too much, I think, Ronin.
When he asked the
Because
question,
you have
when he asked the question, I started my answer and he interrupted me.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
but you're
Ronin,
so worried about getting somebody. You're
it's
so worried about.
It's okay for him, but not for me. Is that
no.
Just say so. But that's the point
Yeah,
I've
but
been
other
making here.
people.
That's
other
the point
people.
I've been making here, Hassam. That's
Guys,
the point I made it when I started talking with this gentleman.
Stop, Ronin,
that's the
stop.
point I'm making.
Ronin, stop. We're getting personal again, and that.
Right.
And
Wait a
that
minute. Wait a minute. He got personal with me, and it's okay.
Yeah, but Ronin.
Wait a minute. He got personal with me.
Oh.
Okay, Ronin. He got personal with you.
All right. All right. Let's call that out for what it is. Now somebody's muting me?
Now,
no, hold on. Ronin, you're trying to be vindictive and get him back because you're pissed at him. Stop it. You need to be able to roll with the punches, man. You're not always right.
Answer the question. Who did the wrong first? He
it
did.
doesn't matter. That's
what
a
does it matter?
child's game.
What does it matter?
5-year-old's game. Daddy,
what does it matter? Because all of you are trying to tell me to calm down and never calling him out.
You got a 5-year-old mentality. Daddy, he did it first, and I think I need to get him
There
back.
you go again. Now he's getting personal. Now,
Stop being so vindictive, man.
Well, that's right. Y'all want to throw the stones, and when it's thrown back at you, you can complain.
If you
this is where it is. That's what it is.
Ronin.
Everybody just relax.
If you
please.
if you scrolled up half a click, Ronin, you'd see that I stood up for you and said that you don't run, that you're passionate about what you believe. So nobody's fucking out to get you, brother.
I didn't say you. I said him.
Or whoever.
Dawkins.
He's not out to get you either, Ronin.
Yes, he is.
See, that's your problem. That's your misperception of the whole thing.
Hey, this is a reality check.
Well, but basically what you're saying is nobody else is allowed to have a viewpoint. That's basically what you're saying.
No, I wasn't allowed to answer the question.
And you're going to hold that for how long? A week?
Relax, Ronin. Come on.
He's not going to change. Like you're not going to change.
Relax, Ronin. Come on.
You're already setting prerequisites for my life, sir. I don't like anyone doing that.
That's right. I don't like hypocrites, and I don't like liars, and I don't like people who insult me. And then
now it's personal insults. That's all you're doing is personal insults to everybody.
That's the problem here.
Actually,
to be a civil discourse, and you're the one saying I'm wrong. When
now you're playing the victim role. Now you're playing the victim role.
Back at you, and you don't like it.
Ronin, can I ask you a quick question?
What are you throwing back at me? What have I done to you?
You're being interrupted.
Ronin, my quick question is, if this fucking chat is so annoying to you and you think so many people are out to get you, why are you on it?
I didn't say you were out to get me. I'm saying it's happening, and I don't appreciate it if you say you want to have a civil conversation. Not you.
Actually, Shotgun, he did say that someone was out to get him. That was the reply. He said you weren't.
Isn't that what you're doing by muting me? Kicking me?
I didn't mute you.
Isn't that what you're doing by wanting to rape my deceased wife?
I did not mute you, sir. That is a lie. I have not muted you.
You're all in the same crowd, so I don't care which one of you does it.
Ronin,
you're so worried about getting somebody back for everything. You're like a 5-year-old child.
Why are you so paranoid, Ronin?
I ain't paranoid. I'm defending myself, and you don't appreciate the fact that I called you out.
Against what? Nobody's doing anything to you. So what are you defending, sir?
You don't read what you wrote about me in the chat?
Did you see what you had been writing in the chat all day? Hey, Ronin, I got a question. Did you write Trump tweets all day long to get it pay me? Yes or no?
What does it have to do with you? It has nothing to do with you. It has to do with my
being a 13-year-old girl. Come on, for God's sakes.
He's a little kid, man.
See, there you all go again.
You're going off the deep end again, Ronin. I'm telling you, telling you this is a friend, brother. You're going off the deep end. Stop getting so squirrely.
I'm not your friend. You don't show me respect.
Oh, come on. Okay, whatever.
Now
okay,
you don't.
Whatever. Now you admitted to it. Good man. I can respect that.
Wow. Unbelievable. Everybody can get past everything on this panel each and every day except for Ronin.
Why do you keep going back to it then?
That's what I'm asking you. Why do you do that?
You're the one making the stupid remarks.
See,
I'm
now
ignoring you. I'm ignoring you. I'm talking about what I want to talk about under my freedom of expression, and you and the rest of you clowns. Well, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Stupid clown. Let me check out your words.
You want to throw insults, and then when I call you out,
nobody's throwing insults except for you.
That's different.
Stupid clown. You're the only one throwing insults.
Take the lead.
The only one throwing insults, and everybody hears you do it.
And put it this way, I'll drop it right now. I'll drop it right now. And guess what? When you say it next time, I'm going to bring it right back up next time.
Now you've got a crystal ball, and you're trying to say what everyone else is going to be tomorrow.
No, all right, Ronin, you're predictable.
Another quick question.
You're predictable too, sir.
Why do you think people are coming down on you like this?
Because you're all weak-minded and don't want to respect my position.
Here's another insult. Another insult.
I said weak-minded. It doesn't.
But yet that's all you say in here every day that everybody else does. But you're the one doing it.
All you do is get mad when I prove a point.
But you're the one doing it.
I'm not the one cursing you.
So
nobody's cursing you. Did anybody curse you?
Ronin, I'm weak-minded.
What's that?
I'm weak-minded.
Well, yeah, you came across that other time. Guess what? And I called you out, and you apologized, and then you manned up, and I respect you for that.
The world has a problem, but Ronin is.
Now you're going back to why you acting like a little girl.
Well, you are. Come on, brother. I ain't fucking trying to pull you down, but I mean, you're getting too thin skinned lately.
Oh no, I like it because you all think you can get away with it, and I call you out.
Stop it! Come on,
and you don't change it. Well, change it.
Nobody's trying to get away with anything, brother.
Everybody else is getting away with something when they view their expressions, and Ronin doesn't like it, so he plays the victim role.
Ronin, nobody's trying to get away with anything. As a matter of fact, I respect you. I mean, of course, I won't call you a friend because you're not going to call me a friend, but I respect your passion, brother. Nobody's trying to get away with anything. Roll your toes in a little bit.
I've never heard that one.
It's an old German saying.
I'm Italian.
It means don't be so sensitive. Come on, guy. Lighten up a little bit, for God's sake.
Okay, so I'll just start cursing you all back when you curse me.
All right, then. You go ahead, do that. Do that.
You want that?
I'm
terrible at it, but no, I won't try it. Forget it. Go ahead.
Whatever makes you happy. But come on. Be part of the community.
It makes me very happy to be aware, sincere, direct.
Okay. But try to be part of the community and not as an outsider trying to bash everybody.
Wait a minute, I'm defending myself. There's nothing.
All right, you're defending yourself. Fine. Okay, we got that.
Okay.
But why do you feel that you have to defend yourself if there's nobody coming after you?
Because once a bully thinks he can get away with it, they continue doing it.
So 90% of this chat is bullying you?
Well, yeah, I get muted, I get kicked.
You're not that important, Ronin.
Right, there you go. See, there you go. Lack of respect. Right there.
That's all you've been doing is insulting in the last 5 minutes.
I never said anything until you started insulting me.
So I gave it my best shot.
Yeah, right.
You can't change an old fart with old bullshit.
Well, yeah, you're personifying that.
Yeah, you fucking right. I am.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Ronan, there was a couple months ago, maybe 3 months ago, when I told you that you get more with honey than you do with vinegar. And at that point, you listened to me and you said, maybe you're right. Maybe I should not be so fucking arrogant and harsh.
Right. Maybe I said maybe you are right.
Fine. Is that not what I just said?
Yeah, it didn't
So
work.
anyhow-
I tried it. It didn't work because once they think they can bully, they continue to try to bully. Like,
Well,
Buddy
who's
W
bullying
just
you,
did.
buddy? Who's bullying you?
Do you not hear Buddy W right now?
Well, yeah.
Do you not hear
Come
him
on.
right now?
Do you not think that I've gotten fucking shot down in this chat too? It doesn't mean I'm going to ostracize everybody.
Well, put it this way. If it comes down to it, I defend myself. I'll defend my nation. I'll defend my family. That's
Well,
it.
if it comes, I agree with defending your country. That's for damn sure. But if it comes down to it, don't you think it would be nice to be part of a community than to be the lone wolf?
Well, put it this way. Wolves attack sheep.
All right, never mind. I give it
That's a good one, eh? That's a good one, brother.
all right, I'll give you that. But
You gotta give me that
I think
one.
Ronan,
Yeah, that's
I
right.
think
Wolves
Ronan
attack sheep.
hey, buddy, don't get so pissed and right. I think Ronan is trolling just a little bit.
No, I'm not trolling anybody. I'm defending
Slightly
myself.
trolling. Yes, you are. Talking about you're defending your nation here on YouTube chat. Get the fuck out of here, nigga. We're just a bunch of people here talking, Ronan. You're not defending shit.
Excuse me. I was defending my nation by calling out the president of the United States for breaking the law. I said my nation, which means my laws, my country. I'm a
Well, I
patriot.
guess, okay, I guess the question is, why don't you do that with all the letters and the phone numbers that you have to the White House, like you say you have, instead of boring everybody here with the Trump tweets daily, 24 hours a day?
I mean,
I call Congress. I have my phone number.
hold on a second.
Okay, call Congress then, but why do you
call Congress? Ronan, you call Congress?
Yeah.
Back to them?
I call it's a phone number.
They're fucking hanging up on them, Armando.
It's area code 202-224-1121.
Hey, you write letters? You write letters to the government and you call Congress and you nag them like you're nagging us?
The Congress staff says, "Oh, it's Ronan again. Goodbye."
It goes right in the trash can. I know.
Well, Ronan,
I mean, they hang up on me. They literally hang up on me.
I'll just say this, and this is just something that I saw today, okay? I sat down for a few minutes before I had to leave this morning. I watched Pay Me come in the room. You weren't doing any posting. As soon as she came in, you immediately started doing it because you knew for a fact that it was going to get to her. So you, on purposely, were trying to intimidate someone on the chat stream by doing what you know. Well, let me get done. By doing what you know irritates the living shit out of somebody. But then when they get pissed and they finally had enough, then you want to play the victim role and say everybody else is condescending and they're all against Ronin.
Okay, my turn. No, I cannot multitask. So when she came in, I don't really want to talk to her. I don't want to talk to you. And there's other people I don't want to talk to. So I go back to the chat stream and I'm watching television over here. So I post Reich Street. So what? But it comes down to it. I don't want to speak to her. I don't want to speak to you.
12, 14, 16 hours a day, man. Don't you have anything else that you can discuss in here?
Well, yeah. I blast on my bicycle. I get a good workout, get a shower, get cleaned up, eat a little bit. And I
said in here. I said, don't you have anything else you can discuss in here?
I think it's funny. Ted Cruz's staff is saying, "Oh no, it's Ronan again."
Oh, so you know my senator? It is Ted Cruz. It is Ted Cruz. They hung up on me once. Blake Farensol.
Come on, Ronan.
Me twice.
Well, here's my point.
Enjoy a laugh every now and again, Ronan.
Feel that strongly to be a patriot and you feel like your views need to be heard, they're not going to be heard in this fucking stream, Ronin.
I don't care. I'm venting on the stream.
I know you don't. That's what bothers everybody.
I take that back, buddy. I take that back. Well, I forget the guy's name, but he says, I'm waiting for my daily Reich tweet. I live.
Yeah, I know, but see, Ronin, what you're doing.
I live for the Reich tweet. At least I got one fan.
Go ahead.
And you want to make sure that everybody in here is flabbergasted with your daily Trump tweets. There's no other subjects that you can come in here with every day.
No.
You know it pisses people off. You know it intimidates people, and you know it provokes them.
No,
and you still do it, and then you want to play the victim role like everybody's against Ronin.
Buddy,
That's
it doesn't provoke me.
That's right.
Let Ronin go with his right tweets. It doesn't mean a shit to me. But
Right.
when he has a fucking conversation with somebody as smart as Darth, and we get into a real nice civil conversation, and no reason to start pulling the victim card.
Right.
Like, did you not hear what I said? He's talking and asked me a question, and I go to answer the question, and he keeps talking.
Well, that's your spiel.
I interrupt him, and I said, "Could you be consistent?"
Well, that's your line.
Question. If you ask me a question, stop. Let me answer the question. Then go on.
Ronin, I've known you for about a year now, and it's always the same thing. Well, let me finish. Let me finish.
That's right, because they don't let me finish. What has changed? He's doing the same.
You're
thing.
not finishing. You never finished.
Right. Exactly.
Wait a minute.
That's the thing. And then you were telling Darth that he never finishes.
If Richard Garnash, Buddy W, and Mr. Darth,
Darth, you are
if they go on for 30 minutes, and I want to make a 2-minute statement, I'm going on for 28. Really,
Ronin, you don't like when people are praised and when everybody's, oh, Richard is funny. You don't like those things. You like being the center of attention. You're a fucking diva.
Wait a minute. I don't like him making fun of women in dirty words. I don't like that.
Hey,
I think it's just
Hey, Armando, he's your jelly donut. You eat it.
Hey, I like Ronin, man. I mean, I bear with him. I like Ronin.
Why you treat me like a whipping boy?
Because it's funny.
You keep praising Richard Garnash. I don't think he's that funny. He's obscene. He's rude. If you like that, fine.
I disagree that you're being used as a whipping boy. I think you whip up on everybody else, and then when they retaliate,
all right, I'm back.
And then when they retaliate from what you do to them, then you're the whipping boy. See?
I think Buddy's is suggesting that you're into sadomasochism, Ronin.
So, can we have our conversation, please, without Ronin, and you see, it's just, it seems bullshit to me.
Hey, buddy,
like this. Sorry for saying that.
Buddy, I think that was an old Allman Brothers tune tied to the whipping post.
Okay, so Seven.
So Darth, yes.
So anytime anybody comes to speak to you about something, whether they're an atheist or let's say they're a Christian, whatever, any statement that they make about the nature of reality is based upon certain presuppositions, right? So, for example, if I say to you that X, Y, Z is false, I can only make that statement because I'm presupposing that there is a law of non-contradiction, right? Something cannot be true.
No, hold on, Doc. Can I interrupt for 1 quick second? 5 seconds only. I think you're smart. I enjoy listening to you, but I wish you would put things more in layman's terms.
All right.
Because I'm such a stupid jarhead.
If I tell you that the moon is orbiting the Earth, I'm presupposing that the moon is real, right? So whenever I make a statement that something is true, I'm also presupposing that other things are true in order to make that statement, right? But you see, in the atheistic world, the atheist cannot provide evidence or justification that they're underlying assumptions that they have to stand on in order to make assertions about anything. So, for example, let's say an atheist is arguing that evolution is true. In order to argue that evolution is true, you have to presuppose that there are biological laws, right?
So I gotta ask you this question, okay? Do you think that except God, okay, no substance can be like or be conceived, kinda? Do you think that way?
Could you repeat the question?
Except God, okay? Except God, okay? No substance can be or be conceived. Is that what you mean, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No,
What I'm saying,
no.
no.
So
What I'm saying is, if you don't start that it is the case that the Christian God exists and has constructed the world in a certain way,
yes,
then you're not going to be able to make sense about anything.
yes.
Now,
That's why I say this sentence always, and people cannot usually understand it. I say that God is not everywhere. God is not like a supreme being, but it is everything.
No,
you understand what I mean?
Well, the God of the Bible is omnipresent. It doesn't mean God is everywhere. It means everywhere is present before God.
I have a follow-up.
I know. You meant with that word. I don't remember it. Yeah, that God is conscious about everything. Yeah, that word.
Well, if somebody says God is everywhere, that is a kind of a pantheistic statement where God is all.
So do you agree on what I said? God is everything?
No, that would be pantheism. Pan meaning all, theism meaning God. For example, in Hinduism, everything is God. So if God is all, that's pantheism, meaning all is God.
I have a follow-up.
But like something like Earth, okay, something like anything, okay. It's attributes of a substance, okay, that must be conceived through itself. No,
I don't understand your question.
Each attribute, okay, of a substance must be conceived through itself. Do you agree on this?
I don't understand the question.
Am I using the words right or wrong?
No, your English is very good. I just don't understand the question.
Repeat the question, Hassan.
I mean everything. Okay, everything. Okay, each. No, not everything. I cannot say like each attribute. Okay. Of a substance, like
everything that exists. Has attributes.
Yeah, must be conceived through itself. Okay, if we put it this way, if we go on this way, then our rationalism and our the thing that you mentioned earlier about atheism, that atheists cannot rely on rationalism because rationalism, the existence of rationalistic mind relies on existence of God. Okay, so so I will put it this way. This is my way. Okay, and I say that each attribute, okay, each attribute of a substance must be conceived through itself. Then it will make sense. Okay, and then
the reason why it can't make sense, in order to make sense,
I think he's saying that it has many limbs. Like it has.
In order to make sense out of any statement, the laws of logic have to be true. Right?
I have a follow-up.
Okay, then in nature.
All right, hold on a second. Ronan said he wanted to say something. Go ahead, Ronan.
I agree with that. If you don't believe in Jesus Christ, you're irrational, and you don't know the difference between.
Hold on a second. Ronan wanted to speak. Go ahead, Ronan.
Yes, I have a statement, and then I'd like to ask you a question. 2 points I'm trying to make here, please. First of all, I hear a false equivalency whereby you said an atheist looks at the moon. Well, an atheist does not believe in God, and looking at the moon is part of observation, science. That's two different things. So that's a false equivalency. You are mixing things up, and it's not very clear. A false equivalency.
It's not
Now,
very clear for you to say that the moon is
I was
science.
not finished.
Fucking bozo.
Well, no,
Armando, let Ronan finish, okay?
Look, if that's the way it's going to be, fine.
No, Ronan, go ahead.
I wasn't fit.
Go
I
ahead,
know.
Ronan.
Just
Go ahead. Go
Ronan,
ahead.
just go ahead.
I said false equivalency. You're mixing two ideas: atheism, which is obviously not a belief in a theist idea, and the observation of the moon. That's two different things. That's a false equivalency. Now, the question I would like to ask is that you stated the word omnipresent, and I hear other theists say omnipotent. So, what is it? That's confusing.
Okay. Omniscience is the idea that one is all-knowing, that one knows the truth value of all propositions. That's omniscience, right?
No, you said omnipresent. The word was
Well,
omnipresent.
there's several different omni words.
No. Like I said, because I hear omnipotent, and you use the word omnipresent.
Right. I'll explain them. There's several different omni.
That's what I want you to address. Like I said,
I'm going to.
You're doing this evasiveness thing again.
I'm not being evasive.
No, you said omnipresent. That's what I want you to address.
All right. Omnipresence. I'll explain to you. Omnipresence is the concept that everywhere is present before God. Omniscience is that God knows all things. Omnipotence is that the God of the Bible is able to effectuate any state of affairs that, were he to choose so, that do not contradict his own immutable nature. So
Okay.
I'll be done in a minute. Okay. So you have omnipotence, which is generally referred to colloquially as being all powerful. Omniscience meaning all knowing, and omnipresent meaning everywhere is present before God.
Right.
Okay. No. That's why I mentioned omnipotent and omnipresent, which you had stated, and I'm going to the omnipotent, right, which you just described. Okay. I understand that whatever, I call it whatever, in science it could be whatever, it's an unknown, right? You call it a God, fine, call it that. That's fair enough. But I'm saying God cannot be omnipotent because God has no control over the outcome. It cannot be predicted because today there are people called hermaphrodites and people who are homosexual.
Oh my God. Come on, Ronan.
And God has no control apparently, because if the Bible says something against homosexuals, and like I said, maybe they knew about hermaphrodites then or not, I don't know.
What a tangent!
So it's saying wasn't finished. I'm saying no, that can't be true because God has no control over the outcome based on that word omnipotent.
No, you're not understanding the concept of omnipotence.
Are you calling? Hold on. Are you calling hermaphrodites homosexuals?
No, I was pointing two different things out. If God had that kind of omnipotent.
No. You said hermaphrodite and homosexual. Are you saying those are the same?
And there's a conjunction and.
Okay,
and.
Ronan.
No control.
In Hebrews,
over that, so you cannot be omnipotent.
Okay, Ronan, in Colossians 1 and Hebrews 1, it states that God upholds all things by the power of his will, right? Now, that is one of the clearest declarations of omnipotence. The fact that nature operates in a certain way does not contradict the notion of omnipotence.
Hey, Darth, Ronan, can I get in for a second here? Because I want to ask Darth a quick question.
Sure, please, after you.
Thank you. Why can't omniscience begin from within? What I always find the difficulty is between organized religion and spirituality. Why can't we find awareness from our own inner being?
How many coins do I have in my left pocket?
I don't know. I know
Then
how many coins I got in my left pocket.
If you were omniscient, would you know how many coins are in my
Why
left
would I want to know?
I didn't ask you that. I said, if you were omniscient, would you know how many coins were?
Probably not. Why?
Well, that's
That's a false premise.
No. Okay. Shotgun. Omniscience is defined as knowing all things.
In your definition.
That's right. Now,
in my definition, omniscience means total awareness of who I am and the spirituality that I have within me.
Well,
and that's how.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem with that definition.
That sets the.
How do you know? How do you know that you're totally aware?
Well, how do you know?
I asked you a question. How do I know that the God of the Bible is omniscient? Because He has revealed that He is.
Where?
In the Bible.
Okay. Well, that's your perception. My perception.
Well, I answered your question. Now, would you answer my question? Sure. How do you know that you're completely aware through your sense perception? Are your sense perceptions all working basically reliably?
Based upon my knowledge, yes.
No, you have to assume that.
Why do you say that?
Because in philosophy, it's widely it's universal and uncontroversial that we have, from a secular point of view, you have to assume that your basic sense perception is reliable, because you there's no way to test that.
How can it be more reliable than believing in yourself?
You're not understanding this at all.
No, we're just having
No, you're not, I'm not trying to be rude. You're not even understanding some of these basic concepts.
Well, maybe because I choose not to.
Well, then that would be problematic if you're choosing not to understand.
No, we're having an interesting conversation here about two different words.
No, the problem is that you're using a word such as omniscient,
right,
in two different ways, and that's equivocating. And when you equivocate, when you communicate, unless there's a unified agreement on the meaning and definition of a word, then communication breaks down.
Yes, you're absolutely right there, because your view of omniscience might be different from mine, and that doesn't mean it's wrong.
If you look up omniscience in the dictionary, you will find that it's not defined that way. So what you are doing is you are using a proprietary definition, which is not commonplace.
So
no, man. If you put all the universe in that one person, that would make sense.
Shotgun.
Okay, so
here's the problem. Shotgun. The problem with what you're saying is because you're being inconsistent. 1 second you want to use the definition. May I finish? Can I finish my statement?
But you don't need to be insulting.
I'm not being insulting. This is the way I speak to everybody. The problem in what you're doing is you're using words that have common definitions to communicate, but when you arbitrarily choose, you're giving non-common, non-colloquial definitions of words, such as the word omniscient.
Right.
When somebody does that, it's like playing Monopoly rules and changing the rules as you go.
So what? It's like Trump going into Washington, D.C. and draining.
Shotgun. If you're not going to use the dictionary definitions of words, then our communication breaks down.
I guess it does, because those dictionary words were set forth by Christian people like yourself.
Well, you see, if you're going to go by that rule, if you're going to change the meaning of words by saying, here's how I define this, here's how I define that, well, then I can play by those same rules. I'll just change the definition of words that I use. And then we get nowhere.
Because you're changing those
shotgun, the pizza sleeps faster depending on Blue Tuesday.
What the hell is that? Okay, fine.
Well, that made perfect sense to me, the way I'm defining my words.
Well, then good for you. If that made sense to you, I have no problem with that.
If you start using non-standard definitions of words, then there's no communication.
Well, I don't think so. I think that we're communicating right now, aren't we?
Well, I'm not using. See, you just laid down the principle that we can just make up definitions as we go along.
You said the word.
All right, I can't. I'm not going to do this any further. You don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you for that insult.
No, I'm not trying to be insultive. You're out in left field.
So, all right, you have a good time with Ronin then and Darth. I tried to have a decent conversation with you, and you
Well,
should.
I've explained to you 10 times why you're incorrect when you use a proprietary definition of words.
But therein lies the rub.
And the conversation explodes.
You're trying to explain to me how I am
All right.
incorrect.
Here, okay, let me explain something to you. What's your favorite sport?
My favorite sport?
Yeah.
American football.
Okay, football. Now, suppose all of a sudden the players just start changing the rules while they play. And then they change the new rule that they made 10 minutes ago to a new rule. What we're going to have is chaos on the football field. Unless there's a set of unified rules by which we play the game, then you can't play football. Unless we operate by unified definitions of words,
are you trying to
then we can't converse.
Football?
No, what I'm saying to you is when you change the rules of the game, then the games cannot be played.
I didn't think life was a game, though.
That's a metaphor.
I understand what you're saying.
When you randomly change the meaning of words, then all communication collapses.
I'm not trying to change the meaning of words. I'm trying to change the meaning of concepts.
Am I making sense, everybody else? Obviously, Shotgun's not getting this.
No, I'm not getting it because your concept from my concept will be different. Doesn't mean you're right or I'm wrong.
I think Shotgun is saying. I think Shotgun is saying is that why should we believe in a God if we could believe in ourselves?
Thank you.
Because
I do find a fallacy in that, but that's what he's
saying. The problem with that is he's saying people say they don't believe in God because God has not been justified. But when somebody says, well, I believe in myself, well, how does self justified?
Amanda, I never said that I don't believe in God. I just
I know.
I just believe in a different messenger on spirituality.
And what messenger is that?
Buddha.
Well, Buddha is first of all, Buddha is not. Buddha does not give revelation. Buddha was entirely mortal and human.
Never said that.
Okay. So the point is this: is how would you be able to verify that Buddha's conclusions about existence are correct?
As in your case, just faith.
Well, I don't have just faith. That's known as fideism, right? It's not a matter of just faith, because you see, in the Christian worldview, we just don't have faith. What we have is an omnipotent, omniscient, always truth-revealing God who has constructed a world in such a way that we all can know some things that we can't be wrong about.
All right, Darth.
Can I say something?
Let me just give me 10 more seconds. Whether or not somebody believes in God, because of the way God has constructed the world, both believers and unbelievers can know some things that they can't be wrong about.
Darth, what's going to happen when you die?
I'm going to be in the presence of the Lord Jesus Christ.
So that's
right.
That's faith. That's faith.
Well, actually, it is confidence in the reliable testimony of what will transpire in the future from somebody who is in a position to know about the future that they cannot be wrong about.
That's semantics.
That's right.
Excuse me. The Bible does not
like this guy, man. This guy's cool.
Excuse me. The Bible does not define, the King James Bible version does not define faith as you put it, sir. In Hebrews 11:1, it says, "Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, comma, the evidence of
he
things."
just said that.
I was not fit. No, he didn't say that.
All right, whatever.
He didn't say that. He did not say that. He just wants to use his real.
I know the quote, man.
To confuse everything.
He fit right into that quote, man.
Like I said, I read that book, Hebrews 11:1. Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen.
Right, but the mistake that you're making.
In other words, it's in the mind.
The mistake that you're making.
I'm quoting the book.
I know you are, but the mistake that you're making is you understand that every statement in the Bible has a paragraph context, it has a chapter context, it has a book context, and it has the Bible context. So when we say that faith is the substance of things hoped for, it is not merely or simply fideism. Fideism is just believing something without any type of justification. But you see,
Right.
in the Bible,
What's the hope?
hold on a
What
second.
is the hope?
I'm trying to explain it to you. You gonna let me finish?
No, I'm just asking you because
I'm
you're that
trying to explain to you
No, I
that
don't need
your
an explanation. I want an
conceptualization.
answer.
Quiet.
I'm
Be quiet,
trying to
Ronin.
answer you, Ronin.
I want an
He's
answer to the
answering. He's
question.
answering
Ronin,
it.
keep interrupting me. I'm
some
trying to respond to you.
confusing
Bear with him, Darth.
Okay,
Bear
Ronin,
with him.
explanation.
Ronin, do
I
I
just-
sound like somebody who hasn't studied biblical theology to you?
I don't care because I quoted the book. Now, what
Okay,
does hope?
okay, good. Well, do
I
you know
don't
the
care.
Bible?
What does the word
Okay,
hope mean?
have you studied the Bible?
I read it.
Okay, have you
I read it.
That
studied it?
means no.
Okay.
That means no. That
Now,
means
all
no.
right, okay,
So
could
you
you
want
do
me to
me
look
a
up the
favor?
word hope
Could you tell me who wrote Hebrews?
Uh-oh.
What do you mean? Of course, I can look it up. I don't need to know that. I want you to explain.
Uh-oh. He got caught.
I want you to explain
Okay,
that part.
Ronin, listen to me. I'll say
you're
this one more
being
time. I am
evasive.
not trying. Ronin, I'm more than willing to have a conversation with you, but if you're going to pull the same tactics that you had before, the conversation is going to be over.
Well,
Now,
no, sir. No, sir, because
Ronin, you're
Hey, hold on.
interrupting me.
Darth. Hey, Darth, bear with
Ronin,
them. Remember,
Ronin,
remember
do
the
you know what? Hold on a
information.
second. Ronin, do you know
The
what
information you're
do you
giving
know
is
what
powerful.
fideism is?
Go ahead.
fideism. Parsing the word, like to trust in. That's
No,
it.
no, that's
trust
incorrect.
in,
That is
like
not-
semper
that's-
fidelis.
Okay,
faithful. You have a faith in something.
Let me explain it to you. All right. Fideism is the position that one believes something simply and only because they believe it. That's called fideism. Now, when you are citing Hebrews 1, where it says faith is the substance of things hoped for, the twist that you're giving to the verse is one of called fideism, that faith is only belief and hope in something in the future. But that is not how the Bible defines faith. Faith is belief and confidence in a certain thing or outcome due to reliable communication.
Okay.
Right? Now, in the case, for example, it says, I'm not done yet. For example, it says that God accredited righteousness to Abraham because he had faith, not because he merely hoped in something, because God had made certain promises to Abraham, and Abraham believed the revelation of God. He had faith in the revelation of God. When you are citing Hebrews 1, you are not giving the word faith its meaning that the Bible gives to faith. Faith is confidence and belief in what God has revealed. That is not the meaning that you're giving it. You are giving the meaning of faith in Hebrews 1, as you're citing it, is the meaning of what is called fideism. In other words, it means to believe something with no justification whatsoever.
You're right. But I
That
said,
is not what the Bible defines as faith.
Now, faith is the substance of things.
That's right. Now,
what
suppose
is the substance of hope?
Suppose the God of the Bible gives me revelation. The God of the Bible gives me infallible revelation about what is going to transpire in the future. Now, I haven't personally experienced the future, okay, because that would be logically incoherent. Okay, and since I'm not omniscient, I cannot know the future. Therefore, in order for me to have hope about the future, would either have to be through fideism, believing without any justification whatsoever, or I would have hope in the future due to the infallible, inerrant revelation of God of what will take place in the future. So when the Bible uses the word faith, it is not referring excuse me, it is not referring to the theological concept of fideism. It is referring to belief and confidence in which God has revealed.
That's the word, confideism. That the only difference between faith and what you're saying is because of confidence. And what gives you that confidence?
So the problem, Ronin, is if you were, and I'm not trying to criticize you, but if you had been more familiar with biblical theology and what the other biblical authors stated, you wouldn't have fallen into the trap of believing that Hebrews Hebrews 1 was simply referring to fideism, believing without any justification whatsoever.
The point being, I understand now faith. What is the substance of things hoped for? Then there's a comma. We have to go on after that. But what is that substance of things hoped for? What is it?
Yeah, you have to understand that when the Bible talks about certain things, sometimes it's talking about things from God's perspective.
No,
and other times, can I finish my statement? If you're going to interrupt me,
addressing my question.
I am addressing it.
My question.
I am addressing your point. You're being entirely rude. Now, sometimes when the Bible is speaking in certain sentences, it's talking about things from the vantage point of a human being. Other times it's referring to, hold on a second. Other times it's referring from God's vantage point. So when it says that faith is the substance of things hoped for, it's referring to man's confidence and belief, or the Christian's confidence and belief in what will take place, which is justified by the revelation that God has given. It is not belief and hope and confidence in things to come apart from any justification. See, justification for some people could be sense perception or their experience. In the case of the Christian, our belief and confidence is in and on the revelation of God, not belief and hope in our imagination independent of the revelation of God.
Darth, can I ask a question? That hope.
Good answer, man. That was answered, Ronin.
Yeah,
he answered your question.
But
no,
Darth,
you're muting me. Back to me complaining about being, bullied. You're muting me.
Can I ask Darth a question?
Well, you asked the question and then you
if you just hold on a second, I got to throw something in the oven. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Do your thing. Right. Hey, Ronin, you asked the question and then you started implying and nagging and interrupting again, Ronin.
You're
Ronin,
muting.
he answered that question, Ronin.
If you're muting
all
me.
right. I don't want to nag about that. I don't want to nag. Throw it away. Shh. Throw it away.
Throw it away.
Okay.
Why are you muting me?
It's okay. It's okay.
Why are you muting me?
I know, Ronin, you have become a fucking demon on the panel.
I don't believe in the word.
I don't care what you believe in. The characteristics of a demon is all inside of you, Ronin.
Not mine. Your words, not mine. I don't believe in that.
Ronin, you gotta cool out though. You gotta cool out, all right?
I think you're being evasive.
Yeah, but you can't act like we're standing in front of the White House protesting and screaming. It's just not the case, Ronin. Just relax a little bit.
Well, then why don't you allow me to continue in a calm voice? Or you're gonna mute me anyway?
All right. I'm gonna allow you to continue. I'll allow you to continue.
Back, I'd like to. It was.
You better not nag him to death. All right. I like this guy. Don't kill.
I like him too.
I was trying to follow through on his.
I like you. Hey, you're pretty cool on this conversation too. Right?
You keep interrupting me, and I'm the one.
Hey, I like
totally being.
I like what you said. I like what he said that you're far left, and you were like so.
Hey, Ronin, I'll tell you this too. First time I ever talked to Darth, he got so pissed off at me, he fucking sniped me out of the damn hangout. So today's a new day, man. I'm listening to the guy. So, I just thought I'd add that into the mix.
Yeah, but he's wrong. He's wrong. If
Ronin,
I continue the conversation with him, I can prove it to him.
Let me show you something that wasn't cool though. Ronin, Buddy was trying to talk to you earlier, and he was being super civil with you, not bringing up nothing from the past. He even said that he enjoyed talking to you, and you continue bashing. I don't understand that.
Oh, see, I know what he's going to lead to.
Ronin, come on, man.
It's called the anticipatory
Ronin, but you can't just because you got cursed out a month ago. You can't just keep bringing back old shit every single time.
Why do you keep muting me now?
Ronin, you're paranoid.
The reason, Ronin.
I'm having fun at all your confusion, trying to avoid responsibility.
Fun. I know you're having fun, but you're slightly serious, man. You gotta tone it down a little bit.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to so-called lose my temper.
Serious, man, so relax.
Ronin, I'll leave you with this thought. not everybody holds grudges from yesterday. So when you make the statement,
Right.
I know what he's going to do next, he's just playing with me, that is the way you think, not me, sir.
You keep
That's
proving
right.
it. You keep proving it.
Jesus, you know, I knew people like Ronin back in the 80s when they were doing
Okay, I'll keep eating my spaghetti then. Go ahead.
Ronin thinks we think about him in our daily lives. This guy is out of his fucking mind.
You do.
You
Armando
see what I'm
Vargas,
saying?
You think about me. I know you think about me, Armando Vargas.
Yeah, but maybe not in the way that you think. Okay.
I don't know how he defines haunt, but he says you haunt me, and okay, I didn't think that, but okay.
Oh,
Hey,
God.
Ronin, let me ask you something. You were saying that you perceive God or you don't perceive him due to your 5 senses. You have a lack of hearing. Your senses is depleted. I want to know, is that taking effect at all? No, I'm just saying, like I know our vision and our things are not at 100%. Do you think that affects your conclusion?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
The nigga's deaf. You know what I mean? So
I don't repeat that. I don't think he heard you.
I think he's butthurt.
why is he doubled?
That's a sensory perception.
Ronin multiplied over here.
Oh shit! I see that. Uh-oh. Double trouble.
Ronin seeing double.
I told you he's the Legion, man. He's the Legion. Look at him now. He's doubled.
Oh, God. So much for his sensory perception.
Hey, you guys are keeping me awake, man. That's cool, man.
Fuck the Ronin's one of a kind. I like him, though.
You know, I think everybody's life has built them to be who they are now, you know?
Of course.
I don't know. I've heard Ronin say he joined the military, but he didn't go to war. Do you think he would have been humbled if he would have touched
He
that
was
soil?
he was probably in supply. Oh, come on, man. Ronin, lighten up, brother.
Ronin, was that your brother in here just now?
No, I'm getting kicked, and I try to come back in, so I guess it doubles up.
Oh.
You didn't get kicked. And whose hangout is that? Probably Darth's. Hey, I got $100 on Darth. He's gonna kick your fucking ass, Ronin.
Well, if I'm allowed to finish, you're gonna lose. So you better keep interrupting me.
Hey, you're gonna have a hard time with that guy, Darth.
Hey, Ronin, just accept it. Nobody's going to let you finish.
Pay up, Armando Vargas. Pay up.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
Pay up. That's right. Shotgun Rider just called it right there. You want my PayPal account or the GoFundMe link? Which one you want?
Like I don't think you even understood. I don't know how Shotgun Rider meant it, but I'm thinking that you never finish because you never do finish. Like you always get stuck. You nag. You run around the same circle. I mean, man, you take a very long time to get to the point, and then you were trying to tell Darsh.
No,
you see, you're interrupting me. You see,
but you're wrong.
This is the proof.
I have a right to interrupt
This
you
is the
when
proof.
you're talking in terms that don't add up.
This is the proof, bro.
So where's my $100?
Man, your $100 is in existence. I mean, I'm not gonna send you $100. I mean, I don't want to see you talk metaphors with you.
Shotgun Rider verified it. that you're going to interrupt me. So
You misunderstood shotgun right now, Ronin.
I misunderstand now. Okay.
You misunderstood shotgun when he says that you're never finished.
Because you keep interrupting me.
All right, that's not what shotgun was referring to. He's saying that you keep babbling because you never finish.
Because you keep interrupting me.
It's okay, Ronin, man. I care less.
Well, it was Shotgun's turn to talk to Mr.
I will not let you scare off Darth out of
I'm
here.
back.
Who said I'm trying to scare him off? I'm trying to get him to answer my
Darth.
question without going into some
Darth.
kind of lecture that I
Darth,
don't need.
don't let Ronin Ronin talk you.
Ronin, in all due respect, I'm not trying to talk down to you.
You are doing it. That's what you just
You're not
framed
understanding
right
certain
there.
concepts.
That's what you just framed, Mr. Dawkins.
Well, anybody here see Cool Hand Luke? The movie?
Yes, I have.
Okay, do you remember when Paul Newman tries to escape? Second or third time, they bring him back in chains.
Yep.
And Paul Newman says, I wish you'd stop being so good to me, Captain. And the guy hits him with a little billy club.
Yep.
And then the captain of the prison gang says, what we have here is failure to communicate. Some men you just can't reach.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, well, that's what we're dealing with.
That's fucked up.
Well, it was Shotgun's turn. He had a question for you, and then
I need to understand one thing. I need to understand one thing. Darth just framed out that he was going to make it a point not to insult or talk down to you, and then you said that he, in fact, just framed the fact that he was looking and talking down to you. I'm confused. He told you he was not going to do that, and you're sitting there telling him that he just did it.
This is a waste of time from the topic.
Hey, Darth, do you think the age has anything to do with that? The stubbornness on that? Do you think there's an age?
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. You got to understand that a lot of times people get deeply ingrained in the way they think the older they get, and they're more reluctant to be willing to reevaluate their core beliefs. But you find that age is a factor, but it's not the only one, because you find this in young people too. But a lot of times when people get older, they get more settled. Like, for example, let's suppose somebody's in their 50s, 60s, or 70s. They're going to be less
settled in their belief, right?
They're going to be more prone to not wanting to believe that, gee, I've been wrong all these years.
Right. So they don't want to have a self-evaluation, a self-check per se.
Well, in psychology, and I don't want to quote psychology, but it's called defense mechanisms. It's called self-deception.
And what is your study in the Bible? What are you were saying?
I've been studying the Bible since 1980. I know quite a bit about biblical theology, and when people come on Google Plus attacking and critiquing the Bible, 9 times out of 10 they don't have the foggiest idea of what they're talking about.
Hey, dude, we need you here, man. You know that?
Well, just add me on the list. I'll be glad to chat with you guys.
All right, don't get aggravated with us. Don't get aggravated with us. I'm just letting you know. It's gonna be a bumpy road.
Well, I'm used to dealing with a lot of skeptics. So,
yeah, let me get down on Ryan here. Anyway, Shotgun Rider, you had a question for him. You there, Ryder? Oh, okay, Mr. Dawkins.
Yeah.
Back to Hebrews 11:1, please.
Right.
Okay, here we go. Now, faith, you define the word. Fine, I understand that. is the substance, I understand that word, of things hoped for. And I looked up the definition of hope. And one, noun, a feeling. That's why I keep saying, faith is an emotion, a feeling of expectation and desire for a certain thing to happen. This is according to a dictionary. Okay? So I've always said that faith is an emotion, and they argue with me. Well, based on that book, Hebrews 11:1, substance of things hoped for. And I looked up hope again.
Right.
A feeling.
Again, you're committing the same error that I've already rebutted.
No, you went off into some celestial stuff that just didn't really address.
Okay, let's see if you even understood what I said. What was the word that I said you were using?
Which word were you?
Yeah, I said the twist that you were giving to the word faith was a very particular theological term. What was it? I used it over and over again.
Feeling. Like I
No,
said,
I asked you a question.
Your statements
you
are
didn't understand what I said. Now, I used a particular theological term to describe the manner in which you're defining faith. Do you recall and remember what that was?
I think it's pronounced fideism, or
that's right. It was fideism.
Okay.
What is fideism?
Well, like I said, I haven't looked up the word, but it looks like.
Well, I explained it to you several times.
To trust something.
No. Do you remember how I explained to you what the meaning of fideism is?
No, you go off into so many rambling parts.
I explained it very clearly. I explained it actually three times.
You try to talk over people. Why don't you keep it down to simple terms?
Okay, Ronin, you are just being argumentative right now in order to save face. Now, Ronin, I define fideism 3 times. Do you recall how I defined it?
Yeah, but it was confusing every time because you don't.
No, it wasn't confusing. I'll repeat for a 4th time. Fideism. Fideism is believing something without any merit or justification whatsoever.
Right, but after that.
Now, does the Bible define faith as being fideism?
Hope, right? But after that word faith.
Okay, Ronin. Listen, dude. Unless you stop being so combative and argumentative, then all future conversations are going to be off the table between you and me.
Well, the point being is
you don't know what you're talking about.
That's why I was asking you questions that you refused to answer.
Okay, Ronin, you have not studied the Bible. I have. I have studied systematic and biblical theology.
Great. Okay.
I'm quite knowledgeable in that area. You are not. You don't know what you're talking. I'm going to give you a warning one last time.
What do you mean?
If you want to converse with me, okay, interrupt me. If you interrupt me in the next 5 seconds, I will no longer converse with you. I'm telling you that if you don't stop this, I'm not going to be talking with you any further.
Here, hold on, Ronin. You know how you're a specialist at ammunition or guns, and I sat there and I listened to you when you were speaking about your guns. It's because you're an expert. If he's an expert at the Bible, and you're not
an expert.
Well, Armando,
well, I mean,
I
well,
know.
you study it. It seems like you study it more than the rest of us.
Well, I wouldn't call him expert at guns and ammo either.
I know what I'm talking about.
Well, I'll call him an expert just because I can tell by the way he's framing his sentences.
Ronin,
that's not really the point.
What is the second, Ronin? How well do you know the Bible?
What? He's not going to answer you that.
How well do you know the Bible?
Like I said, I read it once.
Do you know what quote mining is, Ronin?
I used to read Mad Magazine.
Hey, bear,
Ronin, do you
bear
know
with them.
Do you know what quote mining is?
Well, yeah.
What is quote mining?
Yeah, it's like when someone is making a presentation and then they use a quote from somewhere as part of their narrative or statement, should I say?
Quote mining is taking something and citing it without any consideration for the context.
Well, no, but that's why I was trying to ask about the actual Hebrews 11:1, all of it. and I got to the point of defining hope, and we haven't gone past it yet, and but that wasn't really what I was trying to get you to address. But I'm trying to get, like I said, part of it is, yes, I read the Bible. Okay, fine. You know more about it. Granted, you got it. You know all of the theology and the wise attributes that go to it. Fine. What I have issue with is not the faith, the emotion. Okay, I have issue with the acts of men using the word of God to justify their actions. Now, are you saying that
What do you use to justify your reason?
What? Well, no, I've never tried to enslave people. I'm not a misogynist. I'm not a pedophile.
All right, this is the problem, Armando. He doesn't even understand the question that I'm asking. Now, Ronin, on what is your justification that any other human act is wrong?
Well, if it's not caring for someone.
Why should I care for somebody?
Because they're fellow human beings.
So what if they're human beings? So what?
Well, that means that we all exist at this time and place.
So what if we exist? So why, just because I exist, why should I? Have you ever heard of survival of the fittest?
Well,
Have you ever heard of covet?
I don't think you understand survival of the fittest the way you imply it, though.
Okay, survival of the fittest is that those traits that survive due to environmental pressures will reproduce more than those traits that reproduce that don't comport with environmental pressures.
Well, okay, my definition is.
You think I don't understand a Darwinian evolution?
No, I'm saying my definition is a little different.
Okay, what is your justification that it is obligatory to be caring because I'm human? Well, I evolved not to care, and you evolved to care. So what?
Exactly.
Well, the thing is,
did you evolve?
We all live. No, I'm living. Our species evolved.
Is your physical existence right now the product of millions of years of evolution?
Yes.
All right. So if you say to me, well, we should be caring for other people, well, your brain states evolved to think that way. And if somebody comes along, let's say it's myself, and I disagree with you, well, then I evolved to think differently. So why is your evolved reasoning somehow obligatory to my evolved reasoning?
Good point. Very good point.
Well, no, it's all based on what you're saying, survival of the fittest, whereby if you do not
He didn't even understand the question I asked him.
He did it. He did it
though. That's not what I'm trying to say.
Ronin, is your reasoning right now an ultimate product of millions of years of evolution?
Is it an ultimate product? No, it's a continuum. It's still going. We're part of the stream.
Well, you see, every time I ask him a question, he either doesn't understand the question or he answers something I didn't ask.
Well, no, you're being evasive because if you're smarter than me.
Wow, this is okay. You know what, Armando? I'm a patient guy.
Well, yeah, continue with the patience. You just met us. You just met us.
No.
You just met us. Just continue with the patience.
Ronin, you see, here's the
bear with us. Bear with us. Bear with us.
All right, I'll try to be patient. Ronin,
yeah, bear with us, man. We're just people.
Your mental states are the product of your brain states. Your brain states are the ultimate result of millions of years of evolution and the sensory input that you've had in your lifetime. So ultimately, the way that you think and the way that you reason is the product of evolution. And that would be true. That would also be true for me, that if I agree or if I disagree with you, that my mental state is simply the product of millions of years of evolution.
Darth,
so why is one evolved mental state obligatory versus another evolved mental state that would disagree, Ronin?
Darth, can I just throw one more wrinkle into this?
I'm not going to be allowed.
Ronin, hold on. Half a second. To Darth's point, if I am a product of evolution, how come all that evolution went out the drain in Vietnam when I had to kill people?
Who said it went out the drain?
Well, according to Ronin, I have to care for my fellow human being. But when you
Right, he's agreeing with you. He's agreeing with you, Darth.
Exactly.
Yeah. Just give us some time. You'll start understanding who's who. He's agreeing with you. Might just use the wrong words, and you might just bear with us. Bear with us.
But like you said, Darth, sometimes another evolution has no play in it.
Well,
Right.
Here's the problem, Ronan. When you try to argue for ethical standards from a worldview of skepticism, you're not going to be able to ground your ethics in anything that's stable. All you're going to appeal to is either circular reasoning or some societal plurality or majority.
Thank you very much, Darth. Excellent point.
Boom. Yeah, I agree with that.
So you see, when you appeal to see, this is the point I'm trying to make, is that when you don't start from the position that it is the case that the God of the Bible exists, then you're going to be starting from another foundation of another worldview. Any other worldview is not going to be coherent. And when I say coherent, what it means is that it will internally contradict itself eventually.
I agree. What you're saying is that if you don't believe that Jesus is God, you are you don't have a foundation to begin with. Everything you spew out your mouth is lies.
Let me clarify that. Okay. Okay, Armando, I am not saying that if you merely and simply believe in the God of the Bible, then the preconditions of intelligibility and rationality will exist. That's not what I'm saying.
I know.
What has to be, it must be the case that the Christian God exists in order to have the preconditions for rationality and intelligibility. Now, if a skeptic says, "Oh no, I disagree with you. I can be intelligible and rational when it is not the case that the Christian God exists," I say, fine, demonstrate that to me. And the atheist is not going to do it. And in fact, some of the most articulate and intelligent atheists on Google Plus recognize this fundamental problem, and they say, well, we all have to start from basic beliefs that are unjustifiable. But you see, people who aren't familiar with these concepts think that certain beliefs that they hold to, that they're true. They're called privileged beliefs. Like, for example, when somebody says to me, like today, they said, "Could you be wrong that the Bible is the Word of God?" And I said, no. And they said, well, could there be an observation that would falsify that? And I said, no. And they thought that that was absurd. And I said, well, what you're objecting to is what you consider my belief that the Bible is the Word of God and that I cannot be wrong, that it is a privileged belief. In other words, it's a belief that I hold to for which nothing could show that it's false. And so they reject that because they think that it is a privileged belief. In other words, it's a belief that can be held. Yeah, they have nothing could falsify that. But what they don't understand is when they make that objection, they are operating from a set of basic beliefs about reality that are privileged beliefs themselves, that nothing will falsify that. For example, when anybody is speaking about physical reality, we all operate from the mindset that nature operates in some law-like way. Right? Now, that's not a belief that can be verified through sense perception. It's just a belief that they hold to, because if they didn't hold to that belief about the nature of existence, that it is the case that nature operates in some law-like way, if they didn't hold to that, then nothing could make sense. Because if nature doesn't operate in some law-like way, then that means all events are the product of chance.
Well, then you're saying that you have to hold to these beliefs despite all the horrendous things that go on in humanity?
Well, that's a different subject.
No, well, it's not. It's
Right.
part and parcel.
No, it's a related subject, but it is still a different subject.
Hey, but what did you say? You said that all nature operates in a law-like way.
That's right.
What I say is that everybody holds to the uniformity or regularity of nature, that nature operates in some law-like way.
Law-like way, but you're saying
Right.
like
all human beings do this. Now, I can say that in virtue of the revelation of God, but from a skeptical worldview, they would just say, well, this is an intuition that we all have just by virtue of our experience or
yeah, I know what you mean. Ronin says that all the time. He says homosexuality is natural because we observe it in nature. That's what you mean about.
So then murder is natural.
Right. I get it.
Rape is
I
natural.
disagree with all that. Yeah, that doesn't make no sense for me.
Yeah. So
Right.
what I'm saying to you is that the argument for the existence of the God of the Bible, not just any God,
right,
is that if you don't start with the God of the Bible's existence, then you will have no foundation that you can justify and then build reasoning on and
top of that
about the nature of reality, right? Because
I agree.
So let's take, for example, when the World Trade Center was struck by the airplanes and the fires were burning for a couple of hours, the substructure around where the planes crashed weakened, and the structure above it imploded downwards because it had no foundation. The structure above the crash was fine. The location of the crash was undermined. That foundation right there could not hold the weight. So anything that is built upon a foundation that cannot withstand that weight collapses. So when an atheist or a skeptic reasons about the nature of existence, they have to be speaking from a foundation about the nature of reality, that nature operates in a regular way, that their basic cognition is
that's biblical. Yeah, what you're saying is biblical. A strong man's house.
In the Bible, we have revelation from God that creation is made in an organized and orderly way. But you see, getting back to Ronin with Hebrews 1, Hebrews 1 is within the context of the New Testament. Faith is never arbitrary belief that something is the case. Faith in the Bible is always a response to certain evidences and revelation that are given, not in the absence of revelation. So when it says that Abraham, when it lists some of the great believers in Hebrews,
what do you call a revelation?
Well, revelation would be where God communicates certain truths directly or indirectly, and that would include natural revelation, innate revelation, and special revelation would include the Bible. When I say revelation, I'm not using it in the sense that where somebody says, well, you know what? I was walking down the sidewalk and God revealed to me that I should go rob a bank or something.
Yeah, all of a sudden. But my question to you is then,
revelation basically
a revelation is always
just real quick, give me 5 seconds. Revelation just basically means a communication from one mind to another.
Are they always positive?
No. Well, it depends on what you mean by positive.
Well, you're talking about revelations from God. I mean, are they positive or can they be?
No. Revelation is where the mind of God communicates in one form or another certain things that are true. For example, in the Bible, the way God has constructed your basic mental apparatus to think is biblically a form of revelation. It's not special revelation, it's natural revelation. In other words,
can wrap my head around that.
Okay, so revelation means that it is a form of communication. That communication can take place in like let me give you an illustration. When God spoke to Adam on the first day that he was created, Adam did not have to learn anything. His mind operated as a functional adult. There were things that he would go on to learn, but Adam's mind, the basic way that it operated, the principles of reason, were an endowment given by God on the first day he was created. That endowment is a form of revelation.
I understand that concept.
Okay.
But let me ask you this quick question: that in our revelation, do you agree with the fact that we are given revelations, but it's up to us individually on how we perceive and how we act upon those revelations?
Well, God's revelation does not fail to achieve its purposes. However, that revelation can be denied, suppressed, or rejected.
Okay.
So, for example, in Romans 1, it talks about that the revelation of God in nature and in man's consciousness that the one true God exists can be accepted and embraced, or it can be rejected and suppressed. But you see, here's the nasty thing. When you reject the God who created you, it's not that you believe in nothing. You believe in something else. You believe in what the Bible calls the lie. It's not that you will believe nothing.
Because I can't tell you how many serial killers I've read about that said they had a revelation from God about going out and murder a bunch of women.
Could you give me a link to even one serial killer that said they had a revelation from God?
John Wayne Gacy.
No, I'm not. I'm familiar with John Wayne Gacy. I'm not aware that he ever stated that.
Or how about the son of Sam, the guy up in New York? Both of them told him they had a revelation.
David Berkowitz is a unique case.
Great.
Is a unique case. He was involved in the occult. He was involved in some really weird stuff. But David Berkowitz, the son of Sam killer, remember that was at 1976, 77?
Yeah.
That is an atypical case for serial killers. Most serial killers do not claim to be receiving communication from God.
No, okay.
If you let's take an example. Let's take
how about Ramirez?
Ramirez. Okay, we had Richard Ramirez. You had the Zodiac Killer, Ted Bundy, the Green River Killer, and there's any number of other serial killers. Most of these people did so just for simply for the reason they enjoyed doing it, not because they had revelation. But I do salute you when you cited David Berkowitz. That was an example of somebody who, was messed up in his mind in terms of the occult and maybe messages from God.
But I just make that a point in a general way that people could revelations can be misconstrued and put to ill purposes.
God's revelation does not fail to reveal what he intends to reveal. However, what one does with that revelation that God does communicate is an entirely different matter.
Okay.
So, for example, I could be holding the Bible in my hand, and let's say from the Christian worldview, the Bible is the revelation of God, that holy men through history were moved by God using their life experiences and without error to pen down word for word the very message that he had intended without error and without violating their personalities. Right? Now, God can reveal that that's the case, but an unbeliever could come along and have that same revelation and just say, nope, I don't buy it. Revelation from God does not logically necessitate that it will be universally accepted.
Yeah. I can understand that. Hey, Darth, it was great talking to you, brother.
Okay.
Do it again.
All right. Hey, I like your Marine's avatar. It's cool.
Yeah. Thank you.
Were you a Marine?
20 years.
Oh, well, I salute you, my friend. Thank you for fighting in Vietnam for us. I wish more people understood what the nature of the Vietnam War was.
I'm just a work in progress, brother.
Yeah. Well, aren't we all?
That was rather interesting.
Yeah, man. Hey, I want to just say this. Actually, I should have said it about 15 minutes ago, but I didn't want to interrupt. Let me tell you something about my character. I got something I want to admit. Ronin, you there?
Well, yeah, I'm still waiting to speak.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. I'll wait.
No,
Go ahead.
go ahead. Doesn't matter. I'm going to get interrupted anyway. After you.
Man, don't predetermine things. Go ahead and say what you wanted to say.
No, it's kind of lengthy, and I have to talk to Mr. Dawkins about it. But go ahead, feel free.
Go ahead, Ronin. I won't mute you no more. I promise.
Ha! I don't believe you. Not a single word.
All right, but just have a dialogue. Like don't ramble.
All you got to do is,
I'm not. Look, tell you what. I'm not gonna intervene at all, Ronin. Do your thing.
Here's a quote for you, Ronin. Here's Hebrews 1, verse 7. By faith, being warned by God about things not yet seen, in reverence prepared an ark for salvation. So what we have here is faith in a particular outcome that was to come based upon God giving him reliable testimony. So here in verse 7, it's clear that faith does not mean fideism, meaning belief with no justification. Because God communicated to him what the future was going to be, and because God knows the truth value of all propositions and hence what will take place in the future, Noah's faith was confidence in the reliable testimony because God is an infallible knower. Therefore, by faith cannot mean fideism. In other words, believing in something in the future with no justification. I mean, I could go down the list of all the examples where it says by faith, by faith, by faith, by faith. And all of those confidence and belief in certain future outcomes were not simply beliefs with no justification. The justification was the revelation of God. See, God's revelation preceded their faith. God's revelation was the justification for their faith. So when, like, for example, somebody says, well, I don't have faith, I can see that something is true. Well, when you see something is true, you are assuming that your sense perception is reliable. You don't have any ultimate justification that your sense perception is reliable. But you see, on the other hand, God's revelation is the ultimate means of and final justification for anything. So Hebrews 1 is not teaching that faith is fideism. In other words, belief in hope in things with no evidence or justification at all.
Is it my turn now?
Go ahead.
Y'all spoke a very long time, and I did not interrupt. Let me make that up front. You started with this idea of my caring for others, and you said, well, I don't care. And yeah, okay. That's another way of looking at it. If you want to be a barbarian, I don't care, and that's what the Bible is, barbaric, yes. And the point being, what you're saying is me, I, in survival. What I am saying is we, in survival. Whereby you're saying, and in the way I understand it in science, the gene pool is plastic to the environment. In other words, if that gene pool, whatever it is, flowers, humans, doesn't matter, birds, doesn't matter, cannot adapt to a change in the environment or climate, it ceases to exist. That's just straight survival.
How do you know that?
You're interrupting me. I did not interrupt you. I know that if it comes down to it, the fun in just evolutionary biology. There's two pressures. This is how I know. There's a pressure to survive and a pressure to reproduce. If you cannot survive, you can't reproduce. If you don't reproduce, you don't survive. That's how I know scientifically. Now back to my point. You said you don't care, which is me, I, survival. And I said, I care for my human beings. We, survival. And then, well, Shotgun left and I was going to bring him up. Well, I care for my fellow man. Well, yes, fellow man, which means fellow Americans in that particular case in Vietnam. We have to survive. My fellow man. These are the people I choose to be with. And you keep going on with this. And like I said, you keep mixing ideas like the science and atheism thing. It's like, well, wait a minute, that's false equivalency. And it's really fancy talk. It's really pretty, but it doesn't make sense. In detail, it just doesn't make sense. And it's like you're saying creation. Well, like I said, it doesn't matter because whatever created this, you're saying God had no control over the outcome because there are observable hermaphrodites. There are observable homosexuals, two different things. In case Armando Vargas wants to interrupt, mute, or kick me. And
how do you know how things?
You're interrupting me. You talked on and on and on, and I listened to you. And you say, "Wait, you're rude" or something like that.
You see,
I'm giving you one
I
chance.
just like to know how you know that.
Why don't you quit being a hypocrite and live up to
Ronin, relax, man.
How do you know these?
This is the fun part. This is the fun part. When you started interrupting me and I didn't interrupt you. Now
I know, but you take away from everything you're saying. Hey, when you go on that fucking rant, you take away from
why did he interrupt
everything
me?
you're saying.
I respected all you while you were talking.
I know. You see,
down to me.
hey, check this out, Ronin. We forgot everything you said previous. No,
Ronin, how do you know how things work biologically?
I'll start over. You just tell me when I can start over. You go ahead for an hour and a half.
Well, I just have a question for you, Ronin. Ronin,
calm down.
How do you know how things work biologically? Is it by your sense perception?
No, it's part of studying.
Okay, who studied
biology?
Are you talking about the collective sense perception of scientists?
It's a consensus in science.
Okay, is having a consensus that things work in a certain way, is that a guarantee that in fact things work a certain way?
Well, yes, I can cite. I can cite the law of inertia, Sir Isaac Newton. That's a natural law.
Okay, well, here's the problem. Are the laws of physics descriptive or prescriptive?
Now you're being evasive. I just cited a natural law.
I'm not being evasive.
In other words,
laws are either descriptive or prescriptive.
Go on to something else. Because I just gave you the answer.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. You understand that a law is either descriptive or prescriptive.
Now you're going to something else. Yes.
You didn't understand it. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes, I understand.
What does it mean that a law is descriptive, and what would it mean that it is prescriptive?
Okay. The law of inertia. That is descriptive. Prescriptive is a law like E equals MC squared, right?
No, you didn't understand it.
You're prescribing something. It's a prescription to something that will happen.
No. Do you know the future?
It is predictable to a degree. Yes.
It doesn't matter that it's predictable. Suppose I roll a pair of dice and I predict that I'm going to roll a 6 and it comes up a 6. So what?
Okay, probability. Okay, what then? What now? And
okay. The fact that your predictions may be correct doesn't mean that you know the future. Could you be correct by chance?
Like I said, the laws of probability. Yes, I did say yes.
All right. So here's the problem. Since you don't know the future, and you are not omniscient, and your sense perception is not omniscient, then any declaration that you make that is global or universal about such laws is using inductive reasoning and will be begging the question that because you haven't seen any inconsistencies, therefore these consistencies that you do observe continue above and beyond what you immediately experience. Well, that's in philosophy, that's called begging the question.
I don't care. You didn't let me finish. You interrupted me.
Well, I'm still asking you, how do you know that biology works?
You interrupted me. You interrupted me.
Question.
I was not finished. You
all right, run it. It's a waste of time talking with you.
Well, of course, you're going to interrupt me and assume that you got power over everything.
No, because the problem
is respect on your end.
Understand,
where are you respecting me?
These things.
I had a statement to make, and you didn't allow me to finish.
Ronin, it's a waste of time talking with you. It's been the same ever since I ran into you in here. It's the same argumentative obstructionism.
Well, that's right, because you're all calm and but you keep.
I told you, Ronin has a problem. He's slightly.
It's called pride. Is what.
Answer my question. What gives you the right to interrupt me when you say go ahead or allow me to start? What gives you that right when I listen?
Ronin, this is a hangout. This is a hangout. Everyone gets interrupted.
Is there some natural law that would prohibit that?
He runs to the interruption when he's being cornered. That's all it is.
Yeah, I know.
No, you're just trying to justify your.
Ronin, I'm not. Listen, Ronin, dude, listen. I'm not trying to be mean or critical. You do not understand some of these basic concepts.
No, you're condescending. You're not allowing me
Ronin,
to
you don't even understand these concepts.
And I did call you out on various
points. You'll notice, Armando, that he didn't respond to my exposing his concept of faith as fideism. You notice he didn't respond to verse 7 of Hebrews.
I find this common
silence on that, right, Armando?
Talking.
Yeah, I find it super common in the atheist world. Like there's a quote in the Bible that says.
See, he's just trying to save face at this point.
It says in the Bible, but let your yays be yays and noes be noes. Anything else is evil communication. That's what Ronin is going through.
You'll notice if I say something, and you know what, I understand that sometimes I can say things that some people won't understand. But I'll ask him certain questions, just basic questions like, well, are these laws that you refer to descriptive or prescriptive? And he'll just say, what does that have to do with anything? You're equivocating. I mean, he just throws out some lather because he doesn't understand these basic concepts. And yet he's trying to
well, can I say something now? Or are you going to keep talking over me for an hour and a half? I don't care because I do accept the fact of my reality now. And all you're trying to do is come up with some ideas that are nonsensical.
I want to know, do you ever care? Do you care?
I just
all right, but that's fine. That's fine because we got the answer already.
No, I'm not finished. I wasn't finished.
I know, but you're
talking go on for a long time, and I'm not allowed to finish.
Go ahead, man.
Well, you said before that you were going to interrupt.
Oh, Ronin, just get to the point, will you, please?
What do you mean? So you can go on, so you can.
Hey, Darth, don't leave us because of this. Don't leave us because of this fool, man.
For an hour and a half,
Armando, I am going to have to eat dinner with the family.
No, you go do your thing, but just don't end up.
No, I have about another 15 or 20 minutes, and then I'll be back on. Listen, I'll be back on at 7 Central Time. Okay.
All right, boss.
All right. But go ahead, Ronin.
No, why don't you just leave? Because obviously you don't want to be civil about this.
No, it's not that I don't want to be civil.
Yes,
Ronin, I'm going to be blunt.
You interrupted me.
I'm going to be blunt. You
interrupted me.
Many of these,
and you're condescending. Oh, you're not behaving. You're not, and you want to go on for an hour and a half.
You don't have a clue.
Why don't you try some leadership here versus hypocrisy?
Ronin, let me ask you this question. Since you
answer my question,
how can you make sense of anything? Don't there have to be fundamental laws of logic to make sense of existence?
No.
So in other words, if there is no law of non-contradiction, statements can be meaningful.
You asked me a question, and I was trying to give you an answer, and you keep talking when you ask after you ask me a question.
Proving my point. Here, it's the same garbage with this guy. Okay, so future boy. You responded to the question, right?
You asked me a question, and I'm supposed to answer it. Okay, that's part of civil discourse.
Can you make sense out of anything if one doesn't start from the case that there are fundamental laws of logic?
Yes, there's fundamental laws of logic. Sure.
Okay, but can you can any statement be meaningful in the absence of the laws of logic?
Yes.
Not really.
Future boy, you're a little too close to your mic.
No, no, not really.
Okay, so I didn't understand your question. So you're agreeing that you can't make a statement that is meaningful without the law of non-contradiction, right?
With the what?
Yeah. What I'm saying is, from a skeptic's worldview, they want to maintain that they can make statements that are meaningful. But in order for a statement to be meaningful, the law of non-contradiction has to be true.
Okay.
Because if it's not true, then any statement can also equal its negation. So in other words, when I say that the ball is in the street, it only is meaningful if its denial or negation is not true, that the ball is not in the street at the same time in the same sense. So in order for the statement, the ball is in the street, to be meaningful and intelligible, there has to be in existence the law of non-contradiction, that A cannot equal not A at the same time in the same sense. In other words, the ball cannot be in the street at the same time and in the same sense that the ball is not in the street. Because if one doesn't start from the position of the law of non-contradiction, if one doesn't affirm that even unconsciously when you make a statement, then that statement is not meaningful because its negation could also be true at the same time. But you see, human beings, because of the way God has constructed our minds, don't even question the law of non-contradiction. Now, if one does not accept what I just said, if you don't accept the statement, yeah, go ahead.
A lot of things.
You are boring man.
Thought process finished.
I'm boring because you're not even understanding this stuff.
You don't allow me to even start to answer your question.
Oh God!
And you're interrupting me. Why don't we try to be civil, and we can have a civil conversation. But if you're going to keep talking over me,
I'm just wondering why this chat's not showing up on Google Hangouts
now. You know, I might as well just have more fun with this. And you go, oh, it's boring. You keep repeating the same thing. You don't move on.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, future boy.
Go back to what you're saying. Yeah, the contradictory logic, whatever that crap was. Yeah, sure.
The law of non-contradiction.
Sure. Yeah. What about it?
Well, you see, the principles of logic are revealed in the Bible. The law of identity: God is what He is. God cannot be what He is not. God cannot lie. Right? Now, if one does reject the revelation of the God of the Bible, then when they reason about anything, they're going to have to establish that certain preconditions are true, such as the laws of logic. But a skeptic cannot establish that anything is absolute and universal.
That's correct, because with new evidence becomes new.
No, there can't be any actual evidence.
Whereas the Bible is never changing. You can't.
Okay, future. Do you understand that evidence from a skeptical worldview is simply a conclusion that somebody makes following a sensory experience that will conform and comport to your... Can I finish my statement? I want to explain to you what the nature of evidence would be in a non-Christian worldview. If you're are you a skeptic?
Oh yeah.
All right. So when you claim that there's evidence, you believe that evidence can exist and it can be apprehendable, right?
Can be apprehendable?
Yeah, it means that you can understand and comprehend that which is evidence.
Sure.
Right. Evidence is an observation or a sensory experience followed by a conclusion that will conform. This is the second time I've tried to get the statement out. Right. Evidence are conclusions following an observation that will conform and comport to your most basic assumptions about the nature of reality. But those basic assumptions about the nature of reality, there can be no evidence for it. Therefore, evidence in a skeptical worldview is just simply whatever conclusion somebody makes that you agree with. at a basic level of your assumptions.
Okay, I don't know what you said after that. Can we do like one at a time? I mean, you're saying a lot of stuff all at once.
There's something wrong with your mic.
Let me is it too loud?
It's like you're far away from it. It's not that it's weak.
Okay.
It's just that it's very, sounds like it's like you're in a 44 gallon drum.
Well, I'm on my freaking laptop.
That's better.
Okay. Going back to sensory evidence. Sensory as in sight, hearing, taste, smell, stuff like that, right?
Well, evidence would be a conclusion. Evidence is a conclusion that you would make about a sensory experience. Evidence does not speak for itself.
That is not correct. Evidence is repeatable.
Yeah, no, you're mistaken.
No, evidence is repeatable.
No, do you understand? Evidence does not. No, evidence does not speak for itself.
Experiments, and you came up with the same results. That's what evidence is.
No, evidence are conclusions that you make.
No.
All right, let me. Do I sound okay?
Evidence.
Future, do I sound like I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to the philosophy of science?
Sensory evidence, you do not sound like.
No, evidence doesn't speak for itself. Evidence requires an observer.
Repeatable observers, plural.
No, because that's what you're not understanding.
Personal evidence.
No, what you're mistaken is evidence could involve and not involve repeatability.
No, evidence requires repeatability.
No, you're mistaken, because you see you're presupposing the uniformity of nature when you state that.
You're trying to get personal evidence that this guy is God, and you should believe.
Do you know what the uniformity of nature means in relation to evidence?
No, please tell me.
Okay, in what you're thinking of is excuse me. What you're thinking of is that evidence is simply an observation that is repeatable, where we uncover that there is some regularity of nature, right? Evidence just basically means is that there is one or more observations that indicate that something else is true. It doesn't necessarily require repeatability.
No, evidence requires repeatability.
No, that's incorrect.
That is completely correct.
You don't even know what you're talking about. Okay, listen. Do you understand that? Do you have any basic understanding of the philosophy of science?
Probably more than you. Yes.
Okay, good. Could you tell me who was one of the most monumental figures in the last century in the philosophy of science?
I don't do philosophy. No idea.
Well, you told me you had a basic understanding of the philosophy of science.
Oh, philosophy of science? No,
yeah.
I don't do philosophy.
Okay, well, I'm just telling you right now that, and I'm not trying to be mean. You don't understand what you're talking about when it comes to evidence.
Evidence is
versus
many. If you do an experiment through 100 different people.
No, evidence is much broader. Evidence is much broader than empiricism. Do you understand that? Evidence is something that points or indicates something else. It doesn't necessarily have to be repeatable. It could be repeatable, but it doesn't. It's not necessitated.
If it's not repeatable, it's not evidence.
Okay, you don't understand what you're talking about. What you're thinking of is.
Actually,
no, you do. Oh God, are you just being willfully stupid? I already explained this to you. The nature of evidence,
but you're wrong.
The nature of evidence.
He is most condescending, future boy.
Okay, future. You understand? Okay, when you say it's repeatable,
boring person.
Okay, how can
evidence
has to
be repeatable,
or
else it's not evidence?
Are you not presupposing?
Look up the definition. It's in the Webster's.
No, evidence is something that is evidence is a conclusion that somebody makes following a sensory experience that something indicates something else. That's what the nature of it.
That's a difference between
that covers all instances of evidence. Okay,
you're wrong.
All right, listen. You don't. You see this, Armando. You see this is the problem here. You run into these people, they come onto Google
More than
Plus and they try to save face. They know that they don't know what they're talking
I'm
about.
having a conversation. You don't know what evidence is.
Okay,
There's no evidence.
can you tell me, are all beliefs
Say
about
something.
are all beliefs in science, are all the central beliefs in science verifiable?
Armando, did you bring this guy in to debate us? Apologist.
You see, Armando, this is why what you should do, if this is your room, when you get people like Ronin and Future Boy, when they're simply being argumentative for the purpose of being argumentative, you should just eliminate them from the room because they waste an enormous amount of
repetitious
time.
and boring.
I'm not being argumentative for the sake of argumentative.
You're repetitious and boring. Okay?
You're just flat out wrong, dude.
You don't focus on the question. When I have one,
You're just flat out wrong.
Okay, all right. How are you able in your worldview to determine that something is wrong? What is the means? What are the tools that you use to determine that something is
Apologist
false?
mind games will not work here. I'm sorry.
Well, you told me that what I said was wrong. How do we figure out that something is wrong?
If it's repeatable, if you keep saying the same thing over and over, and you're wrong every time.
Did you hear my question?
You're wrong.
You stated that what I said was false. How are you able to determine that anything is false?
Oh, God did it, clearly.
So you don't have an answer to my question, do you?
I don't need an answer to your
Okay,
question.
so basically you're not here to have a conversation. You're here just to be argumentative.
I was going to have a conversation, but you think you can play mind games on this stupid atheist.
All right. Well, all right. I'm not going to waste my time with you any further.
I concur. You're an idiot. And I'm sorry I joined the chat.
No, it's not that you're an
Now
idiot.
I see why Ronin got all pissed
No,
off.
you're not that you're an idiot. You're just a troll.
I'm not.
Go ahead, Funky. You wanted to say something? Could you just give me 10 seconds? I got to do something. Hold on. Give me 10 seconds. Okay, go ahead. No, he was a troll, Funky. Yeah, I'm just saying he was a troll. No, he was. Trust me. No, he was a troll. Right. Right. Here. Okay. All right. All right. Let me ask you a question. Is it possible that young Earth creationism is true? All right. Now, okay. All right. Hold on. I'm getting to a point here. If it is possible that young Earth creationism is true, then you have a problem for the scientific methodologies that are used to date things like rocks. Is because they are starting from the assumption, the untestable, unobservable assumption, that the molecular states of each rock that they're examining is the product of eons of time. It is the necessary assumption that one must hold to in order to conclude the age of a rock. Do you understand the problem?
When I said that it's possible, all I meant.
Right, I understand that. I know that. Well, wait a minute. You have a degree in geology? And so you agree that carbon dating can give us an indication of the age of rocks? Okay, all right. Okay, well, I find it hard to believe that you have a degree in geology because carbon dating is not used to date rocks. Right, but you didn't pick up on that mistake. Carbon dating is used to date organic material that ingested C14 while that organic material was alive, right? And then when that organic material dies, then you have the ticking clock of C14 breaking down atomically. But you see, carbon-14 has nothing to do with the date of the Earth or of rocks. But here's the problem. Mm-hmm. That's right. I agree with you. Well, how much of the conversation? Well, first of all, Future Boy was not an honest player, and neither was Ronin. Since you only came to the conversation at the tail end, Ronin, I won't call him a troll, but he certainly was acting like one. Now I have to have dinner with the family, but I would love to chat with you later on in like an hour or so. Are you going to be on?
Probably not in an hour. But I do have to go as well. I just
Okay.
want to interject.
Well, next time you're on, if you see me on here, we can chat about these issues. Okay.
Okay.
See, the fundamental problem that I was
It's a shame
getting.
that you kicked people off the panel though, because like me
No,
getting
these
on
guys.
to try to interject while you guys were talking over each other.
No, they were troll. Funky. They were
Right, but
they were trolling.
I was listening to the conversation, and I think it just kind of developed into that heated moment. I don't think.
No, Ronin. Ask Armando. Armando wasn't Ronin just
Well, I'm talking
nonstop
about
trolling?
Future Boy.
Okay, well he was overtly trolling.
You gotta pay the troll toll.
It
Well,
wasn't.
I gotta go.
It
You have a
wasn't.
good one.
All right. Well, thank you for your 2 cents. I appreciate it. Are you still there, Armando?
Hello. 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 Oh, balls.
Hey, I just heard you. Hold on a minute. I just heard you, man. What's up, Future?
Not a lot. We had a.
You don't sound uppity, man. What's wrong?
Well, I don't like when everybody argues and people get mean. It's never a good day.
People arguing at work or something, you mean?
Hey, what happened with Darth?
I just now am sitting back down. I don't know what happened to the panel. Does anybody know what happened to the panel?
I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it was gonna happen. You guys can't handle a sophisticated Christian.
I think
He's
that
going to
Darth
dinner with his family.
left to go to have his dinner.
Okay. I seen he sniped Future and Ronin out the panel.
Yep.
Oh, Garth did?
Garth,
yeah. He sniped him off the panel.
Hey, you know what I was going to tell you earlier, Mando, man? I was going to tell you, and I was going to tell Ronin, and then I got busy doing something else around here, that I was going to tell you guys, and I was going to tell Darth while he was sitting in here. The only problem I ever had with that guy, I love listening to the guy. He's very knowledgeable. But he's got this very authoritarian thing about him. And when he and I got into it, as soon as he made the statement to me, and I'm trying to remember, I think he said, I'm going to give you one more chance, and I will not give you another chance after this. And he said, and you will not be able to. And I said, I don't want to talk to you fucking ass anyway. You can get the fuck out of my face now, or what? I can't remember how it went, but right after I said that, he sniped me, and I just wanted to, say in here earlier to him, hey, I hope when you disagree with somebody, Garth, that you're not going to snipe them, man. Is that what happened?
He's got daddy complex.
I'll solve that issue if he can't control himself on that. I mean, it's not good to have him on the panel, anyways.
Yeah, but he is very, very knowledgeable. I love listening to the guy's knowledge of the Bible. I was getting into that because I don't have time to read the Bible very much right now anymore or anything. And I do like listening to, he says he's been studying the Bible since 1980. So, I mean, I like listening to him. I was just a little worried. I saw him going down that path one time. I said, uh-oh. And I told Crystal right here, I said, he's going to snipe them in other words, if they would have kicked in at the wrong time, I felt like I don't know why he does that, but any other time he's perfect up here. I love listening to the guy. But anyway, that was my little run in. I wanted to tell Ronin and everything that, I had a real bad argument with him, but he, I've gotten along with him fine since then. I don't know. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. I wasn't even in here. I just walked back into the house.
Well, being proven wrong is a hard pill to swallow. And I've swallowed that pill many times in my life. But, I mean, I didn't snipe people when I was proven wrong.
Yeah. Well, that's what he did to me when we got in a disagreement that time. So he said something I didn't like, and I can't remember exactly. And I said, well, hey, I don't want you talking to me no more anyway. And then as soon as I said that, snipe. But anyway, yeah, as I said, that's what I figured happened. And doing good up until then. Ronin, what'd you do to him?
Well, here's the thing. I can respect someone's intelligence, and I think it is really cool that he studied the Bible a lot, and he's, clearly knows what he's talking about. But where it loses me is when, you do have that authoritarian thing, and then you use your intelligence as a way to belittle other people, or to make yourself more right, or to kind of use it in that authoritarian way. It just reminds me of my dad, and I just
did you pick up on that too, Funky? Did you pick up on and I heard him do it a couple of times. Let me
well, for sure he did snipe future.
There's Sean.
Hello. Started talking over each other. Hello.
Okay. I just wondered.
I agree that authority thing that he's
something, and he was like, I have a hard time believing that you have a degree.
Yeah, I think that militant attitude he has,
right now.
it kind of takes away from his intelligence.
Well, it's just the authoritarian complex. It's the daddy issue, or the daddy complex, whatever you want to call it, and so I can
also a monotone.
Am I going to get a chance to say something before I get sniped?
You just interrupted Funky.
Yes.
You just interrupted Funky.
I'm trying to learn how to be like you all, rude.
You interrupted Funky.
Well, I apologize.
It's okay.
My apologies.
Funky steps down.
My apologies. Organic. I apologize. Sincerely.
Ronin, nobody wants to fucking hear your mouth. Funky, finish.
Oh, it's okay. I'm a docile, well-trained woman. I'm neutered. I can let you boys do your boys. I'll sit here quietly. I know my place.
No, I could do a little Darth for you before you leave.
See how she rolled with the punches, Ronin? That is intelligence. You see that?
Who is intelligent? That's
Funky.
Well, like, no,
Funky through humor said, "I am neutered." You see what I'm saying? Intelligence.
I apologize.
Apologize again to Funky directly.
Well, just tell me when I get a chance to say something. All I need is 30 seconds.
Go ahead, do your thing.
I got a stopwatch. Just tell me when I get. Hold on.
Ronin, you know damn well. Ronin, you know damn well you're well liked around here. You got to stop acting like you're not liked around.
Can you see it right here? I'm holding it to the mic.
Hey, Ronin, I'll curse you out, Ronin. I don't give a fuck.
Well, I didn't. I just wanted my 30 seconds.
All right, do your 30 seconds. 15 seconds, nigga, because your 30 seconds is like 2 hours, nigga.
Yeah, I know. I pack a lot. Okay, are you ready? Here I go. Ladies, hold your ears.
Come on.
Armando Vargas, I got to hand it to you. The very next.
But you can't like around here. You got to stop saying that we dislike you.
You interrupted me. Can I start over?
Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me zero it. Armando Vargas, I got to hand it to you. Every person that you come in here that's a theist is stupider, more repetitive, and far more boring than I could ever imagine. They're more condescending, bigoted, mean-spirited. Man, I'm proud of you. You get the worst.
I don't care about that.
I wasn't finished, and I only have
find him, Ronin.
I got interrupted again.
But you're blaming me for finding him, dude. I just met the guy.
Well, you should have asked me because I know this boring, stupid, repetitive man from a lot of other hangouts.
Well, I don't.
Well, no. Well, don't worry. You'll find even stupider ones. I can guarantee.
You're being rather.
Can I make suggestions?
Rather repetitive.
You got to get. You got to get.
Darth for 5 seconds.
You got to get true empiricism.
Forget about forget about
you guys
Darth.
Can party Darth just get up on here?
Yeah, when
party Darth.
You got to get.
Darth is not here. When Darth is not here, I don't really enjoy talking about people behind their back, Ronin. I want to talk about all this love.
You talk a lot about a lot of people behind a lot of people's back. Why is that?
Go ahead and see when and what. Go.
Oh, like I said, get true empiricism. He's even stupider than Darth. I'm guaranteeing you, top shelf.
Like you couldn't do it anyways. Hey, I want to speak about all this love Buddy has been. Ronin, shut up. I want to speak about all this love Buddy has been showing you while conversing with you this whole time. And you're just going to give him the same shit every single day.
Well, put it this way. I'm testing him.
I'm not gonna put it no way, you fucking bozo. Listen, we like you here.
Do I call you names?
Yeah, you call us stupid, nigga.
Do I said you. You apparently you don't understand the English language that well. Do I call you names?
Go fuck yourself, Ronin.
See, there you go. That's sharing the love. That's the
Hey, I
love.
can say that without feeling malicious in any way, man. I don't know what's up with y'all. But
I tell you what, I'll call you Poppy Spice, and you can say anything you want.
Hey, you call me that shit over the fucking voice again, nigga, I'm gonna kick you out.
There you go. Now you're threatening me just like that.
Nigga, you're calling me Poppy
man.
Spice, nigga.
What's that? I thought you liked that.
Hey, stop fucking with me, Ronin. But
you, huh? You just don't like it when I get
you and Buddy need to clear that shit out, man. You heard? Because you guys, I mean, obviously like each other. Relax with that nagging shit.
No, I don't like. No.
No. Hey, Ronin, you're gonna get humbled real quick if you don't fucking shapen up, man.
I'm gonna get what, please?
You're gonna get humbled.
Humbled.
Humble pie.
Oh, humble pie? Nah. No. Yeah. He's gonna mute me, eject me, or put me on timeout. No, that's whipping. You're gonna get whipping. You're gonna get whipped real quick. That's the point. Not.
All right, Ronin. Throw it all away. Start a brand new conversation. All right. Forget about that.
I concur.
So does Darth, by the way. He thinks that's a great idea.
Me too.
Hey, Sharon.
Yes.
Sharon, I'm sorry I pissed you off the other night.
Hello.
You know what I've noticed? What grabs you guys' ears is excellency of speech. You can have excellency of speech and not say nothing.
That was your boy. Brought on.
I don't understand. Vargas.
I know you don't understand, Ronin. I know you don't understand.
I think what he's saying, Ronin, is that there's a difference between talking.
Well, if you broke up, my apologies. I was going to make something up.
There was a conversation. All right, forget about that, Ronin. There was a time that you made a statement and you said reproduction between the human species. You said something about it being natural to reproduce.
Yes, nature provides.
Okay, so how can it also? I've also heard you say it's natural for a man to lie with a man. How can?
No, I didn't say that. Neither you go. There you go.
You
again.
said homosexuality is a fucking. It's natural.
Look, I said it was observed in nature.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. That's where I'm getting at. That's where I think he brought up this point as well, that you see nature as the lawgiver.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
We know.
Maybe we need to find an understanding between that. Maybe we'll understand each other better.
You don't want to listen because of go ahead. You don't want to listen. Saying. You don't want to listen. I told you.
I'm always listening, Ronin.
No, you don't want to listen because I explained it to you. It's observed in nature. I'm not saying you like it. I wasn't making it. I mean, interrupted. I didn't say it was good or bad. I'm saying it's observed.
Well, you called it good before. Remember?
It's nature. Nature is good.
So two raccoons having gay sex.
Right. Elaborate on that. Explain to me how is nature good when we see violence, we see murder, we see a lot of things in nature. There's a lot of good things and bad things in nature.
Right, it's observed.
Why are you calling the bad things good in nature? I don't get that.
Wait a minute, that's your perception.
No, it's not a perception. Listen, do you have the ability of knowing good and right and wrong?
Okay, you're talking. Okay, are people getting kicked now? Am I getting kicked next?
You're talking about social morals.
I doubt it.
Right or wrong?
Go check.
Right or wrong is social morals.
Oh, somebody left. It's all right. She didn't get she left.
Well, so much for that.
No, I was checking. I was checking it. Yeah, I was just checking if somebody got sniped, bro.
Well, okay.
Funky just didn't get kicked. It's okay, Ronan.
Okay, look, you're saying from your perspective, it's a bad thing. I can cite at least 2 ancient civilizations where that homosexuality was applauded. Ancient Egypt and ancient Greece. You can see it in hieroglyphics and you can see it in the pottery. It was accepted in those cultures.
All right, you're lying, man. You're fucking lying, dude.
You can look it up, Armando Vargas. You can
I'm
look
done,
up.
man. That's crazy.
You can look it up.
Probably, I'll give you Greece, but in Egypt, it's not. It was never okay for a man to lie. You're fucking lying. What are you talking about? The hieroglyphs? What are you talking about? The hieroglyphs of the men? That's surgery. They're talking about circumcision.
No, it's depicted in ancient Egyptian.
All right. Why don't you depict it for me? Why don't you give me the link for proof of the hieroglyphs showing that homosexuality is right? Show me the link.
And I'll also bring the Greek link for the Greeks.
Well, you don't have to show me the Greek. I know Greeks.
No. Hey, look,
yeah, I understand the Greek.
Happy with.
All right. Show me the Egyptians first before you go off into the Greek.
Oh, hey, look, you got to clone Poppy Spice.
What do you mean? Somebody's cloning?
Well, no, it says Poppy Spice. A username.
What?
A username. Oh, he laughed. Mike out. Go ahead, please.
I think what it boils down to is, are the homosexuals hurting you? Do we really need to have people breeding more in an overpopulated world? If you guys want to get together, let them. Who cares? Ain't hurting you. Ain't hurting me.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. But when 2 girls that get together, that hurts me because that's one less girl I can get with. What?
Away. I'm watching this program about people in America eating shitloads of cheeseburgers and stuff.
Shitloads of cheese?
Shitloads of cheeseburgers and onion rings, and loads of French fries and.
Yeah, a bunch of fat people. Me included.
I wasn't going to say that, but.
Yeah, we're some unhealthy individuals here in America. That's for damn sure. Me included.
Mm.
The French fries are delicious.
No, I don't eat them. I eat soya burgers.
What?
Yeah,
soy.
I eat soya burgers.
Problem with soy is there's a lot of estrogen in soy, and if you eat too much soy, you're gonna turn into a woman. A guy will get man boobs.
I am a woman.
Well, I know, so you're good to go.
I'm safe. Where did everyone go?
I don't know. I think they got all bunkered.
It's like everybody just disappeared.
That's okay. They were just arguing anyway.
Shan, I'm still here. I'm just doing something right now. I'll jump in a few minutes. Okay.
Anything we need to know about?
No, it's okay. No, cheeky. It's nothing like that. You should behave yourself now.
Oh.
Be back in a couple of minutes.
Dave, stick ITV one on. ITV. Jeremy Kyle is in
okay.
Jeremy Kyle is in America, right? Not being nasty to the Americans, but he's in America with a load of fat people and he's making shitloads of like burgers, you know, as big as the Twin Towers.
All right.
What?
Shan, I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes, okay?
Aye, okay.
Right in, Sean. Right, future. I'll see you in a bit.
All right.
What?
He said bye. You'll see us in a bit. He's gone to do something.
So, Ronin, you still there?
Yes, buddy.
Hey, so tell me what happened, man. I won't tell you what I was doing, but I was outside. When I came back in, everybody was off the panel. What happened?
Oh, Darth Dawkins. He sniped everybody. Well, I know Future Boy. Well, after I got sniped, it was Future Boy, and
Yeah,
I think the ladies left because they just don't want to put up with that nonsense.
I questioned one of his stupid philosophies, and he banned me.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
so okay.
Armando's getting good, man. They're just stupider and more boring as he brings them in. He's good. I mean,
well, he actually was here before, because let's see, and man, I cannot even remember the subject we were on, but he came in a heated moment on the panel, and he started talking to me and directing me. I have to say the guy's knowledgeable, and as long as everything's going kosher, it's pleasant to hear his knowledge on things. However, on the other side of the tracks, he gets off on this. In other words, in my life, if somebody says, I'll not speak to you. In other words, if they try to dictate to me, you know, how I'm supposed to conduct myself to them, I'm a fucking adult. You don't tell me what to say and how to say it and all those things. He gets off into that thing. And I just told him, I said, hey, I can go ahead. You don't even have to give me one more try. Just shut your fucking mouth right now. I don't want to talk to you no more as it stands right now. So we can just cut it off right now. And as soon as I said that, boom, I was out of the panel. And so
sniped you?
Huh?
He booted you?
Yeah, he sniped me. This was, I want to say, God, a month and a half, 2 months ago, he came in here, and he came in at a bad moment to start with, to be quite, in other words, not to blame him at the time he came in. But what I found extraordinary was it was almost like he was already listening, chose to come in because he knew exactly what I was talking about when he came in to the hangout, and he immediately jumped in and was dictating to me how I was going to carry myself and how I was going to respond to him if I wanted to hear his great knowledge of the universe, kind of thing. And I just said, hey, you can just shut the hell up right now. I don't even want to, talk to you no more as it stands right now, man. Boom, I was out of the room. So
just because you're well versed and have fancy words, doesn't
he
harder than everybody else.
No, listening to him, he goes back to the same grind. It's the same thing. That's why I told him he was boring and repetitious. That's what he does. If you listen, I was listening to him. He goes right back to the same talking points. Whatever he's got so-called memorized, that's the only so-called video he can play. But Armando Vargas will have him back constantly and give him mods all the time.
Well, I mean, it's Mando just dropped out. I hope
right. Way to go, Darth.
I sniped him.
Is it sniping going on? Can somebody view the wait a minute.
It's his channel. No one can snipe him.
Unfortunately, he's back. Anyway. No, he's gonna be a regular. He's gonna be one of his.
Fuck you mean? Unfortunately, if I don't come back, this whole shit shuts down. You fucking old bastard. The fuck are you talking about? Take back your words right now. You want me to leave?
About your new favorite. We're talking about your new favorite. You're gonna get odds all the time, so he can.
You want to be my favorite, don't you, Ronin?
No, please no. I enjoy being your whipping boy. I enjoy being your whipping boy, improving.
I know. I think that is what it is, Ronin. You are special.
That's what it is.
You are special, Ronin. I just want to tell you that, man.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, man, you special, man. We like you, Ronin, man. You're unique, dude. Everybody's
Whipping
unique.
on me, sniping me, having your friends snipe me.
It's funny, man. It's
real
funny.
proud.
I think Armando and Ronin need to get along a little bit.
Hey, buddy, I had Ronin as mod for like a bunch of hours. I went to sleep and everything, and I came back and timed him out.
Hey, yeah, I know, you know, real petty of you. Anyway, let's talk business for a moment.
Right, dude. When I came back,
I'm serious.
When I came back, hold on, Ronin. When I came back, I seen the niggas spamming Trump tweets. It was just nothing but Ronin on the chat room.
Yeah, he's. Yeah, I know it.
When he deserved the timeout, man.
Hey, Ronin, that was
when facing.
Hey, I'm kind of glad you showed me what you showed me with the Egyptian gay shit, which proves the Bible doesn't only come from. Well, it doesn't come from Egypt at all. Like I've always thought that. And these are some gay ass pictures.
No, that's not true. But anyway, I'm serious.
Well, hold on.
I'm serious. I want to talk real serious business here.
Hey, hold on. This is serious business.
No, this is chat. But
this is serious business.
I'm talking about Bulldog 101. A lot of people in the chat.
Talking about trolling again.
Look, see, I'm trying to help you here. A lot of people in the chat stream don't want him here.
Bulldog.
Well, yes, because the man is incredibly disruptive.
He don't want you here, nigga.
Wait, just tell me to leave. I'd be more than happy to leave.
You're crazy, man.
So. No, I'm direct.
No, you're crazy.
Well, I personally, I don't have a problem with any of the people, you know, here. I think, you know, I mean, you can take LeSurge, for example. If I would have had my way, you know, a long time ago, he wouldn't be here now. However, you know, if you start doing that, Ronin, I don't know. Everybody's got their flaws, man. It's, I mean, for example, I would enjoy talking to Darth again. I mean, I don't know what happened. I wasn't in here, but he sniped me about 2 months ago. And
no, I don't want to talk to that man. I don't want to talk to a lot of people.
I do. I want to talk to him again if you won't snipe me.
Well, that's just it. Because he snipes. That's why I don't like Adam Dwyer. Let's get him back in here then. Because he's going to snipe.
That makes him a pussy is what it makes him. He's a big old pussy.
Well, yeah, but Armando Vargas allows that. That's why I don't want to talk to the man, because he gets in here and snipes everybody.
Well, but to be fair, Ronin, Armando's not giving them a chance in hopes that they'll snipe his hangout.
It happened. We got evidence.
Well, but he's not he's not wanting them to do it, I guess is what I'm saying.
I have a question. Armando.
All right. You notice how Ronin stays silent on that comment Buddy made? That's because it's a fact that I don't expect them to do it. As a matter of fact, I try to calm them down on doing it, and it works until you start nagging them, Ronin.
He is boring and repetitious.
Listen, Ronin, if I have a conversation with someone and I say, all right, don't snipe ever again, and they're like, okay, Armando, and you go, he's a sniper, the dude is gonna snipe you, fucking imbecile. I keep trying to tell you that.
Wait a minute.
Stupid. You're stupid, man. Shut the fuck up. You should stop snitching. Listen, whatever triggers your mind when you gotta jump up and say something and start snitching, no, at least question what you're talking about. At least for me.
He's sniped Future Boy.
All right. Put it like this. Put it like this. Somebody could curse you out today and say, all right, Ronin, I'm not going to curse you out tomorrow. All right?
Like you?
Take their word for it.
Like you do?
Take their word for it until they curse you out, nigga.
Well, how about you? You said, I won't interrupt. Next thing you do is interrupt.
Hey, I'm going to curse you out, nigga, until you in a box, nigga.
I'm getting cremated.
You're going to get cursed out. Listen, I have no problems throwing out.
I'm getting cremated.
Yeah, you're getting cremated?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm only joking with you, son. You don't have to defend him.
$500. That's all I paid. I'm going to get cremated.
Hey, you know what? There's some things that I agree with you on there. You know that it is big business to the cemetery, you know, but whatever.
Yeah, it's a racket.
It's a fucking mortgage. Or an ancient mortgage. Yeah.
Armando, can Dave add Jonathan N, please?
Yeah, of course. I'll get him. Hold on.
Okay.
Armando, I have a question. Completely unrelated to anything that's ever gone on since. Do you get YouTube cash for having your own channel with lots of views? That's my question.
No, I think they have to either contact you or you have to do something. But no, I don't get no money for nothing of this sort.
Okay. Because there's so many amount of views that you get, then you start getting YouTube cash.
Bro, if you could explain it to me and show me how to monetize this bullshit, I will monetize it. So
Man, I don't. If I knew, I'd be doing it myself, man. I thought you figured it out.
Okay.
I thought you figured it out.
No, but you're making me ponder on it.
You should. You absolutely should. I mean,
Yeah,
you're a capitalist, not me.
You know what? And I'll split it individually too. I'll keep the 2 cents. That's how much it is, right? It shouldn't be much. I don't know. I have no idea.
If you get so many hits on your channel, you get advertising royalties, basically, on YouTube. Like these idiots playing fucking video games and filming themselves, they make like millions of dollars every year. Just from YouTube hits.
Well, Armando Vargas is not a monkey, so he doesn't have thumbs.
Well, just because I put that thing in your mind, I want 0.05% of what you make, just because I turned you onto it. 0.05. That's all I ask.
I think you're talking to the wind now.
Probably, yeah.
He's not
He's all
answering.
thinking, yeah, you bitches ain't getting shit.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no problem now. It's like he's gone.
He's Googling that shit right now, is what he's doing. How do I make money off YouTube? That's good, though.
No, I think he's grabbing a jelly donut.
It's a little late in the day for a jelly donut.
I mean, like I said, I don't mind talking to anybody, but they get rude and start sniping me, and I know, it's like I know what he's doing.
Sniping is weak. Sniping makes you the weakest person in the world. That's just terrible.
That's the truth. You know that? Like when you remove someone for words, it's when, you kind of won the argument. But listen, what I time you out, Ronin. I time you out for Trump tweets and shit like that. I swear to you, it's nothing but funny to me. Never your words, sir.
Wait a minute. You just do it on purpose because you just want to be mean-spirited? Is that what you're saying? It's not my words, just the fact that
even these terms you use, mean-spirited.
Well, yeah.
We taught you that.
Do I do that to you?
That. Your golden rule is written by our creator, and you still walk around talking this shit, saying he doesn't exist.
I'm calling you all out on it because you don't live up to it.
Hey, listen, you could be interrupted though.
Do you understand that? Your words, not mine.
You could be interrupted. You could be interrupted, sir. You're nobody on that standard. We can interrupt you.
If you go on
you could be interrupted, you could be ejected, you could be silent. You understand what I'm saying? We're talking about, we're here on a hangout. Relax a little bit.
Make your point in 3 sentences.
Armando, can I ask you one thing, pal? Armando.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going.
You see how David? David interrupts a whole lot. You know what it is to hear two of you nagging about interruption on Hangouts? Come on, Ronin, dog.
I was just going to ask you, can you find Jonathan N, because I can't find him. I was just going to ask you that.
I already asked Dave. I did already.
All right.
Guys, the easiest way to find people is through their email. Those names are common. I'm gonna need his email. So if he's listening, give me your email.
He just asked me, Armando. That's all. To add him to the panel, but I couldn't. That's all.
Yeah, it'd be nice for Jonathan to come in. He's a nice person. I get on well with John.
Can I send Armando Vargas a virus via email?
Don't send herpes.
I don't think that would be a good idea.
No, I just want the virus that makes hair fall out, so he goes bald.
All right.
Or is it a bacteria? I don't know.
Alopecia.com.
Hey, Darth had the bullets for you, and he answered your questions, and you avoided
No,
it.
he didn't. He was evasive.
Let's never forget this.
Stupid language.
Let's never forget this.
Focusing
He
on
got you.
No,
he got you. Look, he got you.
Boring.
He got you in the fact. He got you in the fact of the way you observe things.
You're gullible.
Oh man.
Hey, Ronin. Here's the only thing I want to say. When you say somebody does something to you and they're mean-spirited, can you honestly, with a straight face, even though I can't see your face, can you honestly say that when you see me come into the room or you see Pay Me come into the room and you know that we're Trump supporters and you start stomping those Trump tweets out, you know that why you're doing that, and that is a mean-spirited thing.
That's right. That's right.
Wait a minute. You're
not because it's premeditated. All right, hold on, Ronin. What he's saying is that you're premeditating.
My point. You're not.
Hold on. He's saying you're premeditating your trolling skills. You're premeditating it. That is mean spirit.
You're not letting me. You're not even looking.
You're an asshole. You don't even want to crack a smile. I see the. I can tell that half a smile is in your face.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing has changed. Nothing.
Oh.
You're not letting me answer or address the point. Are you gonna let me go? Are you gonna let me go at this or not? Okay, I'm gonna try it here. I got my stopwatch. Go. Okay, 1 second. Yeah. Okay, I told everybody. Everybody knows that I can't.
Our answer was in the beginning of your statement. You said yes.
7 seconds. 7 seconds, Armando Vargas.
Your answer was yes. You said yeah, and then you were gonna elaborate. The rest, everything else you said was a lie. I don't even want to hear it.
Okay, the question was, do you, what is it, with a straight face, do you, excuse me, buddy, ask the question again, please, about me.
All right.
Then you don't, yeah.
So you say other people are mean-spirited, that they, do things to you in a mean-spirited way. Well, the way I perceive you is when you see, for example, I won't see you putting any post or anything in the room. And then when you see Pay Me, and I know you've had some issues with Pay Me, Trump supporter and all those subjects that go along with that, and you know that I support Trump, you'll immediately, when you see me or Pay Me, and I watched you do it today. I mean, you weren't doing any of that. And then as soon as Pay Me said, hey, happy whatever day and everything, and she came in, you immediately started every one of those Trump posts. Now, the way I perceive that is, and the question that so the way I perceive that is, you're being mean-spirited, trying to provoke and intimidate her and get her goat because you know that's going to get to her. Now, in real life, like if you were a supervisor, you know you cannot do that. You cannot sit there and provoke your coworkers on things that you know will upset them. What kind of leadership is that? So my question to you was, is that not mean-spirited, that you're doing that to provoke and intimidate?
No.
It's the same thing with the uniform, right?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You wanted a yes or no?
Hold up. It's my turn, nigga.
Okay,
it's my turn.
Excuse me.
My turn. Listen, it's my turn.
Interrupted.
All right, go ahead, Ron.
Here we go.
You see?
Here we go.
I'm gonna let you talk. Go ahead.
This is fun. I'm starting to stopwatch now. Okay. The answer is no. I'm looking at the TV to my right, and these messages come up, and I just start typing, and I cannot look at the chat screen and look at the TV or talk to you and look at the chat screen. I can't do that multitasking. If it was coincidental, fine, it's coincidental. But I mean, I've been live tweeting in the middle of the night when she's not around.
Let me change my question then, because I know you're not telling me the truth. Here's my question. Are you telling me that you never do that to provoke or intimidate?
No, I look, I started Right Tweet way before Pay Me No Mind, I'm Insane. And what is the point? If other people read it and other people debate me, she's not the only person on the chat stream.
But can you
is that what you're saying? She's the only person on the chat stream.
That is not my question. My question to
I asked you a question and you assumed that's the wrong answer. I gave you an answer. No, I'm looking at the TV, trying to type, because I can type without looking at the keyboard. Or if I'm talking to you, I can't see the chat stream right now. When I'm talking, I have to focus on one thing or another.
Okay, so you've never done it on purpose. That's what you're telling me.
Well, no. I mean, she's not here right now, and I've done it before. Well,
but my question is, have you never done it on purpose?
I'll tell you what. I'll make it a point just for you, right? And I'll wait till she comes up. Then I'll start it, and then you can be right. How's that?
I have another question that's
okay. Fine.
With. Here's my next question. Do you have to continue to do that every day?
Until he gets arrested and put in prison? Yes.
Okay. So why would you think that was fair to this stream, for this stream's sake, for you to continue to do that in here every day?
Okay. I could go a question with a question.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that you don't have the right to do it. I'm just asking you, do you think it's fair?
Fair to whom?
To everybody.
Well, yes, under law, it's the freedom of expression.
Well, Ronin, I'm not talking about law. I'm asking you as a human.
It's fair under law. Yes, it's fair.
As a human being. Fuck the law, Ronin.
Wait a minute. No.
You if it's
we disagree.
Fair to everyone.
We disagree. I'm going according to the law.
My God.
It's my right to.
So I'm asking you as a human being, do you think it's fair to everybody to do that when you know it upsets some people?
Oh. Do I? Yes.
You think that's fair?
Well, yeah. With you calling me names, your best friend Ray of Sunshine, all Pay Me No Mind, I'm Insane, calling me all those names. If that's what you call fair, yeah, then what I do is fair. Now you address that. This is where you man up. Let me hear it.
Ready to, if you'll let me. So you're saying to me that when I come in here each and every day that I come in here, or whenever I come in here, if I don't say anything wrong to you whatsoever, and I've tested this just to make sure that I'm not at fault with you, I've made it a purpose, no matter what you say or do, I'll continue to talk to everybody else and I won't say anything. And you'll just continue on, boom, boom, bang, bang, boom. And you'll just keep on doing it until you finally provoke me enough until I finally say something to you. And then you want to nail me to the wall because I'm saying
nail you.
Time out. Right there. You gave yourself the answer because you keep claiming every time I come in here, I'm gonna nail that motherfucker to the wall every goddamn time. And you
shit, that nigga snapped.
I said I was quoting you. I'm quoting you.
Hold on, stop right now. Stop right now.
You did not stop. You did not stop and said, Ronin Kannushi, I apologize.
Did you just curse right now?
Ronin Kannushi, I told you you'd be cursing your ass off. I said I was going to quote him, and I did quote him. Ronin Kannushi, I apologize. I'm going to finish my point. I'm going to finish my point because if you're going to be a hypocrite too, I'm going to call you out too. Now here's was, buddy, right there. You said that's what you said. Had you stopped and said, Ronin Kannushi, I apologize. See, you're interrupting me.
I have done that before. Yes, I apologize.
No. You give a general statement. No, this is where you man up. Call me by name, sir, and say, Ronin Kannushi, I apologize. I'm not going to nail you to the wall. I'm going to stop. And okay, I accept your apology. But when you make that general statement, well, I might have, that's the quote, might have. Oh, no. This is where you man up. And all I'm anticipating is that you're setting this up based on what you had said. I'm going to nail him to the wall every time I come in here. And you said it, sir. You said it.
Right. Are you going to let me respond now, or are you going to keep ranting and raving?
You start with Ronin Kannushi.
Keep ranting and raving, or are you going to let me respond?
Oh, no, I'd like to find out if you're going to man up and say, Ronin Kannushi, I apologize. Take back what I said. See, you don't let me finish.
I'm going to give you my answer as soon as you allow it.
Well, I wasn't finished, so well, you're interrupting. Go ahead.
Go ahead and finish.
Okay. Like I said, had you said, Ronin Kannushi, I apologize. Hey, man, I was wrong by saying I'll nail you to the wall every time I come in here. You know, I apologize. Doesn't mean I have to accept it. That means you're taking responsibility. And right there, without all the extras, I might have this or that, you know, or I was mad or no long story, just a simple statement. And then, oh, okay, I'm good. But
okay,
no.
My answer to you is I can now I'm echoing for some. All right. I specifically remember one day saying to you, Ronin, if you don't stop that, every time that I see you, if you can't stop it and be civil, every time I come in here, I'm going to nail you to the wall and I'm going to let you see what it feels like. That is what I have said to you.
That wasn't an apology. That was a threat. That was a threat.
My point, you know, I let you talk. Now, do you want me to finish?
Well, no, I thought you were framing that as an apology. That wasn't an apology. That was a threat.
I didn't say that was an apology. I'm telling you what I said to you one day.
Okay, go ahead, please.
I did not frame it as an apology. What I did do, though, I did tell you in here one day, Ronin, if you can't stop making the stabs and keep stabbing the knife, then I'm going to give up trying to get along with you. This is not word for word what I said, but this is what I said to you. I asked you to stop, and I told you, I said, if you'll just stop, we can get along. If you're not going to stop, Ronin, every time I come in here, I'm going to nail you to the wall every time you do it. You seem to be wanting to leave a few little parts of that story out. That is my way of saying, Ronin, I've had enough. That's my limit. I'm fed up with you. And if you're going to continue to do this, every time I see you and every time you do it, I'm going to let you have it right back. That's what I said to you. Now go ahead and respond to that.
Not one word of that was an apology. It was a threat.
I didn't say it was.
Okay, then when you do apologize.
That's not a threat. That is a promise. That is telling you.
You're just fucking kissing people.
Telling you, Ronin, that I've had enough, and I'm letting you know that you've gone far enough, and I've said to you in the best possible way I know how, and now it's led up to me telling you directly that I've had enough, and if you can't stop your rhetoric, then I'm going to nail you to the wall every time you do it. I didn't say that was an apology. What I told you is that I've had enough, and could you please stop?
No, you didn't say now you added that part.
I also added to my story just now that I did not verbatim, word for word, repeat exactly what I said to you, but that is what I said to you in here one day.
Texas versus New Jersey.
You won't stop. You do it every time because you've got it in your head, no matter what you're going to do it. And so the only way I can deal with you is I'm going to let you see how it feels to get back what you do. Because I feel like I'm dealing with a child.
I wasn't the one throwing stones. I defended myself.
Yeah,
yes,
but you also lied when you said
now you're talking down to me. Is that I've had enough of it. I'm not going to tolerate this anymore. That's not an apology.
No, you know what that is, Ronin? That's not talking down to you. That's telling you I'm a grown adult and I've had enough of your fucking shit.
Like I said, you're giving me an ultimatum. So, okay.
That's not an ultimatum. That's just telling you if you can't stop your rhetoric, then I'm going to give it back to you.
Well, great. We're going to have a great time. I'm going to have a great time, actually.
See, but you can't do it. You can't be a grown man.
You don't want to stop it.
You can't be a grown man and stop your childish shit.
Like I said, you're
long enough to allow civility to take place.
Hey, all I hear is a bunch of grandpas fucking arguing. What are you guys fucking bitching about? Relax.
Well, actually, Future, I'm describing to the man exactly what my problem is with him, and I'm doing it in a way so everybody knows that when they see the arguments going on in here, they're going to know exactly what it's about.
Ronan's usually correct, except that he just drones on and doesn't stop talking. But he's usually correct.
Well, I just don't think it's fair to everybody else. And the reason that I started this conversation off was...
The only reason why Future said that Ronin is usually correct is because he agrees with his atheistic views.
Well, naturally. Yeah.
I hope you know that.
Of course.
It's not because of everything else. So they do have a bond. However,
however, I can make my point
because both of you attack me on just beliefs.
Yeah, and they can agree. They can agree with each other on their views, but here's the thing: to me, it's just a thing called common decency.
I concur. I concur with that.
In other words, Future, no matter what your beliefs in God are, you cannot go to work and do what Ronin does in here every day, or you'd be fired the first fucking hour you did it.
Right. Yes, I concur.
Okay, so I'm just asking Ronin for common ground decency.
Well, Ronin just drones on and on.
Which he swears on everything that he is, that he does that, and that he's the whipping post, and that he's the one that gets all the abuse, when in fact every day I come in here he does the same stuff over and over and over. But anyway, what
Buddy's pulling a fucking Ronin and just keep going on and on and on, don't let nobody speak. That's why you guys love each other. I think that's why.
Yeah, I guess so. But I mean, if you want to call it love, actually, you know, I'm just trying to find a common ground spot we can get back to be civil. If he doesn't want to allow it, then I can't allow him to continue on with his shit.
15 seconds or less. Make your point. 3 sentences or less.
That's it. I'm done. Response, please.
And Ronin, you need to abide by the same.
3 sentences or less, you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Within 15 seconds, make a point.
Okay.
Stop droning on for 5 minutes.
Time.
Go.
It wasn't an apology. It's an ultimatum. He's telling me, dictating to me how I should act when he should take the lead. And there is no way I understand that to be an apology. 14 seconds.
Time's up.
I never said it was an apology. I've already said that.
Time's up.
Time's
up.
All right.
I'm just, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to make a drink. Yeah.
Well, since you're the moderator, tell me when I start.
Go.
Yes, and he wants to define it because he wants to take the so-called dominant role. I want to be conciliatory, right? I want to agree to something, but he's not going to approach it that way because of his pride or ego getting in the way. 13 seconds.
So anyway, all right. Well, I mean, if we can't come to a common ground place on it, then let me Hank's in here. What's up, Hank? But anyway,
I just got the join link. Thank you very much.
Yeah, man. Okay. So anyway, I don't know what other way to say it. So when Ronin and I come in here tomorrow, or when I see Ronin in here tomorrow, I'm not going to say anything out of the way, and hopefully he won't do all the things that he knows, bothers me. I mean, it's just a thing called common decency. If I know future,
your 15 seconds are up.
All right.
I'm going to post some right tweets. If you please scroll back, pay me no mind. I'm saying it's not here. I'm going to post some right tweets. I yield my time.
Okay, so you see where we're going.
Time out. He just said he yields his time. That's some gentleman shit right there. I yield my time. That sounds like Congress. That's great.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, that sounds like Congress. That's what they always say in Congress.
Sorry, buddy. Go ahead.
So you see where we're at with it. He's taking this moment that I'm taking out to try to explain to him what bothers me and how we can find a civil way to get along with each other. And he's choosing these moments to trump right and do his tweets, which that's the exact subject that we're talking about.
Time's up.
Well, no, like I said, I understand it's not going to be an apology. It's more an ultimatum. So let's just keep going. I yield the rest of my time.
Fair enough. So every damn time I come in here, I'm going to nail you to the fucking wall, Ronin, every fucking time you do it. Mike out.
I yield my time.
That's fucking funny. You got to admit that. I yield my time.
So what's up, Hank? What's been going on, man?
Hank.
Man, I've spent the past couple days with some interesting brothers. I'm sure you guys know who they are.
Smell.
Excellent, honey. Thank you. They've been poking their heads around the hangout, and man, they have been stirring up some controversy, which of course you guys know I enjoy that. Because it gives me an opportunity to debate, and yeah, I've been hanging out with the Hebrew Israelites.
I didn't hear everything he said. Did you, Future? I couldn't hear everything.
Well, Hank sounds like he's in a tunnel.
I heard everything he said. Hey, Hank, can you hear us?
So I've been hanging out with the Hebrew Israelites and listening to them debate the Bible and other stuff.
Versus what? Versus the New Testament, Old Testament? What are they debating?
Well, I actually heard one gentleman who claimed to be Christian, and he was saying that the Ashkenazi in Israel right now are descendants of Judah, which I thought was preposterous. But I listened to him and heard everything he said and took some notes and wrote down some scriptures. And I promised him I'd look at it, but it's my opinion that those Ashkenazis are converts. Because if you call yourself an Ashkenazi Jew, then you're admitting that you're a convert. Because the Ashkenaz in the Bible is not a descendant of Shem, which is one of Noah's sons. Right? So we had a debate last night on people in America were the real Israelites, or the Zionist Ashkenazi Jews in Israel were the real Israelites. And that's what we've been talking about.
That's way too deep for me.
Yeah, most people don't like the conversation at all.
Well, it's not, I don't like it. I don't fully understand it.
Yeah, I don't fully understand what he's talking about myself. I really can't elaborate a lot on it at all. I can't.
There, I think there's a
short. I was just doing a little bit of investigation on the Hebrew Israelites and what they believe and who they are. And what did Ronin say when I was asking Crystal questions? An anthropologist. I was doing some anthropology work. Okay.
Oh. Now I got a question for you, Hank, or somebody. The original tables of stone with the 10 commandments on them, is that supposed to be written in Hebrew when he did it with his finger from the mountaintop with Moses?
His finger and stone?
In other words, well, it looks like he did it, with his God's finger in butter or whatever on the top. But my question is, was the original tables of stone, was that in Hebrew, or what was it written in? I can't remember.
I'd imagine it was in Hebrew. They say that that's the language that the Most High gave.
Yeah. The reason I don't study a lot of this anymore, just, you know, on this one subject, the reason I don't study it a lot anymore is because I found out everything I needed to find out. And don't go ahead.
I have a question. Go ahead. I have a question. When the Israelites were slaves of the Egyptians, did they still speak Hebrew?
Not very many, I would imagine.
Oh, Hank, your connection sucks.
Yeah, your connection's real bad, Hank. You're sounding robotic.
Get off dial-up, bro.
He's usually got a good connection. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Anyway, so if it was written in Hebrew, the original 10 Commandments, what's the point? I guess is my question. The point of your question.
Mine, future,
or just curiosity?
Because I thought that's what I had remembered on something that I had found out, and I just wanted to know, since he was talking about Hebrew stuff, I just wanted to know if he was could remember. If I'm not mistaken, the original tables of stone were in Hebrew.
Well, if Indiana Jones ever finds the Ark of the Covenant, we can find that out.
The Ark of the Covenant's already been found.
Where?
But I don't want to get off into a big
bullshit.
Yeah, see, that's why I don't want to get off into it.
Then do it. Let's hear it.
No, I don't want to. I kind of don't have the mentality today to get off into that subject right now.
Well,
yeah, evidently Hank's signal was real bad because he just dropped out.
Well, come on. Let me hear where the Ark of the Covenant was found. You're leaving me hanging.
It was found right up under where he was crucified at.
By who? And where is it now?
It's still the same place it was found at.
On Mount Golgotha or whatever the hell it's called.
Yeah. I don't. It's a lot involved on the story, but I just wanted to ask Hank while he was talking about Hebrew stuff, because I think the original tables of stone were in Hebrew.
Why would the Ark of the Covenant be buried underneath where Jesus was crucified?
Because when the earth shook and trembled when they crucified him, and the guy stabbed him in the ribs and all that blood came out of Jesus, it went down that when the reason that the earth shook is because it created a crack, and his blood went down that crack on top of the mercy seat. That's why.
On top of mercy what?
On top of the mercy seat, which is the top of the Ark of the Covenant.
And they dug down and they found it.
Well, as I said, it's a long story with a lot of details, but I just want
making shit up, buddy. You're making shit up.
Yeah, I know you believe that. But see, I know factually speaking for a fact that I am correct. So I'm just going to leave it alone. Here's the moral of the story. The moral of the story for me and my soul.
I don't want a moral. I want to see what the actual work is.
The moral of the story is I just wanted to remember because I think the original tables of stone were actually in Hebrew, and I just remembered as we were talking that it in fact was, and I just wanted to ask Hank while he was on the Hebrew stuff if he that, and I'm pretty sure it was. So those tables of stone, just so you know, and this is as far as I'll go with the story, have already been removed out of the Ark of the Covenant and put on a shelf, and it still remains right with the Ark of the Covenant, but the angels have put it on the a shelf. Now, I'm not gonna get off into it with you because you know, you believe what you believe and you investigate what you believe. And if you believe anti that, then you'll investigate stories to substantiate, you know, your feelings and beliefs. And that's what I've done too. So
that's just what you believe then.
Huh?
That's just what you believe then.
That, yeah, I'm just going to say it's my belief.
Is it still there in Golgotha or whatever?
Yes, it is still there. It cannot be removed. There will be serious wars because there's all kinds of stuff that surrounds that. One group of people thinks it should be theirs. The other group of people thinks it should be theirs. It will be a serious war in the Middle East.
Where is Golgotha or whatever the hell it's called? Where is that exactly? Is that in Israel-controlled territory? Is that in Palestine-controlled
I
territory?
can get the exact correct names for you because
Golgothian or whatever else.
well, I don't know if you're trying to say Mount Sinai. Is that what you're trying to
No, that's where he wrote it.
Well, it's
where Jesus was crucified.
Right, that little place. It's Skull Mountain or something like.
No.
Well, no, it's not. Just I can. I can find out real quick, but
I just googled it. Jesus was crucified on Golgotha.
Well, yeah, but there's another name for it also. But yeah, that is where it's at.
Well, the excuse me. The other name is Calvary, which translates to skeleton. It was a burial site just adjacent.
Yes.
It's Calvary.
Yeah, there's. I just know that there's skeletons and skulls and shit right there. In my mind, I remember that. But yeah, future. I don't want to get off talking about that because see.
Well, I like that. That's fine. I'm okay with it.
Well, okay, that's fine. But yeah, I just wanted to when he said Hebrew, my mind went to that. What, Crystal? Okay, Crystal's sitting here saying I just said something 4 times in a row, so let me digress.
Where is Golgotha? Where Jesus was crucified? I'm reading Google.
Yeah. But anyway, I've been.
Oh.
So anyway, so for me, in a nutshell, that was the big question mark of the Bible that nobody could ever answer in my lifetime, and now I know it to have been answered, and I'm blown away with it. There's Hank. There's Hank again. He's probably got a better signal now. All right, you go ahead, Hank.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
You sound like you're in the distance. Can you get any closer to your mic?
Is this better?
Oh, yeah. A hell of a lot better, man. What'd you do?
I switched my phone over to the built-in microphone instead of my headset.
Oh, man, that's 100% better. A little bit more surround noise, but...
Yeah, so I was just saying that I was hanging out with the Hebrew Israelites, and we were debating several things in the scriptures, and, I really like those guys. Some of them have some radical tendencies that I don't necessarily agree with everything they say, but for the most part, we get along really well.
Cool, man. It's interesting to find other people with your same interest and discuss things. That's cool, man. Now, where is this at? Is this on another stream?
There are Jews in Lower Africa.
It was mostly offline. What were you saying, Future Boy?
In Lower Africa, right?
Yes, there are blacks who are Jewish in Africa, and they passed the DNA test. And what's going on with them is they're reading the Bible, and they're discovering that they are the people who wrote the Bible. It's a book about them, for them, written by them. And if you want to, look into the argument, it's the Curse of Deuteronomy, and it fits the black people of America. They fit the curses better than the...
Grab your cup.
Yeah.
What curses?
The Jews in Israel. Because the Jews of Israel, the Khazarians, they haven't been spread throughout all the countries and made a slave into all nations wearing irons around their necks. There's only one group that fits that description, and if you look at the Negro slave trade and what was going on with the Arabic slave trade and then the European Atlantic slave trade, they fit the curses that was prophesied in Deuteronomy.
I have nothing. I have nothing for that. I don't know. That's some wild shit right there. I think I'm gonna go live video just so you can see.
I ain't even gonna sit here and lie to you. I think them black boys are the trumpets sounding in Revelation.
What?
I think
Hank?
2 witnesses are going to come from them.
Yeah, you see it though, right? Like it's just, if you just sit back and you analyze it, like even little comments that Ronin said the Jews are being persecuted to this day. There hasn't been a more persecuted nation on this planet than the blacks. There's not. I mean, there just isn't.
That's true. So you want to be
Now,
a black
things
Jew?
are funny though. Things are funny. You know what's funny is the whole captivity thing. It's funny they never committed genocide.
Who?
But Hitler committed genocide on the white Jews for stealing a legacy of someone else's. Certainly not theirs though.
You telling me there's never been a
Funny,
genocide
what
on
I'm
black
telling you is that it's funny how God played games.
Are you telling me there's never been a genocide on black people?
Excuse me? Listen,
There's
black
been more
people
black
are the most listen. The black American is the most copied man in America. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. The creative ones, yes.
They're the most talented.
The creative ones, yes.
And they're the mother and father of civilization. Those are facts. You can forget about that.
Yeah, Lucy came from Africa.
There was a time in the that the whole world was nothing but black people. Not a white person in sight.
Right. When we evolved out of Africa, that is correct.
Yeah, evolved these fucking nuts. That whole monkey shit is a mockery.
How dare you?
The truth.
How dare you?
Yeah, right. You got me though, right? You got the spirit of that one, you fucking atheist. That shit, that whole thing is a mockery.
It's not a mockery.
You believe in being hunched. Listen, spiritually, you believe that you've been hunchback or walking on fours in your past. You believe you're an animal.
We're all animals, absolutely.
Well, you're just brand new to this planet, sir. To believe you're an animal is stupid.
About 200,000 years ago.
You're not able to talk about history.
About what?
You're not. The white race is not able to speak about history. You're just not inclined. You haven't been here that. You haven't been here that long.
We all
you haven't been here that long.
Africa. Yes, we did. We moved north and we got white skin because it's cold up there.
You know what's funny? I think a group of men saw drawings on the walls of Egypt anywhere. I mean, from ancient time. I don't think black people developed the alphabet system.
Do you believe the word?
Because they were lost.
2,000 years old.
They were lost. They were lost in translation. I believe the word Hebrew doesn't pertain to a people. It's more of a language on how they spoke. It's kind of like being called Christian. You call me Christian all the time, and I tell you I'm not Christian.
What?
Isn't that awkward? Yeah.
Make your point. Make a point.
The point is that I don't think the Hebrew Israelites understand. And I also know that they denounce Jesus. They name him something else.
Not these guys.
Yeah? You see, they're a mixed multitude. I don't know what to tell you about them. They all have different faiths. Some want to fuck little virgins. Some say that's,
Not these guys. These guys do not like the Tanakh.
Hey, what's the name? What's the name that of Jesus for them?
They say Yehoshua.
No, Messiah, Mashiach.
Mashiach.
No, but say that whole Babylonian name.
Yeshua HaMashiach.
Can you unmask me?
I don't have a problem with Yeshua. You know what though? I think there's a confusion. I think there's a confusion with that whole Yeshua and Jesus thing. I think Yeshua is Joshua. I think that Y and the letter J are interchangeable, just like the vowels are. So I think they're having a problem with that Yeshua and
There
Jesus.
are straight up.
Armando Vargas, you just want to tell me to shut up and save. You save some.
Hey, I'm out of here. I'm out of here, man. I gotta go help my girl cook and shit.
Okay.
Oh, where you going? Oh.
You want to tell me?
No,
to shut
I'll be
up?
listening. I'm listening. I have the laptop right here, man.
Yeah, but you want me to? You want to tell me to shut up right quick before you leave?
That's okay. He has to go help his family. I'll tell you. Shut up.
I'll do it when I want to.
Well, it doesn't mean anything unless it comes from you, Poppy.
Hey, Poppy.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Us, look, those, look, you got to be able to filter your mouth. You know, you're defiling yourself and you're making yourself seem like you're homosexual. Shut up. Shut up. Shut
There
up.
you go.
You're
I got
making
it.
yourself.
I got it.
Listen. Listen. There's a bunch of men here. There's a bunch of men here, and you made yourself seem like a homosexual.
He's running hard.
All right, we'll have that conversation later. Yeah, you see, you're a child. You're a fucking child.
Maybe I got some dry ice. Maybe I'm a real bird.
You can't be painting yourself as a homosexual.
What?
Listen, you can't paint yourself as a homosexual just to make somebody laugh, Ronin.
No. You say obscenity to me, and I can make that to you.
All right,
that's it.
Whatever, though.
You know,
there's a clown in you. Yeah, there's a clown in. I mean,
you make these homosexual advances at me and stuff, and hey,
man, shut your bitch ass up. If I tell you fuck you, nigga,
there you go.
Why do you think that's a homosexual?
Calling me a female dog. Now you calling me a female dog.
Hey, well, we got new people here.
Hey, remember? Remember, I'm hard of hearing. I don't want to listen.
Hey, you do got a defect though. I've noticed that, and nobody notices that. Everybody has to bear with him. He has a defect. There's a listening problem. And it's very noticeable.
I hear you when you yell, "Shut up!"
Ronin, quit being butthurt. Quit being fucking butthurt. Roll with it, man. Quit being so sensitive, Ronin.
What's up with that nigga Noel, though? That nigga was getting called out yesterday hard as fuck, and he still don't show up.
I don't know. Al who? I think he has the fucking echo. Hey, turn off your fucking YouTube channel. Because you're echoing.
I'm not echoing.
Yeah, turn off your YouTube channel.
What's up, P. Mars, man?
I'm not echoing. Fuck.
All right. No, echo's gone. There you go. Echo's gone. Al who is on the chat. Who's a bit controversial to the ladies. But he won't talk.
Anyway, what's been up, P. Mars?
Hey, P. Mars.
Al who? What's your story? Welcome to Speaking Chat. Don't be fucking shy now, because you talk all sorts of shit in chat. What you got, Al who?
Where's P. Mars?
Do what?
Where'd P. Mars go?
He left your ass. You're all alone.
Well, looks like I've got to take over here. So what's the topic? What are we talking about?
Where are you from, Al who?
Israel.
Oh, really? Well, I got a phone call. I gotta go.
A big shout out to Noel, the fake Israelite. Get your ass in here, Noel. Let's debate. Sorry, Hank, you can finish.
Oh, you ain't got to apologize to me, man. If you want to debate some Israelites, feel sorry for you. that Amaziah, you know, I don't agree with everything he says. That boy is sharp. Man, that boy is sharp. Everything he says,
Yeah.
he's putting stuff, linking it in, man, backing up his claims.
Yeah.
Hank, are you talking about 7? I know he's got another name, but you talking about 7?
No, I was talking about this other guy, Amaziah.
Oh, okay.
He was one of them Hebrew Israelites. And man, every time he said something, he was backing his shit up, posting claims in the back chat, as he calls it.
Oh, okay.
Well, you better come up with something, or I'll start talking.
You can go. I'm a good listener. There's no topic, so you can go on, Ronin.
Oh no, if I do, I'm going to get interrupted. That's the whole point of it all. You know, when you get annoyed by my slow voice.
You're not going to get interrupted. You're going to get interrupted. Whoa, man.
Put the water in my reel, boys. It's getting hot. Go ahead, Hank Hill. I'm having fun. Go ahead.
What was I was just interrupting to say that I wasn't going to interrupt.
Oh no, it's predictable. Go ahead, please.
You go ahead, Ronin. You can go ahead.
Like I said, I'm going to be interrupted, so you know I start talking and stuff like that. Now,
yep, you can.
Like I said,
I don't want to interrupt you.
Hey, there you go. You did it. Congratulations. Yeah, it's lovely. Just lovely. Anyway, I had a conversation with this gentleman named
Ronin. You can go ahead. No one is going to interrupt you.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a conversation with a gentleman by
because if anyone interrupts you, I'll mute them.
Oh man, it's getting a lot of fun. Yeah, Darth Dawkins, right? Yeah.
So please, guys, don't interrupt Ronin when he's talking, please.
Yeah, and he was talking about whatever, and then he pauses and asks me a question, and I'm about to answer the question. And
Not even if you got a question, don't interrupt him when he's talking.
And he keeps talking, right? And then I finally interrupt, and he's telling me I'm being rude. I said, "Well, no, you asked me a question and you keep talking. What are you if you're going to be inconsistent, just tell me now, and I can go ahead and just ignore what you're saying. And when you ask a question, I'll ignore that too, and you can keep talking to yourself. Please be."
Yeah, he does a debate. He's a presuppositionalist speaker, and he tells people he's debating, and he wins the debate by not letting you speak. I don't appreciate his tactics. They seem to be a bit juvenile, and I think that if you're debating someone, you should meet them head on, if possible.
Yeah, but Armando Vargas loves him. He loves him. I don't know where you can find him any more stupid than that, but he's doing great. I mean, we had Richard Garnash, and now we got this guy Darth Dawkins. Man, I don't know who would be. I suggested True Empiricism. I don't have mods. Anybody got mods to unmask Jose de Mello? Oh, look, Mario Vargas reached over to his computer. Hello, Jose de Mello.
How are you, Ronin? How's everybody doing?
Same old, same old.
Doing good, DeMello. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, man. How you doing, buddy? How are you, man?
I'm doing good, man.
The fireworks go off yet or no?
Oh yeah, I got sniped twice, and Future Boy got sniped once by Darth Dawkins.
Wow, already, eh?
We're consistent.
Yeah, I've been up since 5 this morning. I had to go down to Toronto and had to go to Brampton after that, my family doctor appointment. And actually, I had to pay a visit to my uncle. After all that, he's in real rough shape. He says he's going to have another operation.
Hey, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, so I'm going to have to see him before he does have the operation. I'm going to spend some time with him down there. I'm really the only nephew that actually we have a good connection, him and I. And actually, he was in tears when he hugged me when he first saw me today. He got really emotional. I did as well.
Yeah, those are the things that hit deep, man.
Yeah, it's my mom's younger brother. He had a younger brother to him while they did, and he passed on a few years ago. And so, yeah, you know, it's not easy, you know, but it's life, you know. I told him, you know, not to be getting stressed, and you know, whatever the doctor says, you know, you just gotta do the best he can. He's in a lot of pain, eh? So he says people are just pushing him out of the way and stuff. You didn't have to say too much to me. I know exactly what he's talking about. You know, people feel like they're a burden when they get so frail and stuff, you know, with all these health issues.
Yeah, man. Then they start feeling guilty about, they feel like they're a burden on people, and it's when they start losing their independence, it really bothers them.
Yeah, you said everything right there, buddy. You're right on.
Con, what's up, man?
What's up? What's up? How are you? Salaam alaikum, brother.
Yeah, man. I don't want to bring anybody down, man. Thought I'd share my little story there about my uncle. I love my uncle, man.
Yeah, man. I hear you, DeMello. Hey, whoever the new person is, Al, if you know him, tell him, I don't know if he needs to get closer to his mic, or I could barely hear him.
Yeah, I think he's not talking.
Hey, Hank.
Speak up, Con.
Hank, I was thinking about you earlier, man. You haven't been around. Hank, what's going on?
I was chatting with some other guys and some other hangouts, and you know, I was here yesterday a little bit. I think, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Or I was here early this morning. I thought it was yesterday, but my days are running together. But yeah, it was really early this morning. I don't remember who I was on here with. I think Sean was here.
Okay.
And Packy, and they were having it out. Not having it out like getting into it, but they were putting everything out on the table, and Packy was trying to make amends with Sean, and Sean was trying to make amends between Packy and D-Beck, which didn't work out. Only time will tell.
Well, that's good. You know, a little bit of some, you know, resolve, I guess. You know, we're all adults.
Yeah,
here.
resolve is good.
You know, yeah, that's good. We're adults. We're not kids. You know, we like to mess around once in a while, but you know, I like to think we know what the line is. You know, and you know, common respect. You know, should always be in order, especially when you're talking to ladies and stuff. You know, it goes a long way. Respect, right?
Right. Yeah, I don't want you guys to think I forgot about you. It's just Richard's voice. After 3 months in the debate room, I kind of got a head start. And when he just drones on and he's on repeat, he's like a broken record. If anybody here is old enough to remember what happens when the record is broke.
You make me laugh. Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah. I just, need a little break from time to time. I don't care if he comes on and,
Yeah, man. It's all good, Hank.
It's kind of like when you're not going to get along with somebody, it's best not to spend a lot of time with them.
I hear you. Well, it's good. Nice to hear your voice, man.
Thanks, man. Same here. It's good to be back. Here you guys chatting it up.
Ronin, man, you sound awfully quiet, man.
I'm quitting my job this week. And
oh, yeah?
Business. Yeah. I got to make a contract for my customers to sign so that they don't, try to sue me, or if the place I go to puts mayonnaise instead of mustard, I'm not going to bring it back and fix it. It's It's going to be as is.
Yeah.
Making it to where they can't sue me because I have a contract saying that it's just as is.
Right. You're getting everything in order from a legal point of view. Right.
A standard disclaimer, I guess.
That's a big
So
move.
I need to do a little investigation on that and type it up and print a whole bunch of them out. Yeah, I'm quitting my job delivering pizza and starting my own business. I've been planning it for a while, actually, and it's time that I sink or swim.
Yeah, man.
Winner takes all. Do or die, as
The
they
American
say.
dream, man. The American dream there, Hank.
Thanks, man. What? Who?
You got to risk it for the biscuit.
What?
Yeah, my mic's cutting out. I got bad Wi-Fi.
Con came in and didn't say a word, did he? Old con man.
Well, I see we got Future Boys here, eh? Oh.
Yeah, Future Boys is shit, man. So do I want a clean house? Do I want to top up a contract? Or do I want to play Fallout 4? I guess I better clean house and top up a contract.
Explain a little bit more of what you're doing with in terms of the sales, Hank.
Well, I was going to get a receipt book. That way I can write them a receipt and make every new customer sign a contract. That way I don't get sued. Excuse me. And I'm just putting together a test market because I don't know if this is going to work or not. But I think it's going to work. I just make sure I got to get paperwork on every single transaction. And I got to make sure I file it all correctly.
Right.
And I guess I got to make it to where I'm not fronting the money, because I can front the money on customers I trust that are going to pay up.
Right.
But if I front the money and go grocery shopping and then got $300 worth of groceries that I don't eat, like if they ordered like pig foot or cow tongue or some shit, then
yeah.
I guess I'm trying to put it all. Because it would be great if every person had a credit card and they could call in their order and all I have to do is pick it up after they've already placed the order. It's being cooked while I drive there, pick it up, and have about a 20-minute turnaround for each customer. But it's not always going to go that way. You know, there's going to be people without cash, people without credit cards.
Yeah.
Hot checks, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's the reality of it, isn't
So I guess
it,
I need to, like, figure.
Is that your signal is cutting in and out, Hank?
Mine is?
Is it yours or mine?
I'm on Wi-Fi. Did you say I'm cutting in and out?
Yeah, it might be mine. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're cutting out, Jose.
Yeah.
I always cut out the most for some reason. I'm in a bad area in Australia.
He jumped off. He'll probably jump right back in.
Ronin, are you there?
You know, the only thing I see Ray say anymore is, "Go fuck yourself, Ronin Kannushi." That's about all I hear him say these days. Does he ever say anything else?
That's true.
Oh, don't believe Ronin. We love Ronin. Just because he has bad people skills doesn't make him wrong.
No, Ronin is a nice guy.
He's just misunderstood.
I'd go grocery shopping for Ronin.
Who wouldn't?
I don't think he needs it, though. He's got a backpack and a bicycle and a will to survive.
Yep.
That's
right.
And a pickup truck, just in case he needs to go gather some.
Yeah. And 2 years ago, well, my inspection is from August to August, and I only drove it 300, or just under 300 miles.
It's almost pointless to pay that inspection, you know?
What's that, please?
It's almost pointless to pay that inspection.
Yeah, I know. I know.
I said almost.
Yeah, but it's the law, so got to do it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about paying my taxes too.
Oh, no.
It's almost worth it.
No, I always paid my taxes. I always had an accountant. Still do.
Hey,
You know,
my
part of me.
name's Noel. Hey, my name's Noel. I won't come on speaky chat.
You're breaking up, future boy. Unless you
My
got
name's Noel. I have a girly voice. I won't come on speaky chat. It's ludicrous. It's ludicrous.
You got a picture, boy. It's a little higher to sound like Michael Jackson. You're close.
My name's Noel. It's ludicrous because my name's Noel. I won't come on. I won't come on speaking. Noel. Jose, are you sniffing in the background?
No, man, the heater on my fucking cigarette, man, I almost fucking burned myself.
Sounds like you're doing lines to me.
Man, I got a bit of a cold, man. I don't fucking do blow, buddy.
You're welcome.
Obviously, you have experience with that, eh, future boy, eh?
No, I've never done that. Absolutely not. Hell no. Never done Warriors.
1987 was the last time I did a couple of lines, buddy. 1987.
I've never done glorious, fantastic, awesome, free-loving fucking cocaine. I've never done it. What? '87? How fucking old are you? Holy shit! That was like junior high for me. Jose, you're old. Unless you did coke when you're in fucking junior high.
No, it wasn't junior high, man. Actually, it was really good fucking blow, and we went cruising down the road listening to Robert Plant. Burning Down One Side was the tune.
Yes. Cocaine's fun. I don't care what anybody says. Don't overdo it.
Yep. Oh, I agree with you 100% on that, man.
Yeah.
What is this thing about, being older?
Yeah, you're old too, you old fuck.
Yeah, no.
It means you're wise.
Well, no, when I was 35 years of age, okay, I'm 62, right? But when I was 35, I was talking to these teenagers, right? And I just happened to be in the area, right? And they started talking. We just chatted along. They had nice skateboards and stuff. Anyway, the point being, one of them asked, "How old are you?" And I thought, "I'm 35." And they do the typical teenager, "Ew," and then right there on the spot, I made up the following jingle. Hold up, don't laugh too soon because it's got to go a little ways, right? You're gonna get there someday too. You're gonna get there someday. You're gonna get there someday too. You're gonna get there someday. Goo.
Ronin.
They were stunned. They just stunned. And that's right. So what? I'm old and
crusty.
Are you gonna die before you're 18 here? That's a pretty sad life. Talk about a waste.
Who said crusty?
What's that?
I'm sorry. Somebody said crusty after you said I'm old and
crusty.
We'll put it this way. No ladies available. Great. When I roll over in the morning, because I ride a bike a lot, I still have to go over that bump.
Kickstand.
You can grow old, but you don't have to grow up.
Right. No, they've always told me I'm childish, so I'm good.
I want to shoot some moving targets.
What?
Oh, like a clay shotgun with like a clay shooting, or are you talking about throwing a baseball and then shooting it up?
He's playing a game. Call of Duty, I think, or something like that.
No, I'm not playing a game. I was talking about put a target on a rope and pulley, move the targets.
Oh, okay.
What?
It's
my
easy
friend
to
used to do that. He was a hunter,
punch.
man, and he used to pigeons, I guess, is that what you call them?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
Shoot the skeet.
I used to do 3-gun competition. I used to do a 3-gun competition, right? And one of the obstacles right? It was like a pendulum, right, and a plate, right? And what you had to
Right.
do, you have to have 6 shots, semi-automatic, right? You hit the plate, you go bing, and then the pendulum starts to swing, right? And the target swings across, and man, I go bing, ba 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 ba. And then these guys would freak out, man. Hey, man, you're good at that. Yeah, I work here.
Right on.
It's fun. One time we had these another obstacles, right? You have to hit one, boom. It was 10 meters, 15 meters, 25 meters, right? And so I hit it, and you're supposed to hit it twice, ta 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 ta, double tap, right? And so I hit the last one, right? Pa, and one of the chains broke, right? And then the boss, right, the line boss, he said, "Don't worry about it. Hey, I got it, boss." Boom, hit that thing on edge, man. It was fun, you know. It was fun, man.
Oh yeah, I know. I could see it because my friend took me out there into like a bush, a friend's property, and he took his older daughter with him. And prior to that, he told me how good a shooter she was, man. And let me tell you, man, I was impressed, you know, with her shooting skills, man. Shooting skeet, man. Unreal.
This is funny, right? To me, right, it was funny, right? These two guys, man, they're about what? Maybe I'm about 6 feet, so these guys were like 6'2", 6'3", big. I mean, they weren't fat. I mean, these guys were big guys, right? And so they were shooting along, right? And up comes this petite. I'm talking this petite female. I mean, she must have been maybe 4, 5, about that height. And so she comes up, right? And these dudes just look at her, right? And she got this shotgun, right? And like looking at it's a 12 gauge, right? So she gets out there, whack, 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 whack. and these guys just look at her, right? And then she just walks off. Man, it was a shock to these guys, man. Man. Petite, she was cute too, but that neither here or there.
Taking care of business.
It's like he's taking care of business, and boom, 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 boom.
Cool, man.
Funny. It was just the look on their faces. It was funny. It was funny. I didn't laugh, right? Because I'm, got to hold it, right? So, but yeah, just fun. It was when you mentioned that, but a lady.
Yeah, man. She didn't have to say a word. All she did was show them, eh?
Well, she wasn't even paying attention to them, right? She just came up to the line, right? There's some target down range, and she just wanted to, just knock out them, and she wasn't paying attention to them. They were paying attention to her, right? Petite woman, this big old shotgun, looks about as tall as her, right? And she comes up there, boom, and then she just walks off.
I mean, she could feel the vibes. She's done that before. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
she's been in that.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. Because my focus was on their faces, but I could see it right from the corner of my eye, so to speak. Right, and it was like I looked at her, and she just put her right on the shoulder, and boom, boom, went at it. But these two guys just stood there. But the look on their faces, I want to say astonishment. That's the first word that comes to mind. It's astonishing.
I mean, I'm sure there's many more guys like them with the same reaction, eh?
Well, put it this way. That's the first and only time I ever seen that. Right. It just happened, because usually I set up the targets, right? Tell them, okay, this is your lane. They pay me, boom, and I'm out of there. I got to go take care of other customers. It just happened, happenstance. That's it. I don't have the mods. Anybody got the mods for this? What is it? Amaziah, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, he's on.
So how's the weather down in Corpus Christi there, Ron?
Oh man, it was like a freezing 68 degrees this morning.
Oh.
It was freezing. It got to 82.
Man.
You? How about you?
Oh, it was minus like 17 with the wind chill.
Oh, that was funny when you say that.
Yeah, I went down to the city today. I had to see the pain specialist today. This morning, had to be there 9:45 in the morning, and seeing him, family doctor after that appointment in Brampton. Yeah, so it was a busy day. I've been up since 5 in the morning. You know, I even got my income tax done too for prior. I never did my income tax, and I got to visit my uncle. So it was quite very busy day, man, for me.
I can't imagine it. So was it like snow or just cold or?
Yeah, yeah. It was there was a bit of snow when we headed down, like 50 minutes away, an hour away through Barrie. When we got down closer to Toronto, then the snow just stopped. There was no snowing down that way, but it was cold with the wind chill down in Toronto. It was minus 13, they were saying on the radio with the wind chill. You have to remember there's also Lake Ontario, so you're going to have the lake effect, you know,
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, I'd heard you share the story earlier, so I, if you don't want to, you don't have to go, to that detail about your uncle.
Oh yeah. No, I'm not going to go into that. Yeah, I hadn't seen him in over a year because I've been up here, and yeah, he's deteriorated quite a bit. So I'm going to make the effort, actually spend some time with him. As soon as I find out when he is going to be operated on, I have to go and spend some time with him. He's the last uncle on my mom's side, so yeah, I'm going to be doing that.
Good.
Yeah.
War.
What's going on with you, future boy?
Nothing. I'm fucking drunk. Don't fucking mind me nothing.
I don't judge people like that anyway, future boy.
Don't judge.
No, man. No, that's not my thing.
I have nothing to say at this point. I'm trashed. I need food. I'm gonna make soup.
I apologize, Izzy. I just now looked in the room and saw you were hidden. Sorry about that.
So how's the studio going there, buddy?
It's okay that was muted.
Oh, okay. Long time no see, girl. Where you been?
I just been working a lot, just just basically just working. I'm surprised somebody didn't figure I died or something.
I know I haven't seen you in quite some time, but this is the only place I ever go anyway. So, but it's good to see you again.
So whose panel am I at right now? I just got told to join, so I did. That's all. Am I at Armando's or somewhere?
Yeah. That's that. Well, it's kind of yeah. It's Mando's stream. Yeah.
Okay. I was just curious. I thought it was, but I wasn't sure because I haven't been on in so long. You know, I wasn't sure if I was like at P Mars or like Hank Hills or like where the hell I am. You know.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Okay. Excuse me just a second. There's Hank.
So how have you been now? How you been okay?
Yeah, I've been alright.
That's good. How have you been, Hank?
Fantastic. And yourself?
Can't hear you, Hank.
Yeah, I can't hear you, Hank. All quiet.
Fantastic. And yourself, how are you, Izzy?
That's good. I've been pretty good. It feels weird being back on the panels, actually. It feels really weird.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say now. I don't know how to talk on here. I forgot how to panel.
Amanda, are you going to say hi to Izzy? That's pretty rude, bro.
I don't think Armando's here. He's probably in another room like he always.
No, he's listening.
He is? So what, anything new happened while I was gone? Any A4 Troy Ward kill
It appears that A4 got doxxed, and apparently they know where he lives and showed him a picture of his own house on a hangout, and he got quiet, real quiet.
come on anymore?
Looks good on him.
Nope.
He disappeared?
Well, they know where he lives now.
Fuck, that's great. I had Troy Ward try messaging my ex asking about me. And I had my ex contact me. He's like, "Who's this Troy Ward kid, and how does he know you?" And, this is a guy, and he was like, this guy was all like angry and stuff because he thought I had like a new boyfriend named Troy Ward. I'm like, from panels, he's like 16. Or he's an Australian little bastard. Like he's no threat.
Oh, that's funny.
Why do these?
So how you been, Jose?
Why do these people try to get up all in everybody's? What is their deal with trying to get in everybody's personal life all the time?
Troy Ward and Adam Dwyer.
Yeah,
I think they just they get bored and stuff and or some shit, you know.
Psycho fuckers. That's what they are. They're psycho fuckers.
Yeah, they're the ultimate online trolls. You know, you can't get any worse than a dog. Like, they're the ultimate of the worst. They're the type of trolls that take trolling way too far. You know, they're like the non-fun trolls.
Right. Well, as far as I know, it doesn't happen in here. As far as I know, anyway.
So, when A4 used to be at Armando's, he did it a little bit here.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Petra and me when I was here, and like who else did he dox? He doxed a few. I think he even doxed Armando at one point.
Yeah, I remember some stuff about that. Yeah, now that you.
Yeah, A4 wasn't allowed around after a while.
A4 got super butthurt. He's like, "You just gonna sit there and let them dox me on your channel?" I was like, "Dude, I didn't know this was gonna happen. This was a surprise to me just as much as it is to you."
Just let it happen. It's like time you can't complain if anybody does it to you at this point. You've done it so many times you can't complain if anybody does it to you. You lost your right to complain at that point.
Right.
He's just a waste of fucking time.
So have you made your first million yet, Izzy?
I'm working towards it.
I hear you. Let me know the route that you take so I can follow on that same highway.
I'm just working like nuts, you know.
That's good.
I don't know. I kind of become like a workaholic as of lately. Like that's all I want to do is just make money.
Izzy, are you sick or something? Your voice sounds different.
Yeah, it does.
No, I'm fine. I did have a cold not that long ago, though.
Yeah. Working is good.
That might be it.
You got to do it when you're young, man.
Yeah. I have to deal with the young one too. Yeah. I just get busy, I guess. Or then I start like I don't know. Like I go through phases where I just have to constantly be busy. If it's not for work, it has to be with like hanging with people or something. Like I have to be busy.
Yeah.
That's why I like the panels, because they give me something to do, you know.
Excuse me just a minute, Izzy. Hey, Darth, if you're going to come back on the panel, don't be sniping people up here, man.
Sniping anyone.
No, not you, Izzy. I'm talking to Darth.
Oh. Yeah, I haven't been sniping no one as of yet.
No, that's cool. That's
Unless
cool.
I
I just wanted to say that to Darth. He just came
No,
in.
those two guys got removed because they were trolling.
I don't care what they were doing. You don't come up here and snipe people, Darth.
You can't just snipe people for being trolls. If that's the case, you're gonna have to like snipe like half the internet, you know.
And yourself.
Sometimes I'm not even a troll.
Just remember that, man. Golden rule is Mando doesn't want anybody sniping anybody in here just because they give you a hard time about something. That's part of the open stream.
Yeah, well, that's why Google's Hangouts suck.
Well, you can call it suck all you want, but you know this is someone else's stream. You don't own it.
Right.
And
Well,
if you only Google Hangouts,
according to Google, they've made it available that anybody can remove.
Well, okay, if you're going to get off into all that stuff, hell, you want me to just snipe your ass right now?
You can do it if you want.
Well, don't come in here causing a bunch of problems, Darth.
Actually, I'm not causing problems.
Well, actually, you did earlier because I heard all about it.
Oh, okay. Well, what problem did I cause?
You sniped. I just told you what you did.
No, that's not causing a problem. I was removing disruptive individuals.
But that's not your fucking job, Darth.
Well, is it your fucking job to tell me what to do?
Why don't you fuck off, man?
Well, I mean, I normally don't talk that, but I'm just using your own words.
Why don't you just find somewhere else to go if you're over here to snipe? That's what I'm telling you.
Is it your position to tell me what to do?
Yes, it is. He's in charge of the panel.
Hey, I tell you what.
It's okay. It's okay. Hey, Darth, it's like this. Like, if you get into a discussion, with all of us, you're gonna end up here by yourself. You know what I mean?
Say that again.
That if you're gonna snipe, that if you get into a discussion with all of us, right, and you snipe every single one that gives you a hard time.
No, I didn't remove those two guys merely because they're giving me a hard time.
Well, you all right? Just don't remove people from the panel. If anything, just take a breather and then come back or whatever. But I think there's a lot of things you could teach us, man. I mean, I listen. I like the way you deliver your points, but like Buddy was saying, you come with excellency of speech.
Whose room is this?
Mine.
Okay.
I guess.
Well, then somebody started this live hangout. Did you start it?
Right.
Okay. Well, what I would suggest you do.
We're
if you're
just saying
unhappy,
not to remove panelists.
That's fine.
All right.
That's fine. But if you don't want people to get removed, then at least what you have to do is you're going to have to lay down at least some basic principles of civility. Otherwise, excuse me, I thought I was talking. Okay, so
just
Armando,
bear with each other.
The reason why
bear with each other
is because you're not laying down basic principles of civility in these hangouts. This is
Why
why
don't
people
you
get
give us the
frustrated.
principles that would allow us to understand that you can't snipe anyone from the panel?
Well, actually, you can. Google has deliberately put it in there.
Hey, Mando, I just want to say this. 2 months ago when this, I'm going to remain nice for the moment. 2 months ago when he came in here and I had a problem with him, let me digress. I like listening to Darth. I enjoyed it. But he's got this authoritarian way about him that if he doesn't get his way, he wants to remove people off the panel. And I'm telling him that's not acceptable.
Yep.
This is the first time I ever heard Darth. Let's find out.
I was learning a lot from Darth until he stopped inviting me to his hangouts. I guess he didn't like me listening and learning from him. Not only did I learn, good debate tactics, but I also learned how not to do certain things that he does that perturbs people, which makes them troll him, and then he removes them.
Hey, Hank, I just want to say something to Mando real quick. According to Crystal, I guess 2 people just removed each other, Alhu and Darth, I guess.
Unbelievable.
I think Alhu, I think, I'm not sure now, don't hold me to this, check yourself, but I think Alhu removed Darth. And something happened there, I don't know.
Well, if Darth would quit being a bitch, it wouldn't fucking happen to him.
Yeah, I just, needed to tell you that. But anyway, he's got this, he's got a complex, man. He's got this authoritarian, he's got some issues himself, it sounds like to me.
Authoritarian disposition.
It would be nice to chat with him if he wasn't a bitch, but
it's impossible to chat with him sometimes. If you disagree on anything, he goes into super combat mode, which I do too sometimes.
He reminds me of the
Surge.
I'm not opposed to super combat mode, but when you go into fucking removing people from the channel, that means you lost your argument and you can't defend yourself.
Did you hear how he disclaimed anybody asking him to not snipe when he said that he has the right on Hangout?
Right.
In other words, nobody owns this in here. See, that stipulates that he has an issue right there.
This is Armando's channel. He's telling Armando how to run his channel. Fuck that.
Yeah, and then he's gonna make recommendations. That's the same thing he did 2 months ago. Exactly, it's a replica of exactly what he did.
Yep.
He said he gave me orders on how to conduct myself, or else I was going to pay the cost.
Right.
That's basically what he did 2 months ago. But as I said, the reason I digress, well, I don't even know if he heard me because I guess he was in the process of being sniped.
Which is funny because you got one Bible thumper against the other Bible thumper, and he fucking banned your ass. Even better.
Yeah, I mean,
like to even say such a stupid ass remark like that, Future. Like, you don't have no shame of yourself. Like, are you serious?
That's not what I meant, but you know what I meant.
I know that's not what you meant,
but you know what I meant.
But I mean, it depends. In real life, I would have thrown a cold cup of water at your face. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
it's not what I meant, but you know what I meant. Thank you.
You're a fucking asshole. You're against us?
Dude, you're my favorite. You're my best friend.
No. At the bottom of every statement you make, are you against us?
No, never.
All right.
I wouldn't do this channel if I was against you.
My dog. All right.
Take it easy on Future Boy. He just got his words backwards.
Oh yeah. Future did just say he was wasted, but a few minutes ago. So anyway.
Every time Future is here, he's wasted.
But
the point still stands. I mean, even though I said it wrong, the point still stands.
Yeah, I wish Darth could. Man, I mean, hey, until he starts that damn sniping stuff, man. I mean, it's interesting to listen to the guy.
Yeah, I was learning a lot from him until he quit inviting me to his hangouts. I was like, damn, Darth, I didn't even do anything to you, man. I was just here listening.
Does he run a stream of his own or something, Hank?
Yeah, he's set it up to where nobody can snap on his hangout, but he comes to other people's hangouts and snaps.
Uh-huh.
Oh, one of those guys, eh?
Yeah, so the genius professor is going to come over here and dictate to everybody how to run their stream, I guess.
When he doesn't even run a stream that way. He runs a stream snap free. He taught me how to do it. I can teach you guys how to do it if you like, but there's two ways to do it where they can't snap you, right? One is to do an off-air hangout and broadcast it live with OBS, which is a separate program. And the other way, I'd have to show you one-on-one or in a private hangout, because if I tell you how to do it, then you know how to undo it. And I don't think everyone knows how to undo it.
Here's what I think is unique about Mando. He gives everybody an opportunity, but I mean, the bottom line is, if he can't not snipe, he just ain't going to get the fucking link. And then you don't have to make it snipe free. You just don't let those people on here like Adam and these other people that are just, you know, snipers.
Thing about Armando is, if you disagree vehemently but somewhat respectful, we're in, man. I disagree with everything Armando says, but I'm cordial. I think I am. Sometimes, most of the time.
Yeah, and hey, if you even try to compare Mando to somebody like that, Mando never, you know, I mean, you know, if you get ridiculous, I mean, he'll call you down on stuff, but then that's pretty much the extent of it. The authority, I don't know, man. The authority.
Darth came in, Armando's like, I do whatever you want, Darth Darwin.
The authoritarian way about this Darth guy is, you know,
I do it, Darth Darwin, my best friend.
He reminds me of a dictator.
I'm just playing. You're correct, though.
I wish he would come back up here long enough to, you know, I'd like to pick his personality just a little more. I want to understand why this man, I tell you what, I'm going to mic out for a minute until I get my composure. I'll end up saying shit that I don't need to say.
Yeah, I heard you, buddy.
One thing I will say is the audacity. I mean, he comes back in here like he's done nothing wrong.
Here's what happened. Armando heard this guy on another chat. He's like, oh, yeah, this motherfucker.
All right, Future. What you're about to say is a lie, because this is the first time I even hear the dude. And, buddy, I agree with you. He comes back like he did nothing wrong. But I think he came back because I assume he enjoyed the conversation.
Right.
There's an aura to when people come here and meet you guys for some reason. Like even D-Bag is like, I'm getting tired of that. I'm getting tired of going to, yeah, you got some good people. I was like, what? You know?
Yeah, you know, and I try to look in the mirror and say, you know, well, of course I wasn't even in here when he did this, but you know, normally I am in here when things like that happen. So I always try to, you know, question myself. So what did I do? You know, did I do anything to trigger this guy, or you know?
It's because you believe you believe in something higher than yourself. That dude, that was only those that could hear you, man. I don't know what. Look, that guy Darth was right about something. You can teach a man anything you want, man. Doesn't mean shit. It's up to him to accept it. I'm hearing you though. I know what you mean.
We're all here, and religion never comes up.
I know what you mean though. That was a good spirit though. I like that. That was cool.
That's on purpose.
You get them Israelites in here, and that religion gonna come up.
Well,
yeah. In other words, I guess you could also say he needs to listen to his own advice,
Right.
because I heard him say those things earlier today, and so he needs to understand that he might just have a character flaw himself.
That's right.
I think he's closet gay. He might be closet gay.
All right, here's Funky.
Hey, Funky. Nice to see you again.
Funky. I hope I can hear you better this time, Funky.
Funky Cole Medina.
Yeah, Cole Medina. I hadn't heard that song in a long time.
I was just showing my age.
Yeah, I can remember hearing recordings of that, being as I'm only 29.
Yeah.
Great. Now you guys creeped out the only girl in here. Way to go.
No, I think she had a connection problem because she dropped out.
Yeah, because you're.
I don't think she knew that Cole Medina meant pussy.
There she is again.
Whoop, there it is.
Hey guys, it's my connection. That's why I think you guys can never hear me and
I
have to come in and out like 5 times.
You sound pretty good now. Pretty good now.
And she's muted.
Can you hear us, Funky?
Yeah, I hear you guys. I'm just a quiet observer. You guys do your thing. I'll jump in.
No, I want to ask you a question.
Yeah, sure.
Were you here today when Darth was sniping?
I mean, I was here. Yeah, I was listening mostly. I was listening to it in my earbud while I was working. And then, like, later on in the conversation, I got to get in. I only saw him snipe Future Boy. And to be honest, you know, I thought I had heard everything. He was saying Future Boy was being a troll, but it sounded like they just weren't agreeing, and then they started talking over each other, and then he just sniped Future Boy. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like he was being a troll.
Okay, that's the reason I asked you right there, because so what his personality is basically saying is when someone doesn't agree with him, then he says that they're trolling and he needs to be the troll police.
Exactly.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, man, it's like I said earlier, he's a really smart guy, and I think sometimes, like, I can respect that. I think it's cool, like, you know, the biblical scholar thing for sure. But then whenever he uses that to, you know, be authoritative, yeah, and just to be like, oh, well, I'm smarter, so I'm right. It's just kind of like, well.
Yeah, a couple of months back, that was the first time I had met him. He came in here before, a couple of months ago. I say 2 months, I'm terrible at time. A month, between a month and 2 months ago, whenever it was. And as soon as he said something to the extent of, I'm going to give you one more chance, and after I give you this chance, you are to respond in a certain manner, and that is going to be the last chance you get. And I said, hey, man, you can just go ahead and do away with my last chance. I don't want to hear another fucking thing you have to say. And bam, he sniped me. And so it sounds like...
Well, we can all be so lucky that we're not his actual kids, you know, because I imagine he's probably got... I mean, I'm not trying to stereotype, but I just see, like, the 5 kids all homeschooled sort of thing, which is cool. But, you know, we're not those kids, so...
I see what you're saying. In other words, you see his personality being displayed in other portions of his life.
It's flawed.
Yeah.
Y'all, there's been times where I was in a debate getting my ass kicked by 9 Globers. And you know what I didn't do? I didn't even think about sniping people. So
I never think about sniping. I never think about sniping anybody, nor did I ever know how to snipe anybody. But
well, it's not fair, because the thing is, like, when I interjected or when I tried to get in, I was actually going to address him and Future Boy together So when you snipe people, you're just closing the conversation for the rest of the group. I mean, I know it's kind of a debate between you and the one person, or a dialogue, or whatever you want to call it, but then, you know, you snipe someone and you're just kind of killing the flow for everyone else, you know?
Right. It's a bad thing. I'll tell you this. I mean, you know, I'm no rocket science, but, you know, I'll just say this from any stream I've been on. This is about the most lenient platform for everybody to display themselves and their character and any subjects they want to talk about that I have experienced on the web. That's all I'm going to say.
Don't sell yourself short, buddy. You're totally rocket science.
Wow, P. Mars. My head just got about 3 inches bigger.
Oh, stop sucking buddy's cock.
Hey, I appreciate it, P. Mars, but I'm just another fool on the corner with, you know, my own view. That's about it.
Yeah, but P-Mars, you look like the rocket scientist.
We're all laymen. We're all laymen here, right?
That's a NASA space helmet, actually.
Yeah, it is.
Good point.
So have you had any experiences with Darth much, P. Mars?
Yeah, of course. I know it's all argument.
What's your opinion of him? I mean, I don't want to get off on the wrong foot with a guy.
He's a presuppositionalist expert, but everything else he pretty much sucks on, especially social skills.
Did he ask you, Hank? Jeez. I pretty much agree with Hank.
Did he, I guess maybe because I'm the only girl, I don't know, but he started following me on Google Plus today. Darth did.
Who did?
Darth.
He likes women.
Back by that, man. I got that notification. It just kind of weirded me out all day.
Believe it or not, he's a heterosexual.
Well,
and
I'm sure he is, but you know, I mean, there's nothing wrong with following Google Plus. I've got a lot of people on here from Google Plus. I think I was just surprised that it was him adding me to Google Plus. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think he's pretty funny, but he gets boring quick because I don't feel like I really learned much from him other than I increased my vocabulary when I listen to him because he uses words I don't.
Right. Hey, man, I'd love to go to like a Bible study with him. I'd love for him to host a Bible study.
Yeah. I mean, I ask him his opinions on things in the Bible. That's about all I'd be interested in talking to him about, I guess, maybe.
But I think the point is, and I said it before, and I know I'm just like the kale-eating hippie chicken, but, you know, we're all seeing life through our worldview, and that's just the way it is. And we are going to banter from time to time, you know, because we do see things differently, but it can't be something where you're just so focused on that worldview that you can't function socially with other people. I mean, if so, like, would I be friends with any of you guys? I mean, you know, I mean,
you're exactly.
You just got to see it. At the end of the day, he could argue with all the atheists in this chat, and at the end of the day, there's still probably going to be atheists, and he's still going to be the biblical scholar, and I just don't know if we should go on for 8 hours. You know what I mean?
Funky, will you stop being the voice of reason? It's bullshit.
I know, it doesn't fit in well with the internet. That's why I have such a hard time. That's why I'm out of my element here.
No, you're exactly right, Funky. And the other thing is, so two things came to mind. I don't know if I'll remember the second one, but number one, it ruins the entire platform when someone continues to snipe. And here's the reason that I feel. So if the person gets a reputation for sniping and he comes up into the hangout, you're automatically not going to even kind of get into a debate with that person because you already know, so it stops the entire debate really, because then you're faced with, let me unhide that person right there. Da, 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 da.
Hey, that's right.
But in other words, there is no debate at that point because nobody's going to really put their real self into anything with that person because they already know, well, they're walking on eggshells. They're not going to express everything the way they really want to express it because they're afraid they're going to get sniped.
Right, like Dick Garnish, Richard, he sniped me last week, so I feel like I can't debate around this dude because he's just going to snipe me, so I have to stop on my own free speech And that's what it does. You're absolutely right. I never thought about it like that.
So it really destroys the entire debate process on the entire panel. Go ahead, Future.
Richard sniped Hank?
Yes, that is a fact.
Richard, who's married to a ladyboy in Vietnam, sniped Hank.
But can I
Yeah.
clear something up? Is Richard actually married to a ladyboy? Or is this just something you guys do? Because not that it matters. I guess I just want to get to know the guy. You know,
Amazon, you're banned. Welcome to the conversation.
Shalom, shalom.
Hey, thanks,
Sorry.
Hank, for the invite.
We was having some business talks.
All right, this is Amaziah, everybody. This is one I was telling you was so sharp with the posting them links. This guy seems to be on top of his game. He don't say nothing without backing it up. And I think you guys know claim your inheritance. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, we go back.
Yeah, so welcome everybody. I'm on mic out because I really give everybody a chance to talk. Mic out.
Hey, thanks, Ronin. Buddy.
What's going on? What y'all been talking about back here?
We're talking about snipers and how when
Atheist
someone
trolls.
snipes, atheist trolls. We're talking about when people snipe, they're stifling other people's freedom of speech because when they're a known sniper, Buddy says when they're a known sniper, you have to walk on eggshells around them because if you disagree with them, you'll get sniped, and that's not cool.
It's dumb to do it because then you're not welcome anywhere.
Pardon my ignorance, but what's a snapper?
Like if I kicked you out of the hangout.
The person who
makes you a sniper.
Oh, okay. I've
If you
seen
kick
it.
someone out of the hangout because you disagree with them, that makes you a sniper.
So someone who comes in and says blah, 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 and then gets kicked out, I would be a sniper then, correct?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah, if you kick them out, yeah.
Right, kicked out because you don't like what they're saying. So
Right.
Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I see that a lot.
Yeah, it's happened to me a lot.
Yeah,
Actually,
Darth has a list
Christian,
of people.
It was I don't know if I know Faithful to God and Vekel and Josiah and them guys. Like Faithful came into our hangout on a live stream, and we were already having a conversation with Vekel. And Faithful just comes in completely disruptive, trying to talk. We're like, yo, hold on, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? We're already dealing with something. You know what I mean? He's trying to jump in and talk about a smack. You know what I'm saying? And then, so Claims turned his mic down and was like, yo, when we get done with this, we'll talk to you. You know what I'm saying? Dude instantly has Josiah snipe us out of our live stream video. That dude is the last one on the live stream talking about, oh, I guess everybody left, something happened, or whatever. You know what I mean?